Today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code today, HMA, or just click the link down in the description section below, they'll win you get a $5 lineup win, put $150 in your account. One $5 win, get you $150. All you got to do is use that code HMA. Click that link in the description section below, and they've got so many pickings to choose from. Baseball, football now, ready to go. Here we are. Got seasonal picks, game picks themselves. If you just want to go there, the overs, the unders, go back to baseball, pair it together, fantasy included. Take advantage of it all. And use my code today. Go win some money. Put your sports knowledge to the test. Always do remember to gamble responsibly. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. And thank you so much for using the code. Well, welcome on in to the Hawks Nest live stream show where we are gone. Game day, baby. Inching our way closer and closer to the start, the actual season. We're getting close. We're almost there. I can taste it. So we'll be going on here today with the Titans, the Seattle Seahawks, of course. Seattle Seahawks, of course, had a, oh man, am I going to have to do a stupid, supposed to be included in the deal? Sorry, guys, 1 second here because we got to do our thing. Do our dibbly-do here. We'll see if this will, I guess this is going to be a Fox deal. They always make you kind of have to search around where it says, well, yeah, it'll be on NFL Plus, and you're including your membership with that until they say, no, it's not. I hope everyone's having a good day today. We're going to try a couple different things here as I prep up for today. Go live. Okay. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. It's opening game of the season. You know me? You know me? We're all working along here. Okay, I want to do Seahawks. Try a new scoreboard today. So I'm kind of doing a couple moving parts here in one. Open. And then I want to do inspect. Where's my inspect button? Dang. Oh, man. Had this all down yesterday. I did this all deal, and then today, of course, right now. There we go. Trying to figure out how to do this. Okay, so it was okay. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me here. And that should have done it, hopefully. But maybe not. Trying out this new scoreboard, which is supposed to be a little bit better today, but probably will not be now that I hear. Okay, so we want to. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be in, and it's a little small. Uno momento here. We'll start up. Kind of a couple different things going down here today, so trying to get the deal right. And I don't know if that's going to work. We'll see what we can fix here. Okay. All right. We'll work on that one problem at a time. So let's get the game going. Okay. Why can't I watch this? Ways to watch. TV provider. Fox 1. Okay. So I guess we got to get a Fox account going. That's okay. I love how they make you buy 15 ways, even in preseason. You're supposed to get the full preseason package included. It's like, well, but if it's in a, if it's in a game that's on the thing. Sorry, guys. I Googled before I did the show today, and it said you could do this on your NFL Plus, but then I guess today they are saying that that's not going to be the case. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. One sec. I'm watching on YouTube TV. Okay. Well, let's just do it this way to be sure. Hopefully there's no issues there. Get one problem after another here. Was it 85 that he? Okay. Another sporting app stream service that doesn't actually work. Oh my gosh. I don't know why they would say it was supposed to be on and isn't. All right, come on. What is going on here? You get those days where the technical everything just starts to kind of go sideways on you. For some reason, this is deciding that it's not going to agree with me here. I don't know. Maybe we're not going to be able to watch this. Come on. Oh my gosh, dude. Maddening, I tell you. Maddening why they make you do this. Okay. Oh boy. Why can't you just buy the one package and it's all included? We'll just see what happens here. Ways to watch. NFL Plus, phone and tablet only. Okay, so I got to go to my Fox thing. The Fox thing doesn't want to work. I hate the NFL makes you do this like dance through 15 different hoops to just go watch their product. It's like, and then they make it unclear how to see it. Like I would have said this in advance so you guys didn't have to wait through, but we got it. So we're there. All right, that problem is dealt with. Let's figure out what's going on with our scoreboard here. 400 by. There we go, Sean. 85. That's what I got wrong. 85. There we go. That's more like. See, guys, we get this. We get our shit together eventually here. Okay. We're almost here to the start. Got the scoreboard right. Bit by bit here. Bit by bit. It's a little bit big, I guess. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to be able to sync it up this year with our actual game. So, whereas before I know the browser would always be a little bit ahead, this is going to allow us on this one to be able to keep it going where it's boom, 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 as soon as the game's going on there. I do appreciate everybody watching today. I hope everyone's having a good one. Let's update that layout. Bang. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Start this off. We've got a new season, trying some new stuff out. So shout out to Live Assist, who is helping us out on this stuff, and Sean out there for helping yours truly here to kind of work through this yesterday and getting these settings figured out. We, of course, had the inter practice squad go down a couple days ago. And as always seems to happen, there's one injury that you're going to come away from. You're holding your breath at all times for this. And we had Jake Bobo's injury, of course, pop up, which is very unfortunate. But it does seem to be kind of the price sometimes you have to pay to make these things kind of go, it would seem. I hope everyone's having a good one here today. Oh, good to see everybody in the house. If you hit that like button walking on in, I would really appreciate it. It does help the channel grow and show tremendously. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Jay Simmons talking a lot for not winning anything. Yeah, he was very vocal there on the sideline in the inter-practice. That's Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans that Jordan's referencing right there, who I've just got a shot on my screen here with. And yeah, he was definitely very much wanting to let everyone know how much hungrier they were than Seattle was. It was, I mean, I guess he's trying to kick his guys in the pants, and you're trying to establish winning culture, and you're trying to, speak it maybe into existence, I guess. I don't begrudge him for doing it, but he went pretty hard on this. We're starving. You guys say you're hungry. We're starving. It was very, it gets a little theatrical. You know what I mean, Jordan? It's right on that line to edging over there into the theatrical side of things for sure. Thank you for starting us off with a nice donation, though, today. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate your support. But he's referencing, yeah, bye-bye. Get that one out of there. Hope I didn't actually, I think I accidentally sent one of those things out of here. Hopefully I didn't actually accidentally ban somebody there, Megan. Trying to send somebody out. We had a little bit of, we're going to be getting the spam today hot and heavy, I have a feeling. If I accidentally just banned you out, let me know. I don't think I did there. See, it's one of those days here. Just one of those days. I think we're okay. Yeah, I was trying to send out the spam, Megan. I think I got him. I don't think I sent somebody else out wrong. It might have just, you had already sent them too, and it just popped up on mine. I hope they start to maybe nail that stuff down. It's kind of weird how we can constantly ban them and they keep coming back. But whatevs. Whatevs there. All right, got the game about to start up here. They're taking their time to kick this thing off, huh? Interesting. Listed as a 5 o'clock start time. I don't know what's going on. Are they having some delay? You're on it, Megan. You're fine. I thought you might have just missed that one, so I was clicking it out. I didn't mean to send somebody. If I accidentally sent you, just let me know email-wise or whatever. I don't think I sent anybody, though. I just looked on the ban thing, and I didn't ban anybody out. So I guess this is going to be like a 5:25 start. Okay. Got to milk that preseason, baby. I guess when you got the champion Seattle Seahawks, you got to put them on prime time. I guess that's the way that works. I didn't see it. Am I missing something, or is it already started here? I'm missing it? Like they don't even have the players on the field here. Like they're still got the cameras on it looks like we're going to be a bit here. So start time, I guess, TBD. TBD. Oh, I got this one, Megan. I got that one. Bye. Brandon Fleury turns out to be a good play caller. We should have him for at least 4 years, right? Yeah, Brian. I mean, look, he should have some time he needs to develop. He hasn't even called a play. Is there a history of guys that come out and call plays in the first year and then are immediately able to go find a head coaching job? It can happen. It can happen the first 2 years, and the thing to think here is that, he is taking over a machine in a lot of ways, all these starters, and that there's a lot of opportunity here from to have some real quick initial success, whereas a typical new offensive coordinator might have to learn some ropes a little bit. And so I think that it's going to be as much determined, Ryan, by offensive success, but team success overall. And if the team's winning and the offense is good within that, then whether it's after this year or 2 years, there's just going to be that situation, especially if Kubiak has some success, where I think people are going to come calling. I think the thing that stood out really about this last offseason with the 10 teams that were hiring new coaches is that you have this type of turnover every year, and you're kind of cycling through any of the real name guys. You don't guys that might be the hot candidates. They're just sitting there waiting around for the right opportunity. Few and far between. Too many coaches going through too many guys, and not as many established names, I would say, right now as it's been in the past. And so I don't know if saying 4 years. I mean, I would like to hope it's going to be that long and all success, but in this day and age, things seem to be moving faster than ever with the coaching cycle and all of that. Yeah, you're good, Megan. You're catching them. They're coming fast already. They're coming fast. But you're on it. All right, come on, let's kick this thing off. Taking their sweet, sweet time out there. Of course, I was having my own little delay here to start on, so who am I to talk? Adam, with injuries to our wide receivers, does that mean we go to more tight end passes? It's more of a depth thing. In this game, no. Because you got your backup guys out there. You got your Whites. You've got some guys that Montario, you'll give them a lot of run. I mean, if anything, it just gives them more preparation run for probably having to call upon them more than you thought you were going to have to. Okay. So we are going to start the stream up. Got the kickoff to the Seahawks. They'll take it up here to about the 20 and taken down there on an arm tackle. And Drew Lock will be the man to take us out and start here. Bear with me 1 second here, trying to get this thing to go. Come on, baby. We'll get the scoreboard update in a second here. Lock coming out under center. I formation look here with a condensed split. White fakes motion back and forth. Lock changed the play based on the look he's getting, which is a 3-4 base. They're going to run right into the teeth of it. And head down goes to Arcadia right, dragging a defender for a nice little 4-yard gain. Good to see Arcadia out there. Come on, come on. Let me get this going. Okay. Block drops back. Quick pass to Cody White in a stop route. He'll have a first down. Okay. And that is not updated. Back under center's lock. 1st and 10 here. Motion goes Saubert. Back inside. Another inside carry here. Right up off the A gap. Simmons out there able to get a hand on him, though. Nice job by Jarkidi on the first 2 runs here of so I'm a little bit ahead of the action here. So Back to throw his lock. He's going to go out here into the flat. Gets it to the running back, but quickly swallowed up as Velus Jones in space there for what will be a loss. Cody Barton with the tackle on the play. First and down at 10 here after the penalty. Under center here with a two tight end look to one side. Lock, straight drop back. He's looking, goes through about three, reads, comes back to the flat route again to Velus Jones. Jones, nice job there. Not a lot of space to work with, but lowers his head on contact and is able to drive forward for a couple of yards. Lock, pitch outside here to Velus Jones. Velus takes it for again, nice little gain there. Just keeping his feet nifty and inside the out-of-bounds marker. Kind of slide that gain for a nice one forward. This will bring up probably 3rd and 1. Lock back under center here now. Royo goes in motion out to the flat. They'll go get Arroyo there off the motion. Very nicely done there. Love seeing that with Arroyo. A purposeful play in place to take advantage of some of that speed there out to the flat. Get him in motion prior to the snap. And then let him speed out there. Very nicely done. Well set up play there. And go off the play action where you had ran inside on a couple of the plays there early on in this drive to kind of set that up a little bit. So a nice bit of sequencing here by Fleury. We got a Seahawk player on the ground here after the play. Is that Kite, I believe? Mike McDonald coming out. Oh, no, it's looking like they're testing out the knee there. Testing the knee out for the ACL there. Not good. And that's Richmond. Richmond will actually be able to stand up here and walk off after they tested out that knee a little bit. Scary situation there is that's a guy that they like a lot on this team in the future. And seeing him go down like that is worrisome, but he does walk off under his own power. He's standing with his hands on his hips. They got him over there. They're going to take a look at him in the medical tent. Okay, so Locke back out here in shotgun now. And off inside to Jarcady out of, oh no, play action. Beautiful play action. And he gets a Royal wide open for a touchdown. Seahawks. Wow, it faked me out and the cameraman looked a little bit too. Locke, he had some nice play action last week. We saw a little bit of that ball action in play. He dug that thing up in the center gut of Jarcady Wright, yanked it out there at the last second, and I think he caught the Titans defense thinking that was run as well. Let's see if they caught the false steps walking forward in the run, which I think they did. Yeah. You get nobody took Arroyo, just complete blow coverage there at that point by the Titans defense, but partly set up by some beautiful play action there from Locke. Run a little bit on the opening drive, come through down on the second part of the drive, work some play action, work again some of the play action off of that. You got Arroyo going up the seam, a place that we've, kind of asked and called upon for them to utilize him this year. I mean, when he comes out of college, big part of what you want to do with him, I know it's very specific with him, but it's like sort of his little superpower, which is I'm a tight end that will get up the seam basically faster than most any tight ends are going to get up there. Once we get into that open field and those long legs are pumping, I'm going to be able to really generate some RPMs up there, some speed to get to that spot quicker than most will, and the coverage is not going to have a chance to get there. And in that case, that was a blown coverage, but just the want to utilize him in that way out the gate like this and say, like, let's have him up the slot there. That's all day long with him. He should be really, this should be a real way that Florian, especially with his tight end background, understands like this is the real good way to utilize him. And I think on that drive, you saw kind of the best two ways to utilize him. Rather than lining Arroyo up and saying, okay, run some slick route, he can do some of that, but really it's just use the space and the big size of the body a little bit. And it's running him out into the flat. It's running him up a seam. It's getting him from pre-snap motion into his route, then into post-snap. That's really how you kind of want to use him a bit. And hopefully has a role carved out on the team this year. But a nice opening drive, much like we had last week. The opening drive for your Seattle Seahawks goes for a touchdown. And how nice to see Arroyo, the former second-round pick, get a couple of catches on that drive, get the touchdown, get him some confidence going. That can't hurt too as well. Seahawks offense looking good. Drew Lock looking good. Man, he's last week he faked me out too with that ball action. That's not most of these quarterbacks are laissez-faire. They do the play action and it's kind of a half-hearted, he dumped that thing in the belly and kept that thing up in the belly. That was nice. That was really nice. I dig that. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Genty likely out for the year makes me happy that our team is taking it easy. Can't have more injuries like that. Over under on week 5, the Crosby house out now. Well, it doesn't help the cry if you have a Crosby stock staying with the Raiders, it's going up and down a little bit, that arrow does go down with a little bit of that injury. Although I will say that, man, Washington has looked phenomenal for the Raiders in the preseason. I don't know if he's ready to go take 20 carries a game. The injury. The injury to Genty is one that is one that really does suck because the kid you can tell he's going to be a dynamite player. If that is out for the year, that's bad. It's also a little bit of why the people with the running backs and it's for those guys that are pro running back. This kick goes on a hop here to the 2-yard line, brought back out to the 20 here. A little bit of an angle there, but Seattle closes it down quickly. Knock him out of bounds to the 28-yard line. Seahawks defense letting him over there. We've got a little bit of a kerfuffle over here on the sideline as the Titans and it's mostly the Seahawks players that aren't in pads telling him what's up. We got a flag on the play. They're ready for game one. I'd say. Personal foul penalty on the Titans there. Somebody must have done something over there on the sideline. A lot of bodies went over there, and somebody was being given the business, I'm guessing. 11:07 to go here in the first quarter. Get back to your Genty comment here in just a second on that, Kyle. There's a little bit to unpack there. Rightfully so. All right, the Titans are going to start out deep in their own territory at the 10-yard line. 3 wide receiver look to start things off. Hawks got a 4-man front here. Handoff inside the running back. He's got some headway to be made. Gets a 9-yard carry there for Pollard. Got a second and 1 here. Do we got another injury? Yeah, we got another injury here. Hawks player is going down. Not good. Anybody who sees, I can't see who it is. Can't tell who. Boy, oh boy. Come on now. Let's survive this. Don't tell me that's Bud. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bud Clark just broke his leg. Bud Clark just broke his leg. Damn. Just jumped over a pile, came down off the other side of the pile, landed, his foot goes sideways. Shoot. Oh boy. A couple injuries, and all these injuries are not just back end guys. These are guys that we kind of are looking at, man. Jeez Louise. Come on now. Let's survive this thing. Jeez Louise. Oh, he's going to be done for the year. I'll guarantee you that. They brought out the air cast. It ain't a. Yeah, maybe it's dislocated. I mean, if the dislocated actually is better than the break. Dislocated, you can technically come back. But I'm kind of with Bud Chicken. Let's just forfeit the game, get to the home. Jeez Louise. I'm sweating over here. I mean, like, it ain't the heat either. Oh my God. Woo! You know what I mean? Can we? Oh, it's all right. You're right. You're probably right, Brian. It's probably gonna be all right. It just, that leg goes sideways and you just go, ooh, yeah. And he did the thing instantly where it's, the guy holds up the leg and he's just holding it there and going, I don't. Holy mackerel. In regards to the Genti injury, it's one that, this is why I would caution, for a Raider team at the time that they picked Genti when they did, you really want to be hesitant to take I think running back there, and they're going to cart off. He's on the card here. He's getting congratulations he's getting get wells from his teammate. Hopefully you mend fast, big guy. We're going to need you. Heart goes out to the kid, though. Played so much college football, and to have an injury like that right out the gate here as a pro just sucks. Damn, dude. Come on, boys. Be careful out here. 2nd and 1. Seahawks come out with a 3-4 look here. Handoff back inside to Pollard. Pollard will get drugged down here for a short 2-yard gain. Riley Mills in on the tackle there. First down, though. Jesse Wells, yeah, Inmanwari got hurt game 1 last year. Empty look here for the Titans on 1st and 10. Seahawks with a 4-man front. Press to the top side. Off coverage on the lower side. Short, quick completion underneath here. Chris Paul Jr. quickly gathers up Wan'Dale Robinson and slings him down to the ground for a short gain. Seahawks kind of just went into a little bit of a soft coverage look there. 3 wide again. Play action pass. He's looking to go up over the top. Beautiful throw out there to Carnell Tate on a little fade route, and Tate couldn't quite reel the ball in. It's one of those ones I think that when you come back to telling a receiver, if it hits you in both your hands, you got to make the catch. Big Nogany on in coverage there. Just operating out of a condensed split fade. I guess it was a little. I guess it was a little. It was a little overthrow. Shotgun look here now. Trips to the far side of the field. Ward's going to change the play. Quick throw out in the flat. Two Seattle Seahawks run into each other, and that leaves Tony Pollard wide open, running down the football field for a first down. It's like they run a little rub route there, and it worked as intended, clipping the two Seahawks players, causing them to run into each other and create a quick opening there for Pollard to go with the catch in the run. First and 10. 9:15 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0. Ward to go back under center here now. Stay in the 3 wide receiver look. Pollard still in the backfield. Fake draw play here. They'll throw it back up over the top, and good tight coverage out there, and really no window to throw into. Ward was trying to fit something in tight, but no separation on the play. I think that might have been Igbinoghene again in coverage down there. Looking good. Shotgun look. 3 wide again here. Hawks bring a little bit of a late blitz. It has an effect on Ward. Ward kind of scrambling around, looking around. Riley Mills in chase. Wow, I can't believe he actually completed that pass. It's going to be a very short gain. Nice hit on the play there by the linebacker, but Ward just again can sometimes do some magical things where Riley had him completely edged out there to the sideline with very little space to get that throw off and able to just put it right on the sideline there for instead of an incomplete, nice 3-yard gain there. Third down, 7-play, 53-yard drive here. 3rd and 7. Seahawks showing a blitz, 2 men up in the A gap. Ward kind of looking for some indicators here. Doesn't look totally clear on what he's seeing. They run a little orbit motion with the running back, and he's going to change the play up now and finally decide. Play clock winding down here. They're going to stick the running back up in the A gap. Dropping back, Seahawks blinging the blitz. And he's going to go up over the top again here to Malik Ionamore, and incomplete. Beautiful play and coverage out there. Will Fuller Jr. with a nice play in coverage, especially good at getting the head around. Again, going back to that sort of slot fade route they were trying to hit early in this drive. Little bit of separation, gets himself back tucked under the man and gets his head turned back to the ball so that you can't, there's no PI there. Just a really great play there. Outstanding technique on that play where you're beat a little bit. How do you make up, get into the man, and then get that head turned back around? And even if there's contact, it's going to be considered incidental if you're able to get your actual head turned back around and not too late. 55-yard field goal attempt here for the Titans will be banged through. It was going to slip its way to the right side there, but just kept itself to the inside of the right upright. Titans will go 7-3 on an 8-play drive there, but nice job by the coverage unit out there. Holy guacamole. Get out of here. Get your butts out of here. All right, Cal. Sorry, man, on the lateness on this. We had some stuff going on here. So first off on Genty, Jeremiah Love gets drafted by the Cardinals, and I'd bring a lot of worries as to why the Cardinals would do that, because what the Cardinals did is they replicated the Raiders' Ashton Genty situation. Our offense isn't really ready. We don't really have our quarterback. Our offensive line's kind of shaky. Our defense is crap. Let's go get a running back. And you can see with a guy like Genty that this is just not the right time to do it. It's got to be kind of the cherry on top, not the sundae itself. And this is my worry with Jeremiah Love, is that you draft this guy without the preparations to maximize him. He's going to get, beaten up and probably injured in this kind of environment. I just don't think it's a good pick for the right time. Not that you should never take a running back that high early, but that you need to have your team right to do so, I think. And the teams don't take that into account. Certainly the Raiders didn't. I think that Carroll and company were kind of really caught up on the thought process of replicating what he did here with Marshawn. But that was also a Seahawks offensive line with Marshawn that was, to my point, well situated. We'll see with Crosby, though. I think that's a very fluid type situation there, and certainly one that we're going to be probably checking in probably throughout the course of a couple times this year. Kyle with another $5. Thank you for that, Kyle. Appreciate you for that. Double dip dono. Fully believe that Shanahan will part ways with San Francisco if they don't win it all. I think he goes to Cincy if that happens. Zach Miller isn't a good head coach, IMO. Well, I definitely think to your point on that, Zach Miller is in a real position that's probably going to see him. You better sink or swim this year from the Bengals standpoint. He barely survived last year, and hell, a third of the coaches got clipped throughout the year last year. So, you better be careful. And I'd reckon that they've set themselves up so much by it all being kind of on this or not. And Burrow might ask out after this year, and that might all happen. So, I think that it's very possible Shanahan can end up moving on. It does seem to feel like a little bit of like Shanahan needs almost a new stop. He almost needs a refresh, and not that he's bad or he's done something wrong or that he's not the great coach or that he hasn't been good. It just like this happens. Coaches get places for about 10 years and stuff can sometimes get a little stale and stagnant. Now, with that said, they still went to the playoffs last year with a beaten up team, and that team stays halfway healthy here. It could be much different. Kickoff with 8:02 here in the first quarter. We'll drive back the returner. Oh, nope, you took it out. Jeez. Woo. Henderson Jr. there stepped out, and then he stepped back into the end zone, was about to down it for a safety, and his partner's like, no, don't do that. Come on. Nope, now you got to come out. Now you got, no. Now you got to come out. Holy crap. Woo. But I think the one thing I would say to that, Kyle, would just be that if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're a street free agent as far as a head coach goes, again, you got some great comments here, so got to get back into this. We got Drew Lock back under center here now. Seahawks go with 3 wide receivers to start this one off. Ooh, Jarcadia Wright made an interesting cut there. It looked like he had an outside zone play set up there, and he decided to cut that back inside, strangely. No, there was a guy in the hole. What are you going to do? Good play. Somebody must have missed a block there. 2-yard loss on the play, 2nd and 12. Lock and shotgun. 3 wide. Lock, instant pressure. He gets it out to Saubert. Saubert's going to get run out of bounds here with a short 2-yard gain, but Lock couldn't do much anything there. I think that was Simmons again, maybe in the backfield with some quick pressure. Simmons working against Christian Haynes. Just eliminates Haynes' hands-on contact. Sends Haynes' hands up like this, like he's signaling a fair, like he's signaling a good kick, and then just whips his way around him. Blitz look here from the Titans. 2 up in the A gap. 3 wide receiver shotgun look for Seattle. Lock drop back here. He's looking around. He's going to try to run this a little bit and see. He might have a little bit of space. He's going to lower his head and get that first down. Drew Lock, back-to-back weeks, showing you not only the ball action on the play fakes, but that he's got a little bit of dog in him. I said he's got a little bit of dog in him. I said he's got a little bit of dog in him. Let's go, Drew. Let's go, Drew. He's not a man with just a mighty hose. He's also got a mighty will to compete. Back under center's Drew. Hand off here. Jarcadia right up the middle. Jarcadia's got room, and Jarcadia's loose in the open field to the 30, to the 20, to 15. They're not going to catch that man untouched into the end zone. Jarcadia right. Welcome back to the Seahawks. Backfield's fine. Backfield's fine. Jarcadia gets a hole up the middle, and vroom, 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 right on through. A little bit of a gap concept here from Seattle. Indeed. Beautifully blocked. I mean, it was picture perfect block. You're bringing 2 linemen post-snap back across the formation. You've got receivers trying to create a wall then to kind of the backside of the play over here. So you got 2 perfect things working in tandem there where the pullers hit their spot just at the right time where the receivers are coming down to create the wall against that side, giving him a perfect little lane there. Yeah, that's as well as how it was blocked up there, and it's a beautifully timed blocked up play. As I often reference with a scheme, it's not often about necessarily just getting guys pushed off the line of scrimmage. There's some of that that's always going to be in every offense, but there's a lot of timing and hitting blocks at just that right time so that then you can hit that play. And it's if you can get everybody in tandem, and that's the hard part about this scheme. That's why it takes time. That's why when you have cohesion and continuity over a given year or two span, that it starts to really sink in and work together, because something that's hard is going to take longer to master. And that type of play is what you see there, where it's as soon as those guys come around in the formation on the pull, here comes the hammer with the receivers and the tight ends to close it down here, and then you create the corridor. Beautiful. Beautifully blocked up. Beautifully blocked up. And the Seahawks get a penalty for celebrating too hard. It's just how it is with us. Myers is like, thanks. I need a little bit extra distance on this field goal, and he's going to miss it. So the Seahawks have a 13-3 lead there. Arcadia back in effect. I just, the one thing I would say, Kyle, is that you might be right from the standpoint of like the opportunity to go to a place with a guy like Burrow and the receivers he would have would be maybe a little bit of a draw. But what if Burrow wants to be out of there? They're not winning this year. If he's not in the playoffs, then he's probably asking for a trade. And then also, I would think that with Shanahan, he's going to have his pick of the litter of places that he could go to. And if that's going to be the case, if he doesn't get let go, why would you want to go to a cheap organization like the Bengals that don't typically spend as much money as other teams in the NFL? I'd be going to one of these cash-rich places that just everybody, blank check, basically. Blank check for your staff. And that's the key here, is not just blank check for we'll pay for the players, but blank check to actually put together a top-notch staff. So, I know Atlanta just signed a coach, but that would have been the type of situation I would have seen him potentially, head into. I'm trying to think of a couple other places that, might stand out. We got to try to anticipate as well who would be those teams that this year would be. I still think he comes back for multiple years. I think that owner likes him quite a bit, but Indy? Could Indy come calling? I feel like it'd be AFC more than it would be NFC. Obviously the Jets. But again, he'd have his pick of what would be the best place of, those spots. And Cincinnati might have the best talent of available coaches. Just that if I was a coach going in there, I'd be worried about how much they're willing to spend, how cheap they are. You can only get so far in draft and development. You eventually got to bring your checkbook. Kyle, you're awesome though, man. Thank you for the donation. Richard Stewardson, thank you for 21 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Folks, you can become a member today, and we're going to be doing Hard Knocks watch along this Tuesday. We've got a member. We'll be doing a call-in show as well. We do PFF scores next Monday to you guys on that side of it. So we will keep that clicking on and going for you guys on that end of things. But Richard, thank you for the 21 months of that support. Very kind of you for that. HHG, thank you for the 36 months, 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. This is just joined in time for the Clark News. Welp. Yeah. There's no way to dress it up other than what it is. That's a hit. That hurts. And we'll hope, you don't want to hope for injury. We got the return here up to the 10, 20, again, angled out to the right like before. Again, Seattle does a good job of closing it down just as he gets past the 20. Montario Foster there to make the tackle. Again, some chippiness on that sideline. You think that returner would have avoided the Hawks sideline that time just for that sake alone. But no. He's about to try to go get back into it. And, the only thing we can hope, and I don't hope, is just maybe it's a dislocation, and that dislocations can be, a guy can come back in the year from the dislocation, but if it's broken, if it's got multiple things going on, a ligament too, then that changes the game as well. So hopefully the kid can recover quick, but man, it does hurt. It definitely does hurt, and not much you can say on it other than that. Your heart goes out to the kid. He's a fine player, seems to be having a good camp. Dropping backs, Cam. Quick throw again underneath there. Chris Paul Jr. closes down quickly there in coverage and makes the tackle. Chris has looked pretty good and reactive in coverage here. You're dropping him back, spot dropping, and he's got to jump on those routes that are just kind of short little stop routes. But he's made a couple tackles in space. Hopefully it's not too bad, HHG, but boy, it didn't look good, and may open up for us to have to take a look at what we're going to have to do for that position as far as depth, because he's really supplying depth at a couple of different positions right now. We've got an offset I formation look with Carnell Tate going to the near side, stacking the receivers to that side. They're then going to try to run this back up inside here, and he's going to get cut down with a short gain. Brandon Peely in there nicely. A couple players. Good job there. Shutting that down. They'll still be short of the first down by a couple of yards, bringing up third down. We'll see how it goes with him. Richard, thank you for the $5 donation. $5 a pound. Are we going to do it again this season? Ooh, baby, I think we are, man. I think we are. I'm going to eventually do a show here regarding a little bit of the prediction game on this season with just specifically our Hawks and the pathway. Yep, I'll be right back to this in a sec here, Richard. Shotgun here for Cam Ward. 4 wide, 3 wide to the near side of the field. Got the tight end isolated to the far side. That's where they want to target. Nope, they'll come back underneath here. Beautiful play back in space by, that's Surratt. Surratt comes in and closes up that play quick. Nice little route concept. You go to the tight end that you got singled up to that side. You have them kind of run that little skinny fade thing that they keep hammering like a spam button. But then they run the running back underneath. So a pretty cool little design. And Surratt all over it, closes it right up on it. And it's going to bring up a 4th and 1 that's going to see the Titans potentially going for it here with 3:49 to go in the first quarter. Okay. Adds a chance. Definitely would not be doing this in the regular season. Let's just say that. Cam showing off a little bit of inside run here. They got him. I think he stopped. I think Chris Paul Jr. got him. Let's go, boys. Chris Paul caught him. Guy looked like he had some momentum, but Paul able to kind of hold him up there and be strong. Held him up in place. The cavalry kind of arrived, able to pull him back just enough and keep him just behind that first down marker. I think this is going to be a turnover and downs. You're going to have to give him a very favorable spot for this thing to be a first. Come on. We're talking a little bit about the Sam Darnold marriage thing right now, so I can't tell. Congrats to Sam. So the Seahawks offense will come out. Okay, guys, let's get to the action. They're on to the 35-yard line of the Titans side of the football field. Arroyo back on the field here. 2 tight end look for the Seahawks. Lock under center. Dropping back to pass. He's got a blitz. He doesn't see it. He's going to have to go up top here. It goes way up over the top, and he just kind of throws it to Nowheresville there. That ball will be picked off at the 2-yard line, but Locke is indicating that he's got a pass interference call down the football field as maybe the defender kind of panicked there a little bit. We'll see what the call is. There is a flag. Got a little worried there that Locke was about to get decleated as it didn't seem like he saw the blitzer come off there late off his front side. Illegal contact here by the Titans player. And that'll be an automatic first down. Flott got called for it, and he just starts, I don't know. It's illegal contact, so they're showing it late in the play here. The contact happened earlier on, and so this is kind of strange on their part as it must have happened earlier where the contact just too long down the field. Boy, they got him. Yeah, they got it. I don't know. That was pretty light. Under center is locked now. Handoff here outside to Velus Jones. Velus Jones is going to be corralled in the backfield there for a TFL. Gray, their fine linebacker, they're out of North Carolina, makes the tackle. Kid had a solid rookie year for them. It's a good little player coming out. Not really like widely, looked as a great bright prospect. I don't know there with that flag, guys. I don't know. It was maybe a little ticky-tacky. Shotgun look here for the Seahawks. 3 wide. Lock dropping back to throw. He's going to get out here into the flat. Definitely a little bit of an emphasis you can see here so far by the Seahawks in working the flat routes to the running backs here in the preseason a little bit. Is out to Katie Wright again. Very short little gain. Lock so far, 5 of 5 for 66 yards and a touchdown. 2:41 to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look. False start here. It's like Martario Foster got running a little bit early there. Third down and 16. Where from Lock's standpoint, quarterbacking wise, you're thinking, let's regular season, you want to get ready for it. Let's get a completion, make this a little bit of an easier throw. Ugh. Nice little bubble screen out to Henderson there. Henderson does a good job to get the ball upfield. Not a great throw by Lock. Got up a little bit high there where he's got to jump. You want that thrown right in there where he can tuck that ball and get it upfield. You don't want him having to corral it way up here and then get down. You lose a little bit of the momentum of the play. Still able to get a good little 7 yards on the play, 7-8 yards on the play, making this a little bit more of a makeable field goal attempt here for Jason Myers. .48-yard attempt. Myers last season, 41 of 48. 57 was his long. Snaps down. Kick is up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Kick is good. Field goal. Good. 16-3 Seahawks taking a nice little lead here to begin things off. You'd love to see it. J. Mai with a 50-yarder. With a nice 50-yarder. But Richard, yeah, I think that we have as good a chance to do this as ever. It's really for a couple of different reasons I would point to. I think that it is a young team that's just still getting into its bloom. You know, that this isn't an old team at the end. It wasn't on its last legs. It's a very young roster. Bringing everybody back for the most part. I think that you're flying under the radar in a strange way that Super Bowl winners don't typically do, and that usually when Super Bowl winners are not flying under the radar and everybody's aware of them, and you're getting everybody's best game. And I feel like because people are kind of putting this crown on the Rams a little bit, it's like they're more of the ones that are going to get that kind of experience a bit, where Seattle's able to just kind of keep doing what they're doing, you know? And I think that helps them sort of maintain this energy and intensity and just whatever kind of, you know, rhythm they've found themselves in this last year that's been so perfect. I think it can sustain because of that. And then it's also a combination too, Richard, because of the fact that I look around across the league and I still think the AFC is weaker than the NFC, as has been the past couple of years. And then I think as well that the NFC teams that are supposed to be the true contender teams, aside from the Rams, have really had off seasons that are very light and that just don't feel like a team that was adding on top of what they had last year. We were this last year. Now we're going to throw this on top of that so we can take another step forward, become that much better of a team. They didn't feel like that. They all are, as I've talked about, it's all one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back. And in some cases, just steps back. So I think we got a great chance to do it, man. I really do. Thank you, though, Richard. Appreciate your support and being a member of the channel as well. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Haynes made up for that bad pass pro snap, laughing out loud. He did, man. He did. And he had some good reps last week, 72 grade by PFF, but the tape kind of aligned to that too as well, as there were some snaps in there where he was having kind of a Bradford game where you'd have the one snap where you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on, brother? And then he'd come back with the next snap and he'd be like on point, locking it down, doing what he needs to do in a variety of ways, both as a run blocker, moving in space, and a little bit in pass pro too. So Haynes hasn't been too bad this preseason so far. I dare say that there's even a little bit of some improvement we've seen from the kid. And nice to see they got him at right guard rather than trying him at center, which tells us that they still have some hope for him at the right guard position. This kick will go on a bounce, fielded about the 1 yard line here. Titans returner will take it back to about the 24-yard line. Good job by the kickoff coverage unit. Cody White leading the way there on the tackle. Titans will take over with 1:13 to go here in the first quarter. It's been a lively first quarter. Seahawks offense making some waves. Defense having some plays. Only upsetting part is that we have lost Bud Clark for who knows how long at this point with a seemingly very major injury. Titans still rocking out a lot of their starters out here. Latham, Carnell Tate, still got Cam Ward. Iona Moore's out there. They've got their starting tight end out there. So they're still trying to get some good work in here. Another little throw out to the flat. Beautiful play in space. That's how you hit him. Nice job by the Seahawks defender, starting to feel a little bit of this fact this Titans team's trying to pick on these little routes where it's kind of a flood concept where you're running the route one and then you run somebody right behind the route of a guy just leaving there, holding on the Titans offense on the play. And it's going to be a repeat of first down. But they're sort of running these routes where you go up and then you run the running back right behind it. And you're hoping that first guy kind of runs off the coverage a little bit. It was a cool concept when they started to run it, but now they're just kind of like that little slot fade thing. They're just kind of hammering it a little bit. I got to say, Daboll's offense, there's a lack of imagination here. Okay. Not really sure what they're doing exactly. 1st and 20 for the Titans. Ward dropping back to throw. This has been the best thing for them, just these short little throws into the middle of the field. About a 4 or 5 yard gain. That'll bring up second down. Clock will roll below 1 minute to go here in the first quarter. Bellinger with the catch. Titans are going to run a little bit of hurry up here with Cam. 2nd and 12. Seahawks showing a blitz here. They bring it from the other side. Fall out of it one way, bring it from another end. Great tackle in space there. Another throw out to the flat to Tajay Spears. And Bell out there in space to Anthony Bell. Boy, does he become all that much more important now as Bud Clark goes down, that this is the guy that will need to come forward in his stead. Nice little play out in space there by DeAnthony Bell. 3rd down and 8. Again, the Titans are going hurry up here. Seahawks again showing a heavy blitz. They've got 6 guys in the line of scrimmage. Cam trying to adjust, thinking about just things. He doesn't. He'll drop in just what they've got called. Again, going back to the fade route here. Down the football field, Igbenogany Titan coverage. And that ball's incomplete, but there will be a flag. Igbenogany kind of showing you the opposite there of what we saw from Fuller, I think, on the prior coverage, where digs himself on that fade, digs himself into the receiver, doesn't get the head back around for the ball, and that's where they're going to call that. Again, back to just holy crap with Daboll. Your passing offense seems to have like 4 different things. You're either going to run bubble, you're going to run a slot fade, you're going to run a flood zone concept to the running back in the flat, or you're hitting stop routes underneath. That's all he's doing right now. I know it's preseason, but is this just you working on it? There we go. A little screen game. That's a little bit better. A little screen out there for 9 yards. Catches Seattle a little bit on their heels, trying to get upfield too much. And that will be the final play here of the first quarter. Seahawks with a 16-3 lead. Good catch though, Jordan. Not a bad little first quarter there from Haynes. Chase Stern, thank you for the $2 donation, $5 donation, Chase. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. Thank you for that. Imagine playing your 1s against our 2s and still losing. Oh. Yeah, it's probably why they're extending out a little bit of that offensive look here with the 1s, right? Is that you don't want this to be the taste of your mouth because you might not be having those guys even play next week. So, let's get them a little bit of confidence to finish this out, a bit there. But good start, man. Look, offense is looking good and making things happen, and purposely so, not just because it's blown this, blown that. Some nice sequencing of plays there by Fleury. That's very encouraging. 2 opening touchdowns now for Fleury to start out his career. It's a very good sign about how you're scripting things up and how you're working on things prior to the week with some of those plays. Very good indicators here, man. But yeah, that's kind of funny. Jordan, thank you for the 32 months, almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Says, let's go. Let's go, man. Earl J. Kaole, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. And new members of the channel, we will be this Tuesday having the watch along with Hard Knocks. I got the community post out for that today. So go to your community post and you can get the link to that show. That's going to be on Tuesday. We'll be doing a call-in show here shortly as well for members of the channel. Every month we do that. So, yeah, a lot set up here for you guys here into the future. We'll get the PFF scores out to you guys as well for those members. It's good to see you in the house, though, Earl. Thank you for rejoining as a member, man. I do appreciate you for that. You guys are tremendous in all of your kind support to the channel. If I may really quickly here, I'd just like to thank the sponsor of the show. The sponsor of the show is America's #1 sports app, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks right now has a code HMA that if you do the code HMA or just click the link down in the description section below, and you do get a $5 winning ticket of any type, $5 winning ticket on their deal, they'll put $150 into your account. $5 win, $150 in your account. You can't beat that, and all you got to do is use my code or just click that link down in the description section below. There's so many different options to pick from baseball to baseball fantasy, got the football fantasy, the seasonal picks, the players picks, any kind of sports you want to get into, they got it over there. So many different options. Put your sports knowledge to the test today. Go win yourself some money in doing so. And do remember to please gamble responsibly. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. But I've got right here my picks for the season already out the gate. I'll be adding to these picks, of course. But Jackson Smith over 1,324 yards on the year. Jacoby Myers over 750 yards on the year. These are my just two initial picks. I think you can take the over as well on Jadarian Price, as he's looking pretty good too in addition to that. But take advantage today. Prize Picks. Go win yourself some money. And shout out to them for sponsoring. Play action pass from under center here. We're going to get a blitz here from Surratt. He does not. Oh, Surratt with a beautiful play. So Surratt messes up. He's there on he's the free blitzer. It's a beautifully timed blitz. He's on top of Ward. Ward does what he does, which is just escape. Surratt's in chasing him now. Surratt has to go Superman mode. Superman mode to knock the ball out because Ward's carrying around like a loaf of bread. And he's able to knock the ball out and keep that play from going to being a positive. Turns it into a 3rd and 7. Nice play by Surratt. Linebacker Surratt Paul been pretty good today. Ward shotgun. Three wide plus the tight end. Seahawks show 5-man blitz, fall out of it. Pressure, mounting, pocket collapsing here. Ward doing what he does. Escaping, throwing it up. Finding a man for an incredible completion. That's just what he does. All hope is lost. He's losing sideline. He's getting edged over there bit by bit. You're going, there's no way he can complete anything. We saw a play like this last year in the play we played the Titans where he just got hammered out of bounds on a throw and still completed the ball just like this, where he's just throwing a prayer up. And, oh, it's incomplete, they're saying. Oh, the tight end sold on him. Oh, you got to get that foot down. You got to toe tag, drag, swag that thing. Oh, I'd be so mad if I was Ward. Don't you do that in the regular season. You better make that catch. You better get those feet down. So that means it will be a punt. And that punt will go back into the end zone here where it will be back to the 20-yard line. Wow. Ward's a fun player, though, man. Not many. I don't think there's many quarterbacks in the sport here that can make those kind of throws. You have like a Mahomes, but there's a lot that can't. Very, very good defensive showing today here from this team. Looks like they probably responded to a little bit of Mike saying, "Come on, guys. Last week was not. That is not the way." Yeah, Cam Ward's the starting quarterback. They've had him in there for a while. They've got him into the second quarter, too. So it's weird as the Titans feel like they've been the team that practiced more than any team out there, too, for the inter-squad practices and whatnot. Lock still in here under center. Hand off to Jarcadia right up the middle. That's kind of how they've used Jarcadia. There's been a lot of the inside kind of running there. He'll gain about a yard on the play. Titans close that thing up. Jarcadia with a big old run here. We got loose on one of those inside carries on a gap concept. Man, it's mosquito time. In Southern California, you got like 3 weeks where it's mosquito time. You're good the whole rest of the year. And they come out and they just devour like piranhas in the late summer. Shotgun here with Locke. 3 wide receiver look. A little bit of a condensed split to the near side. Titans staying in a 4-man front here. Locke. Got a little bit of time, clean pocket, going through his reads, gets it back out into the flat there to Jarcadia Wright. Jarcadia tries to make a move there, does all he can. Hell of a fight there by Jarcadia Wright. I mean, he gave you everything he could on that to try to just carve out the 4-yard gain he was able to go get. It looked like it was a yard at best in the way the defense was closing around him. He just kind of, nice little sidestep here, able to turn this into a 3rd and makeable situation, a 3rd and 5. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance today, folks. Helps out the channel tremendously. And sub on up. We're on the road to 30,000. It's free to you. All right, blitz look here from the Titans. They've got a 5-man pressure look and a lot of guys around the line of scrimmage who could be adding to that. Lock, shotgun, dropping back, late pressure's coming. He's got to get rid of it. Finds his man there. Wide open is Ricky Wright, able to be run out of bounds there, but not before he got the first down. Great job by Locke hanging in there and letting the play develop. He goes 8 of 8 now for 79 yards. Drew looking good. Falling off that back foot there just to give White enough time to kind of clear that route. 1st and 10. Sorry, he's 9 of 9 for 95 yards now. Fleury with the good game call here. Props to him as well. Seahawks going to start out on shotgun here on 1st and 10. Got kind of a trips look to the far side of the field. White goes in motion. Fake to him. To Arcadia White. Oh, Lordy. One of the more egregious face masks I've ever seen in my life. He almost exorcised him. We almost saw a meta on the football field. I think Jarcadia is going to need to get fusion surgery in his neck on the 3 and the 4 and the L5. That hurt my neck. Oh my God. I need an old priest and a young priest. You know what I mean? Oh. Yeah, my neck could be hurting a little bit too. He's like pointing his neck on the sideline. Yeah, you don't say. I'm surprised we're not bringing you out of a body bag after that one. All right, the ball goes on to the Titans side of the football field. Under center's Lock here. He's going to play action roll to his left. Softly try to toss this back over to Brady Russell for what will be about a half-yard catch there. That play just kind of looked ugly from the rip. 11:25 to go in the second quarter. All right, we're going to give him a half yard on that. See how it's got the ball back, Ryan, because that catch wasn't the catch there to the tight end. 3 wide receiver look here. Arroyo still in the game here for Seahawks. Another shotgun look for Locke. Locke's going up top. Ooh. Tries to fit it into Arroyo there on the little fade ball there down the seam. Kind of looked like he gave Arroyo a bit of a chance on that throw. Let's see if the defender might have gotten a knock there. It's just kind of a little bit of a wheel route there, soft wheel route. I'd like another angle there to see if that was, there we go. It's good coverage. You'd like to see the bigger man go up there and maybe make the play on the ball itself there. You know, if possible on that one. That would be your ideal there with Royal. Why is it 1st and 10? Did they call a penalty on that? Yeah, I can understand why they call a penalty. He was definitely grabbing onto his arm there. Is that what that was? Oh, it was taunting? Okay. I was like, well, it wasn't horrible coverage. I guess I could see it. So, taunting penalty. Titans shooting themselves in the foot here. Ball down to the 29-yard line in the back of a couple of 15-yard penalties. Back under center is Locke here. Handoff on an outside zone run to Arcadia Wright, and he's not going to go anywhere there. Hawks just couldn't get really any real push. Second down and 10. Quick snap here by Locke. Again, great ball action there. Just get rid of it, buddy. Just get rid of it. All right, he completes it there to Brady Russell for a short 2-yard gain. Locke seems like he's really worked on that play action fake. I mean, he's really doing a good job of mastering that. And you could see how he could kind of freeze the defense. And what it led to on that play was really giving him a little bit of extra time as he cleared the rollout to kind of sit there and assess that if you don't do a good play action fake and the defense closes quicker on that, you don't get that extra time. But he's doing it nice. He's getting the defense faked out well with it. It's a small little detail of playing quarterbacking, but there's some guys that are just very lazy about it, don't work on it, and thusly they don't fake the defense out as much. All right, pressure-based look here from the Titans. It's looking cover 0 from him. They've got everybody up on the line of scrimmage practically. They drop out of it. Drew sits back. He's going to go up over the top here. He's got a man. Montario Foster, did he catch it or not? They're saying hit the ground. Oh, that's why I was waiting. Montario Foster in the back of the end zone thought he had it. The officials are still talking it over a little bit. One official maybe trying to tell the other one, no, it was a touchdown. You can certainly challenge this if it's not. Montario went Superman, laid out for that thing. Tough catch, tough degree of difficulty. He makes the snag, and yeah, that's going to be that's not a catch. So the ball hit the ground, ball's moving. That's a good call by the official. Ball hits the ground. It's moving all the way with the control of it, so it's not the hands there. Good try by Montario, but that was just a little too far out in front there. Just a little bit. Jason Myers will come out now for a 44-yard field goal attempt. 1 of 1 already today, hitting a 48-yarder. Snap is good, holds down, kick is drifting to the right, and it will be no good. So a missed PAT, a missed field goal attempt. Kind of a rough preseason period here for Myers to start things out. Come on, we do not need bad Jason Myers this year. No. More coffee here. I'll be right back. David, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, David. Trade for a safety now. Whew. I think you've got to think of it at this point, David, as something that John's got to add to the, prior to this game coming in, you're not thinking about as necessarily being something on your radar per se. It is something that's kind of like, maybe. Now it has to be more of, we've got to be on the lookout for any market opportunity out there that can exist to bring a guy in like that. So it does become a situation now. Yeah. If the ankle's dislocated, you can maybe wait on this a little bit, but this is problematic on a couple different areas. It's problematic to the safety depth and it's problematic to the slot depth, because the ideal here is not to have Devin Witherspoon move back into the slot if something happens to Imanwari. But unfortunately, that does look like a little bit of the reality right now, given that Bud Clark was going to be that backup option, and that might be off the table now. So it could be as much of David looking for the safety slot guy that can do a bit of both of those things. Could be that you're looking for just the pure slot guy, but as that backup. But it does mean now you've got to kind of have that on the radar, I think, because I would estimate that that's going to be a little bit of a long-term injury. And our safety room now, we don't have the Tayakata backing up. Tayakata's the starter. So the safety room does get a little bit lean, or just a bit there, David, little worrisome on that one. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. B, do you think Nino comes back with the injuries? Well, you never know. And there certainly has been times the team's gone back to former players in the past. Anything is possible. It kind of depends on where, Quandre's at in his retirement. Sometimes these guys retire and they check out. Some of the guys retire and they still train like they're still playing, that they're still like, yeah, there's a year or two, you never know there. Titans will start out here with the ball at the 34-yard line, under center here, handoff, and quickly snuffed out in the backfield. Brandon Peely with another play in the backfield here. He's been really good against the run today, as Brandon Peely. He is showing up. And let's face it, in a dogfight with guys like Devin Eastern and Singleton to try to get that last defensive tackle position on the roster locked up. 8:57 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 16-3. Second and 13 now. Titans are going to their backups here. Maybe part of the reason you saw a TFL in the first play, if you know what I'm saying. But we'll see what they can manage out here now. Four-man front from the Seahawks. Shotgun look here from the Titans. Dropping back to pass it. He's going to go down on a sack. O'Toole there instantaneously with the sack. Quick pressure by O'Toole. Feel good for him. He's had a bit of a quiet camp. Able to find his way back there, and quick pressure by the Seahawks going after the second team unit of the Titans like that. Ivy on one side, Toole on the other. Riley Mills out in the field here still. It's 3rd down and 20. A little bit of time to throw there, but a short completion that will be far short of the first down to Restrepo. And that will bring up 4th down. Titans thinking about going for this? Titans are just like, we're not punting in the preseason. It's not going to be a thing. They thought about it. Looks like they're going to go to the punt unit. Mitchell Trubisky is the backup in Tennessee. I'd forgotten about that. We'll see with Nino, though, man. That's a possibility. It's kind of like everything's on the table now in consideration there a little bit. Another punt for the Titans. It's been a rough day for their offense. Good day for the Seahawks defense. Oh, shoot. The puff will be muffed by White and recovered by the Titans. White just struggled to get his hands on it. Didn't seem to be seeing it clearly the whole way. Not able to get him under there. And, come on, Cody. Especially on a fair catch, Just secure the catch. Boy, his tracking on that was completely off. Like, he had to go back and try to do a Willie Mays catch. He was so far off on tracking where the punt was at. Bad play there by Cody. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. But B, the Rams used the ground to secure an interception just a couple of years ago when no hand was under the ball. Why doesn't that count as a touchdown? Yeah, it's a good point. With me, that's one of my little sensitive areas where I will fully admit I still have no idea what a damn catch is in this sport. Not anymore. I don't know what it is. Sometimes the ground can help. Sometimes it can help. I'm told it's about the ball moving, but sometimes I've seen the ground help and the ball moves. Handoff on outside zone run here. Short 2-3 yard gain there by the Titans. So it gets confusing, And they've added so much arbitrary aspects to these calls on catches that any officiating rule could just kind of game by game it can change. So to your point, it's a frustrating one, that one, and I really wish they streamlined it down to being like, this is the catch. We don't need a book of extras on top of it to delineate. Just this is a catch. Trubisky under center here, 2nd and 6. Ball at the 8 yard line. Hand off to the back. He's going to try to run this up inside for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. Brandon Peely again in there making plays, looking good. Uso in there as well. How about Uso Semola? Making a little bit of something happen. Bring up a 3rd down for the Titans, who are just trying to make something happen here. It has been a rough go for them. Thank you, though, Jordan. Appreciate the fiver, man. Good point. Good point. Third down and 4. Shotgun look here for Trubisky. 2 wide and a tight end to the far side of the field. Dropping back to throw. He's going to try to run this. Get on his ass. Oh, he throws it at the last minute there. We do have a flag on the play. Touchdown to Restrepo. And Seahawks are pointing the flag is going to be on the Titans. Just a little bit of an offensive pass interference play here. Is that why that was opened? Sloppy game for the Titans, man. Looks like it's a hold on this play on the offensive line. So that will wipe the touchdown on the board and take them back 10 yards. Little disjointed. Third and 14. Shotgun Trubisky here. Pressure mounting there and thrown up over the top to Nowheresville. Trubisky seemed to think that he was the receiver was running one route and player he threw was throwing a different route. Little miscommunication there. So fourth down, the Titans will have no choice but to try to have a field goal attempt here. Great job on the Hawks defense today, though. They have been stout. Good against the run, good against the pass, applying some pressure. Get in the backfield on these runs. Joey Sly comes out. First one made a 55-yard to begin things here in this game for the Titans, with their only score, I should say. Snaps down, holds down, kicks up, kicks good. 16-6 is the score here with 5:27 to go. Sorry, Kitty. 5:27 to go here in the second quarter. Dalton, thank you for the $5 donation, Dalton. Brandon, what the hell is going on with Myers? I'm concerned. Also, isn't Elijah Arroyo a starter? Why is he playing so much in the preseason? Well, the first point on Myers, I'm hoping not. I will say Dalton, it was the weirdest thing as I watched it for a couple of years as a pattern and tracked it back to his time with the Jets. That in Myers, you have a guy that paid for 10 years, and that for 10 years, his career went that he'd have a great year and then a down year, a great year, then a down year, great year, then a down year. And it was weird. It was like a clock. You could time it. AM to PM, AM to PM. And then last year was due to be a down year for him, Dalton, and it was actually a good year. And so you do go down to that a little bit, and you're like, okay, so we got through. Does that mean that now we're due for the down year? And I'm hoping not. But what we know about kicking is that it can be very... Kicking is like how baseball hitters are, where year in and year out, you can have a guy that you think's locked in. He's 300 hitter. He's going to hit his 30 home runs, and he comes back from here and hits 240, striking out all over the place. Can't seem to find a foot baseball. Can't seem to hit anything all of a sudden. Then comes back the next year and he's fine. And kickers can be like that a little bit. And it's hard to predict. And it's hard to know when those years are going to come in. It'd be bad timing for Myers this year for that to happen, Dalton, because he's in a contract year. But I will say that there's a weird, mysterious quality to this that I don't quite understand. So let's just hope he's getting all these misses out of him in the preseason, maybe. Why do you want to have Arroyo play this much in the preseason? I think you're trying to establish his role more firmly on what he's going to be once you go into the season. You know, he's not ever going to be necessarily per se a starter in the respect of he's your number one inline guy. He's coming in out there as an H-back guy who's there to be, from an ideal standpoint, heavily utilized in the two tight end looks, a heavy mismatch weapon, and a guy that you have that's able to you'd be utilized with really specific routes that he can kind of dominate in. And I think early on in that first drive, you saw a couple of those routes with a speed motion to the flat. And then you had the right up the seam, where he just takes it right up the seam and goes. And those are the kind of routes where he's going to be at his best. But I think you got to establish that and get him on that role and maybe even give him a little bit of confidence with this Dalton. Maybe he made that catch down the sideline. I mean, he's really feeling good about himself. But you're also learning a little bit. Can I throw those trust throws up to him? I've mentioned that's not as much his game per se. Some tight ends with how big he is, you think, well, he's going to be a get up and go it, get it guy, and he'll moss guys. And there's a little bit of there to his game on that, but that's not a centerpiece of his game. Short kick here at the 2-yard line, taken back up by Cody White. Cody's got a little bit of a lane there that closes down quick. He'll take it down to the 28-yard line where the Seahawks will take over with 5:21 to go in the second quarter, up 16-6. So if we get a more Drew Lock here, or if he's done enough and we can get some Milrow action going, that'd be kind of cool. First and 10 here. I formation look from the Seahawks. Lock acted like he's going to throw the ball, then went back to the delayed draw there to Jarcadia Wright, who takes it for a nice, nifty little 6-yard gain. Jarcadia's picked his way through traffic nicely, and he's looked good today. Decisive in his runs, but also able to get creative, give you some extra finish to what he's doing. That's standing out. You get him captured, he's getting you a couple extra yards, even after he's corralled. He's been nice here. Back under center again to Jarcadia Wright, right up the middle there. That time the hold closed up a little quick. This will bring up third about 5 here. But thank you, Dalton. Appreciate the 5er, man. I don't know if we'll see a lot of Arroyo at this point moving the rest of this game, but I'm going to guess that's what they were trying to do there. By kind of running them as much as they have. No, he's still out there. 3rd and 4. Ricky White goes in motion, and we're going to get a false start here by the left tackle. Locke was kind of holding on that cadence a little bit there, threw Josh Jones off. No, you get annoyed if you're Flurry on that one, where you're like, man, we just grinded to get to a 3rd and 5 there. Now we're right back at 3rd and 10. Or 3rd and 9, excuse me. Let's look here from the Titans. They've fallen out of this the last couple times they've sent it. This looks like it's coming. It's a cover 0. Well, they dropped out of again on Drew. Drew gets his man underneath Jarcadia Wright. Jarcadia tries to cut it lateral, and he gets cut down short of the first down. Looked like he might have had an opportunity if he just took it right upfield, but sort of went sideways there. And the Titan player able to get him knocked down to the ground there and short of the first down, so the Seahawks are going to have to punt. Nice tackle in open field by the Titans player. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. McDonald got the message to the OC loud and clear. A lot better today, Fire Poet. This looks a little bit more of the type of offense I thought we would be kind of getting. And yeah, it's been overall pretty good in the first half. Improved, certainly. And good mix, good balance. You're seeing from him here. It's not just all zone stuff. The touchdown run with Jarcadia being gap-based. Just you want to see some of that flavor of the regular season here. Punt will be fielded. The Seahawks do a good job there. Cody White with his second special teams tackle of the game. And nowhere to go for them. 2:47 to go in the second quarter. We're going to get another flag in this game. Goodness, don't know what's going on there. Thank you, Fire Poet. I think you're probably right. So let's get a little bit more to what we're going to be doing here. Banker Elpre's in the house. What's up, Banker? Thank you for the $2 donation as well. Brando, do the college years reset for Daquan Wright? No, it would be, let's see what the flag is here. Personal foul. It's going to be on the Seahawks. Okay. Personal foul penalties coming out today. I didn't see what happened. Must have been another taunting one. Are we doing some more taunting again? Okay. No, they wouldn't. I think what's happened here, Banker, is now more than ever these guys are getting their red shirt years. So well, I'll take a look and see if I can see on the deal, but I'm guessing he probably had 1 year of his college career where he had the medical red shirt. And so technically we had the draft where it's, technically could be his 5th year, but then he can always just apply that as a red shirt and get that extra year. And, this is how we're getting to guys at 24, 25 to still be playing in college. 1st and 10 for the Titans. Trubisky under center here. Play action. He's going to drop back. O'Toole creating some pressure here. He's going to roll out to his right and find a man in space there for a short completion to his running back. So it is that. Romello Height, Akeem Messidor. There's a couple of these guys that have been elder players that have been able to play really late into the college career. But no, you don't get the reset. Though I'll tell you what, these players, the way that they're pushing it, Banker, seems like Trinidad's had like 8 years in college for some reason or another. He's been able to figure that out. 2nd and 3, 2 tight end formation here to the near side of the field. That's right where they're going to run the ball, and there's going to have some room there. Titan players just Max and Hook coming up, laying the hit, knocking his helmet off. But Titans just ran at the numbers there. And they had big old beef to that side, and they just ran right behind it. 1st down and 10, and then it'll take us down to the 2-minute warning. But no, you don't get your years reset. That's not going to happen. No. But still crazy, the Wild West stuff of this as well, Daquan, where it's like, they've got to start getting some rules figured out here. This is getting into a little bit of like silly territory with some of these players and, where they're taking the situation. It's like, come on, NCAA, come on, get some rules established, get this figured out, and let's keep this thing moving. Get some coffee. I'll be right back. Let's go to House Banker. Thank you for the dono. Dalton, thank you for another $10 donation. Very kind of you, Dalton. Thank you for that double dip. Awesome as ever here. Really appreciate all of that here at the Hawks Nest. He says, thanks for the in-depth analysis on the answers to the questions we asked. We appreciate you, Brando. Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You guys, you watch, you support, members of the channel. It's, I could never ask for more than what I get as far as support from you guys. You guys are phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And this is when I get to be in my happiest, man. I love doing the play-by-play thing with you guys and just being able to cover these games. It's going to be, it was a delight last year and a real honor to be able to do this with folks who sometimes don't always have access to the games, can't watch them, need some of that play-by-play to know what's going on. And I'm planning on this year, hopefully, just keeping on expanding, making it better and better, hopefully, as a show. Always looking to improve here. But I love interacting with you guys. I love this community. It's always fun going live just to be able to chop it up with you guys and just talk ball, talk this team, talk about the future. And especially for a team like this, Dalton, that's just so good, so young, with still such a beautiful, bright future still set up in front of it. So times are good right now, man. Times are really good. But thank you, brother. I appreciate you for that. And, anytime. Thank you, Justin. Much love out to you too. You guys are, there is not a better community that exists on this YouTube than this Hawks Nest community. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. We just respectful discussion, the support. You guys tune in every time we go live. It is absolutely unbelievable. I know I say it a lot, but it just truly is. Shotgun look here for Trubisky. He's going to throw it quickly out into the flat here. Seahawks have a player out there to rally in space, but he misses the tackle, allowing him to get down the sideline there for a 15-yard gain. Seahawks had that thing figured out, just a little bit out of control in the tackle there, tried to go around the ankles, and a little torpedo ankle action, and a missed tackle at that. So Titans got a little bit of something going. They're on the Seattle Seahawks side of the field here with 1:54 to go. Trubisky's going to come out in shotgun. 3 wide. Handoff here inside. He's going to try to bounce it outside, then bounce it back inside, run right into Morris, I believe that is. And Mike Morris will make the tackle there for a very short gain. Seahawks keeping a lot of 4-man fronts here into the second quarter, especially late in the second quarter. They're running a little bit of some of the McDonald blitzes and a little bit of some of that simulated pressure stuff, but they've kind of dialed it back a bit here. Let's face it, it's working. Bubble screen. Beautiful play out in space by Nehemiah Pritchett. Pritchett outruns the blocker, gets around him to arrive at the ball carrier right on time. That's playing with great anticipation there. So he's in a zone drop. He's in basically like a cover 3 drop post snap, but recognizes the bubble screen and then jumps the route. Beautiful play by Nehemiah Pritchett there, especially for a guy you wonder a little bit about the tackling and where that's going to be at with him and how that progresses. It's the one question really as much to his game. Beyond, he can do the coverage stuff all day, but that's a hell of a play. Yeah, they're showing what Devin Witherspoon on the sideline. He's like, yeah, that's the kind of thing I do. That's how I play. Beautiful. Beautifully done by Nehemiah. Very, very nice. Someone was asking about Bud Clark. He jumped up over Mick. He just jumped over the top of a pile and then landed bad on his foot after he kind of jumped over the top of the pile. His foot went sideways, looks dislocated or broken, one of the two. Shotgun here for Trubisky, 4 wide. He's falling backwards in the pocket off of his back foot and is able to get it in there to Alec Ionamore. Just got enough on that throw to get out there to Ionamore. Good catch. Ball at the 25-yard line now. 39 seconds to go in the second quarter. Clock rolling. Trubisky trying to set up the protections here. They do have 3 timeouts. Seahawks finally going to show a little bit of a blitz here. They're going to bring it. They kind of show their hand early. Titans get it picked up. Trubisky is going to roll out to his right, complete the ball, but it'll be just a short 2-yard completion out there to Dyke. Just kind of as he was under some pressure there. Weren't quite able to disguise that blitz. 26 seconds to go, though. It's one of those ones where you just go from a Titan standpoint, you call the timeout there and save a little bit of that time. They had a lot of clock there to try to stay in hurry up. 2nd down and 8. Shotgun look here for Trubisky again. 3 wide. Actually, with the tight end right up on the line of scrimmage. Trubisky is going to go out into the flat again, and he will have that ball dropped. It wasn't going to go for much of a gain. Boy, Dable's offense is rough. Conceptually, this offense is so rough that I know it's preseason, but how many freaking little throws out in the flat can you do? Like, push the ball down the field. Somebody's going to have to eventually on this channel tell me on Dable's offense. 5-man look here. They drop out of it to 4. We'll simulate pressure. Again under pressure. And hey, look at that. Another throw out into the flat. Good tackle out in space there by Surratt. Both him and Paul have been really good in picking up guys and having them tackled as soon as they make the catch in coverage. Short plays. They're right on top of it making the tackle. Over and over and over again this half. Just a good job. That leaves 15 seconds left to go here. I don't know why the Seahawks called a timeout there. Why would they call a timeout? Oh. So that'll bring a 4th down and the 3rd field goal attempt here for the Titans. Right, is Titans offense rough or rough? It was kind of rough. Dable just feels like a college offense watching his stuff run, you know? Just doesn't feel like an NFL offense. Sly looking to bang through his 3rd field goal attempt of the game here. Short little 40-yard attempt. Kick will be up and through. 16-9. Titans inch closer. Some weird ass play calling, man. Woo! He's a little strange there. Brian Kennicott, thank you for 33 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long-time support. Mike said last week he'd likely call the plays in this game. He also said Brando chases edges like a champ. Let's go. Let's go. You know it. I'm just taking a page from my coach, Brian. Just taking a page from my coach. I know with Mike, it's the interesting part is that hard from his standpoint where he knows, and I think he understands just part of him being so wise for such a young coach. You got a short little squib kick here to go to the 3-yard line, picked up there by the Hawks return unit. A lot of dancing there by the returner Henderson, but not really doing a lot with that dancing. Taking to the 22-yard line. 3 seconds to go. I imagine they're just going to take a knee and call it a day. Call it a day. But it's got to be the hard part for Mike. And that I know he wants to offload this eventually to Dirty and allow him to be able to call the plays. And then he can really just concentrate fully on the coaching aspect of it and the grand kind of picture thing, the be able to look at everything kind of rather than getting kind of micro on the play calling, as you will. And this will be just to take a knee and get us to halftime. So the Seahawks will take the lead 16-9 into the halftime. Offense has performed pretty darn well, fairly efficiently in this game. It's not been perfect, but you feel pretty good about what you've seen here. A couple of some injuries in this game as well that are going to be a little bit of concerning that we're going to probably be talking about and going to have to be kind of monitoring as we go through. Richmond went down early on in the game that he was able to walk off the football field, which was good to see. Bud Clark had a aircast wrap / carted off the football field. So that's also one where we're going to be a little bit worried about what's happening there. First half wise, 12-14 for Drew Lock, 103 yards, 1 touchdown, and 121 rating. Not too shabby. Jarcadia Wright, 8 carries for 81 yards. That's a 10.1 yard per carry average, including a 69-yarder. Yeah, 69. Yeah. Drew Lock, 2 carries for 8 yards, including a lower your shoulder and go get myself a first down. I'll do it myself. Elijah Arroyo leading the way with 2 catches for 50 yards, including a 36-yarder. Seahawks defensively, Chris Paul Jr., 7 tackles in that first half, including a TFL. Chaz Surratt with 5 and a TFL and a sack for Chaz Surratt and a strip sack fumble for Chaz Surratt. So the linebackers holding it down. Maya Pritchett, D'Anthony Belt, a couple of tackles as well into that first half. So, nice little laugh. I'll definitely take that. Thank you, Brad, for your long-time support. Always got to be chasing those edges, man. Always got to be chasing those edges. Kyle, thank you for another $5 donation as well, man. Many donations today from Kyle. He's been very, very kind as ever on the channel here. When's the prediction roundtable show? Can't wait for Jesse and Mike to pick us third again. The way I see it, it's the Rams and the Seahawks again in the NFC. Well, indeed, we'll see this year if, again, they're going to fall prey to the ways they've been in the past and short selling our Seahawks, underselling us, Kyle, as they do on the yearly basis. Like you say, it's just like you can count on every year. And you get that 1 week, Kyle, right there after the final preseason there, where there's sort of a bye week there where we don't have a preview show, post show thing going on. And so that's where we'll get the opportunity to nail in the predictions. And I imagine we'll be doing that there on like the first week in September will probably be when we're doing those shows. So I do think that the Niners are going to still find some strength this year. And this comes back to, again, as much of just don't trust the rest of what the NFC has done, as much of the San Francisco Niners have done so many good things this offseason. I just think the NFC's kind of left me wanting a little bit. Eagles, Cowboys could potentially have some stuff going on, and they're interesting teams to kind of monitor and track, sure. But some of the rest of the group out there, I'm not too sure about. And I do think it just comes down to us two again. They scheduled the 2 games at the end of the season, kind of almost acknowledging this a little bit, I think, from the NFL side of it. You still got to play the games out, see how it all kind of rolls through, but it does kind of feel like the way that this thing is going to go. And, we'll see. We'll see. I will guarantee you this, Kyle. They'll both have the Rams. All 3 of them will have the Rams in first place. Nobody's predicting us to win the division. I will tell you that with 100% certainty. Good. It's served us well in the past, them underselling us. Their predictions almost seem to contribute to our winning ways, Kyle. Kyle, another $2 donation. Thanks for that, Kyle. Philadelphia's non-factor hasn't beat Seattle since the Bush administration. When you put it like that. It has been odd, the long dominance that we've had over a variety of Eagle programs. This is an Eagle program that has also won a couple of Super Bowls during that time period. And so, you go, man, but we've kind of just had their number. A lot of games played in Seattle. That's helped out over that time, and we haven't played them a lot per se. But they'll be an interesting team to watch. Another team, though, that, to your point, a little bit does feel like maybe there's a bit of a backward step this year versus where you were last year. Maybe you're not going to get way worse than you were necessarily, but are you marginally less than you were? Does losing A.J. Brown and flipping him out for Mekhi Lemon, does an aging offensive line suddenly look reinvigorated? We'll see on that. Defensively, Grenard's out. Jalen Phillips, you lost. Where's that edge rush at? You got enough off the edge to make it go. You lost an off-ball linebacker. Do you have the replacement there to make that? Like, there are some minor questions there with Philadelphia, Kyle. Back to your point on that. We'll see. I do think they're still a strong team, and if they can get their chemistry right and nail down that offense and get a guy like Mekhi Lemon productive really quickly, then I think that's definitely going to help them out. Nathan, as Mike says, we do not care. Oh, you mean this?
We did not care.
That's right. Yeah, not a knee injury on Bud Clark. It's a jump. I think the question on this becomes, is it a broken ankle or is it a dislocated ankle? And if it's dislocated, you can get the guy back probably even around by mid-season. If it is a broken, then that might be more for the year type of thing. Yeah, dude, it'll be interesting to see if the Rams can hold up health-wise. I think that's one of the big questions hanging over them, and I think depth is going to prove to be an issue for them. Yeah, heart goes out, Nathan, to Bobo, man. Hardworking guy, a grinder, carved himself out this career that he's gotten here. Yeah, a guy that's just a good piece as far as this team and what he brings. So, you're getting special teams wise. You're getting as a run blocker. You got to call upon him a receiver. He's got a little bit of something to give you there too. It's going to be a tough loss. And, it doesn't help that you got also a little bit of a mysterious injury situation with Horton that's ongoing that hopefully isn't going to be too serious, because suddenly now the receiving core gets a little bit lean. Yeah, I'm tired of the Rams getting glazed too, man. It's been all off season. It happened as soon as the McDuffie trade happened. It was instantaneous, and it's only gotten ramped up from there. It's been tiresome, and we'll see, man. Super Bowl paper champs in the off season. We'll see how it goes when we get to the regular season. But people bringing up their depth, and that's the place to go to and to thinking about is just go look at that depth chart. Go look at that. Go down that line, that depth chart, and tell me that there aren't some real gaping holes there if they lose their front line guy. That's tough to put everything up on the starters necessarily. Connor, thank you for the $10 donation. Mr. Wilson, he says, you're so kind. The way you interact with your people speaks worlds about you, man. Funny as F, wonderful Hawks coverage. Been watching you for years. Roast them boys in the round table. For me, as Charles Barkley.
Well, they just can't understand why we're so good. They don't know. They're too busy eating them churros. I'm telling you, Connor, they like them churros down there in San Francisco. They eating too many of them. It's got their brain all mogged up and frished up on. I don't understand. I just can't get it myself. Why can't they understand why the Seahawks team is so good? I don't know.
Very kind of you, Connor. I just take a page out of my people's book, man. I've long said that I started this channel up doing kind of uploads and thinking that was going to be the main way that we kind of operate as a channel, and live streams became more of what I realized people were really responding to. And the thing that always surprised me is in this internet world, you go online, you go into any places, and it's just, toxicity here and trolls there and just bad combos here and tough discussions there. And I thought that's what you're going to be walking into if you go live. And instead it has been completely the opposite. And every single time that we get to go live, it's present where the people of this community and Hawk fans and people outside of being Hawk fans, we get Ram fans and 49er fans in here, and that everybody just comes in with a level of respect and just want to have some fun discussion, man. That's really the driving force. Everybody, no matter what team you might be rooting for, coming in here. And I love that spirit is taken. It's nothing that I've done. It's just been the spirit that drives this community on its own in so many ways. And I just take that lead from there, man, Connor. I do. I just take y'all's lead. Charles,
I just see how you guys are rolling. I'll just come up around back behind it. That's how it rolls. That's how I am. Stay with them churros. They make you big, them churros.
Thank you, Connor. I appreciate you, man. That's very kind of you to say, brother. I got the dream job, man. I literally am living the dream, and it is truly true what they say. Those may wonder is find something you love to do. You'll never work another day of your life. And that has absolutely been the case with this channel. And I love doing it, man. And you guys let me do it with this kind of support as much as like what you give. And I'm very thankful for it, man. Very thankful for it. Appreciate you, Connor. Gal says, Brando, I had to stop listening to The Athletic today. They said the Seattle will struggle to stop the run due to losing Boye Mafe. It's been 25 plus games without allowing a 100-yard rusher. Yeah, I've heard the similar sort of stuff. The Mafe thing I've heard as far as the pass rush, that's a new one to me, that we're losing the run stuffing ability. Not that he's solid as a run stuffer. He's not dominant, he's solid. But it's been, for me, Kyle, everybody talking about the pass rush and the 2 sacks you lost last year. How are you gonna replace the 2 sacks you lost? How you gonna plug that gaping hole, Seahawks fans? I know you got 3 guys. I know you got technically 4 because you got Fowler in here, but I mean, that's 2 sacks, man. That's a lot of pro dough. That's a heavy amount of pro dough you got to replace in there, right? You're like, what? I think what it's gotten to with people with the thing on it is just, it was more of like, well, you lost this, so that must mean it's a huge loss. And it's again come back to like wishful thinking more than really like what they think about the situation. I want to think Seattle has the Super Bowl price enacted, and that they have to pay that penalty, meaning they're going to lose their players because everybody's going to try to pluck from you. That's what I want to think. So let me make that reality the truth of it. And with the like Boye Mafe kind of analysis, that's, just what you see. I think even to a lesser degree, the Kenneth Walker stuff. Now, certainly the Kenneth Walker is going to be something you've got to replace. But people talk about him like we're losing Barry Sanders. It's not quite to where the reality of it lands at, really, right? Yeah, Boy is a backup. But I've heard a variety of places bring him up. And again, I think they're just looking at, it's like these people that do the most cursory amount of work to prepare for stuff or prepare for takes. Let me look at the Seahawks. What were their losses this offseason? Walker, Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe. Yeah, I recognize Mafe's name. I mean, it's a recognizable name. That must have been a big loss. I could go check the stats. I could go check the background of his season. I could go see what he actually did. I could go see how many snaps he was getting, per se, like you say, as a backup. I could do all that, but that would require me to work and investigate and actually research. That sounds tiresome. Let me just guess it was a big loss. I think that's kind of what they do, Justin. They sort of arrive by that way. Yeah, it's a fun name to say. Sticks in your head, We got a lot of Jonathan Nolan, Billy Smith kind of names out there. So about to kick off this second half. Appreciate everybody watching today. If you can do me the favor and hit that like button, sub on up. Both of these two things help out this channel tremendously. Gets me pushed out on the old YouTube algorithm. I can't speak suddenly. We will be doing these live play-by-play games all season long here with you guys. I'll be doing some live play-by-play for the Roundtable this year too, over on their side. So if you guys aren't subbed up to Roundtable Sports, do so, because I'll be bouncing over there doing Monday Night Football all season long over there, and a few Sunday night games as well when our Hawks are playing on alt days. But appreciate you guys watching today. Dr. Cluck, thank you for the $2 donation. Seeing Horton on the sideline is encouraging. His importance to this team becomes all that much more bigger with a Bobo loss. And that, if something happens to Horton, and now we're talking about with the Clark situation, you're potentially looking at trying to have to find some reinforcement out there on the open market by some way or another. And you don't want to do that. You just want the guy to develop and fit in here as that fourth receiver. Don't even have to lean on him as a starter. Just stay healthy, young man. If you stay healthy, we know you're going to be able to bring the juice. And so hopefully it's nothing major, but again, this kid's had a couple of injuries that have stacked up going back to Colorado State the past couple of years. So, but luckily they're all different. Like, they're not necessarily interconnected, but it still gets frustrating because you know what a talent this kid is if he can just get out there. All right, we got the opening kickoff here, the second half, which will go to the Titans. Seahawks up 16-9. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $5 donation, Mick. I really appreciate you, brother. And it is great to see you in the house as well. Myers with the kick, which will go back to the 2-yard line. Brought up there. Straight up the field into a wall. Nice job of blocking by the Titans there. Got a little bit of fighting here after the fact with White and company. Be taken down about the 32-yard line. Mick says, I had a really rough day today, but watching this stream has really cheered me up, Brandon. Thanks for having such an amazing channel and community. Oh, well, thank you so much for saying that, Mick. Very kind of you to say, man. And I would agree that our community is just amazing here. You guys have done it for me many times over. There's been plenty of times I've gone live where a little bit of a rough day or a little bit of down the dumps or just maybe not thinking I'm not ready. I don't know if I really want to go live. Then I go live and I find myself just energized right from the jump. You know, you guys kick me into gear instantaneously, and it's awesome. Awesome. Under center here is Will Levis taking over here. Handoff inside here, gathered up by Devin Eastern. Defensive tackles for the Seahawks are putting in some work. Uso also in there again for the second time. Those guys have really done a better job this year, bringing the juice, bringing the energy, bringing the intensity. Something that was really missing last week that you're actually getting from them this week, which is good to see. Short little gain there on the run. But thank you, Mick. I appreciate you being a member of the channel as well. And always hopefully can be a place you guys can come in and be cheered up on. If you're having a little bit of a rough day, come here. We can turn it around and help each other in that way, man. We all got to go through those moments and times. But we got a great community here. Under center here is Levis. He's going to play action roll to his right. Look back across here, make a little bit of a low throw there. Levis has got to get that ball up a little bit higher. Player looks like he's just shaking his arm out. He might have landed on his shoulder there. Boy, Levis has got to get that ball up. You got to make the catch if you're Oliver, the receiver there. Poor guy. Insult to injury. Looks like he's got a little bit of a stinger there in his shoulder. But that's a play with Levis where you got to put the ball up. 3rd down and 7. Seahawks showing a blitz. They got 5 man. They're dancing a 6th up around the line of scrimmage. They bring it from a different angle, drop the blitzer back out, pressure mounting. He's going to go down on a sack. Giving Levis a lot of window dressing there prior to the snap. And then eventually that pocket collapsed down. Another part the Hawks have done a good job of today is just generating the pressure. Is that Sheriff? We got a Jamie Sheriff signing? Great play there. Nice job by the defense. Yeah, Jamie Sheriff. They're going to give him a half sack here. 3rd sack of the game for the Seahawks. Jamie can give you some juice off the edge. He can give you some of those quick wins at times. Part of that battle for that 5th edge group spot, right? That who's going to be that 5th edge rusher. The unique part about him is you have the possibility here. Punt return is going to go nowhere here. Very well swallowed up by the Titans. They've done a good job on their coverage unit here today overall. Thank you again, Mick, man. You're awesome, brother. Not sure what's going on with Horton. I see a question about Horton. Don't know. They've been kind of quiet, you know what I mean, on that side of things. I'm guessing it's not something serious. I'm hoping it's not something. Maybe I'm just hoping it's not something serious. But I would think if it was, we would maybe have heard a little bit more on that. Oh, thank you, Connor. Appreciate another donation. He says, "You're the man, bro. You are seriously going places." Well, thank you, man. Well, if I do, I'm always open to all the opportunities in the world. But if this is just all we ever are here, if this is all, I'll be perfectly happy with that too. I could never have dreamed or thought that we could kind of carve out our own little spot here in the way that we have, and But like I say too, if anybody ever comes calling, I'll be jumping on any opportunities with 2 feet. And it's kind of what I want to hope we do with the round table and the expansion of this, on that side of it, I think will help. I have a lot of faith and trust in the round table and what they're doing. I think those guys are smart and they're moving in the right direction, and that this thing's going to really expand with time. So that might prove the outlet to allow me to do that method of approach. But, I'll always have my ear to the ground, Connor, for sure. And I'll always say yes. You know what I mean, man? Thank you, though, brother. I appreciate you saying it. That's really kind of you to say it, bro. Mayo in the coffee is gross. Eating a banana with the skin is also kind of gross. It's a little bit of a situation when a quarterback does that where I don't know if you guys have seen the Carson Beck tattoo. But Carson Beck got a tattoo on his buttocks. And no, I'm not joking. I know there's going to be people in there, and I know that I'm probably going to have to prove that I'm not joking on this, which I'm happy to do. I don't know if you guys have seen the Carson Beck butt tattoo, but it's a real thing. It is a real thing. All right, Jalen Milroe is going to come out here, and quickly we got a false start right out the gate here. The Hawks taking over at the 20-yard line. Let's see what Milroe's got here. It's going to be interesting. We get under center shotgun. 1st and 15 here. 13-11 to go in the third quarter. Almost a delay. Just gets the snap off. Milroe looking around here. Finds Felix Jones underneath. Felix retreats a little bit after the catch. And this will turn this into a very, very, very short little gain. Second and 14. Milroe, play action pass from under center. He's got pressure. He's cool and calm. He's going to set. He's going to run. There we go. Using the legs a little bit to get out in front and easily go run for that first down. Just an effortless 14-yard run to go get the first. This is a little bit of when you watch the Hard Knocks talking about the vroom vroom and use your legs, or Mike's trying to lean into. Such a good conversation because it's such a balance from Jalen, who's trying to develop as a passer and develop within the pocket, but to also utilize that skill and that mobility, and to not forget about it within your process of development. We see sometimes those running quarterbacks can kind of be all one or all the other, where it's all about trying to develop myself, or it's all about me overusing my legs rather than finding that happy balance. A little bit of a fullback look here with Lampy in the game. Under center is Milroe. Handoff. Nice little hole hill for Velus Jones. Velus Jones up the football field, and he's going to squirt free there for a nice 15, 20-yard gain there. Well, there's the effect of having a nice fullback there. Oh, got a flag. Maybe that's why there was a hole. And yeah, they're going to hit him with a whole ding for the Seattle Seahawks here. Lampy gets hit. Lampy a little. I don't know, is that? I don't know, guys. I don't know on that. I don't know. Right? It didn't look too bad to me. That's ticky-tacky. That's preseason ticky-tacky right there. That's a little sticky call there. Come on. Pitch play out wide here. Oh. Like he picked the wrong hole. Like he had a little bit of a room there to the outside. Seahawks going deep into the running back depth chart. Deep. I don't like that call either. Come on, man. Second down and 20. Loss of 1 on the play. Ball at the 21-yard line, Milroe. Dropping back. He's got some time here. Finds his man open. Beautiful throw and catch down the field to Montario Foster. First down, Seahawks. Get a little bit of the arm strength there. He just let that thing rip it Nice little 20-yard completion there. Nice throw, too. Just the mechanics are on point there. Stepping, a little bit of inactivity with his feet at times last week, right? Sometimes not getting that front foot moving in the direction where he needs to throw, stays flat-footed. Some of the things that you get with him with Alabama. Good job there where the foot's up on his toes, stepping in the right direction where he's going to throw it. It's better for his accuracy when he does that. Back under center, 1st and 10, play action pass. Rolling out here. He's going to little jump pass throw here to Arroyo, and it's kind of an ugly looking throw there. Incomplete. Yeah, Josh, I don't think the referee's been great on either side. I think it's been a little bit, and they tend to do the touchy thing in the preseason where they'll tend to go over officiating on the preseason to try to set the standard for the regular season, then dial it back when you get to the regular season. But it can then make oftentimes a tough preseason game even harder to watch. Jalen back under center here. Lampy back in the game here with fullback. Kind of operating like a tight end here, 2 tight end look here. For straight drop back by Jalen. He's going to throw it quickly underneath here, completing it to running back for about a 5-yard gain. No Jarcadia Ride, no Holani in this game. They're going to Anthony Hankerson is the current running back Seattle's rocking with here. I said a Hankerson. Third down and 5. Three wide receivers to the short side of the field. Ricky White's going to come back and motion to the far side. Middle row going up top here. Oh, we had Cody White. And he threw it up there, giving Cody a chance. Cody jumped up, and the defender did not have his head turned back around for the ball. And just kind of bounced off the hands. Cody comes up a little bit gimpy. Don't want to see that. The receiving core is already getting a little bit lean here. He comes up a little bit, reaching for his lower back. That's not good. Good ball by Jalen. He gave him a chance there. If the defender doesn't have his head around and you throw a trust throw up down there and the guy just jumps up, and I kind of surprising Cody wasn't able to kind of bring that in. It's not an easy catch per se, but good throw by Jalen. Dixon here with the punt from the 50. Going to try to look to pin the Titans back deep. They're going to take the delay of game penalty. Yeah, he landed a little hard there. We can't lose any more receivers, man. It's getting lean. Just a wee bit. Connor, thank you for another, man. $2 donation, brother. Very kind of you. Dixon here with the punt. Ooh. Titan defender ran into his man, caused an initial fumble there, but he's able to pick it up. The ball bounced right back to the punt returner. No return, though, and so a nice punt there. Take over about the 15-yard line for the Titans. Will Levis back out on the field here. Connors has been watching since desk. F the 49ers, go Hawks. Well, I mean, Connor, since you said it.
Damn, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers.
I mean, Connor, since you said it.
Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheeks. Hey, 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 Super Bowl losing streak.
I mean, Connor, since you said it.
Brock Purdy look like Jimmy Neutron for Sheen. Timu Tom Brady got your quarterback from Sheen.
Never gets old. Never gets old. Oh, Lordy. That's Connor there. That was just Connor asking for that. He puts the donut down. I got to put it out there. Got to do it, man. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Connor. Chad Hart, thank you for 14 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks. and pumpkin. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of pumpkin rocking this year. See? Oh, say what's up. Say hey. Say hi. There we go. Give him a little bit of what's up. Can you give me a... Yeah, there we go. Tell him. You tell him. Tell him what time it is. Give me a go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. No? She's too tired. Much too tired. We're going to be rocking with Pumpkin here on the channel this year. She's back into liking the cat tree. Appreciate you, Chad. Thank you for over a year as a Hawks Nest member. And again, members of the channel this Tuesday. Hard Knocks, watch along, 6:45. Keep it on your community post. I already put out that link on your community post. If you go to your community post right now, you will find boom, boom, boom. We've got you all set up there. So, yeah, we're having me this week. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $2 donation. Does Puka put mayo in the coffee or eat banana without the peel? With the peel? He drinks just mayo in the mornings with no coffee. In fact, he uses the coffee as a creamer. And then he eats only the peel, not the banana. Under center here is Levis. Outside run here. Quick penetration in the backfield. And we got another flag here. Seahawks do a good job of rounding to the ball. Nice anticipation there by the Hawk defender there. Just make that running back have to take a little bit of a longer route. I think we're going to get a hold here on the Titans, though. So it's all, Puka's all mayo. It's either mayo or something else that he's drinking. I'm not one to allege, you know what I mean? I'm not one to marry a man's business. I feel like a In Living Color sketch. Now, I'm not one to gossip, but I heard. That's a deep pull for you folks that are In Living Color fans. Looks like we're going to have a formation penalty there. So it's a 5-yard penalty taking the Titans back to the 9-yard line here. Will Levis under center. 2 wide. 2 tight end look. They're going to go right up the middle here. A little bit of space to work with here. And that'll be a gain of about 6 yards there. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate the $2 dono. 8:21 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks up 16-9. 2nd and 8 here for the Titans. No doubt this is an important type of game for them with a guy like Levis that they have to kind of, figure out where the future lies with him in this team. And got to wonder about he seems like a guy that they've definitely gotten very quiet on. Handoff out of a read option shotgun look here to the running back right up the middle for a gain of about 4 or 5. This will bring up 3rd down and short for the Titans. 3rd and 1. Banker, I'll get back on you with the dono here 1 sec. Got a little bit of action still happening here. Shotgun look here for the Titans. 3 wide. Seahawks countering with just 4 men up on the front. Handoff inside here. Again out of shotgun, and that's going to go get the 1st down. Just a little bit of push by the Titans was just enough to get the job done. Seahawks have double the rushing yards of the Titans. About 30 yards more passing. 1st and 10. Shotgun again here. Handoff again inside. A lot of this. Just shotgun carries, and it's working for the Titans. Yards to be found. Kind of saw in this 4-string unit last week of the Cowboys. Cowboys did a lot of going after the A and the B gap. A lot of we're going to get downhill on you in the running game right up the middle, and Hawks were getting pushed out of holes at times and pushed out of gaps in those moments. A little bit similar here on this drive. Started out good, but seems like right now we're doing preseason-wise really good on the outside runs. You're trying to get us to the edge. You're trying to do your outside zone. We've got that stuff really snuffed out. It's more of the right up the middle stuff that we're having some troubles with. Handoff again, right up the middle, and again, a nice little hole. Going to go for about 15 yards there for Chestnut. So kind of more of the same. Yeah, they're kind of going over Hubbard's side there too, and it's where Hubbard just gets, dude, you're pushed way too wide out there. You can't be pushed that far back and setting the edge. 1st and 10, ball at the 49-yard line into Seahawks territory. Levis back under center here, handoff. Nice penetration, but Chestnut able to run away from it and get free out to the bouncing the ball to the outside and get a 12-yard gain, though we do have a flag. I'm guessing this is going to be holding. Singleton got in the backfield there. It seemed like he had him dead rights, but Chestnut able to just kind of bounce that thing and outrun him there to the edge. Replay 1st down. Yeah, it's a good call. A little yanking there by the receiver. Little yanking. 1st and 16. Levis under center. Handoff here. Outside run. Another nice run here. Titans are making some headway here, just physically going at Seattle. We have another flag on the play, though. And again, holding on the Titans. Well, yeah, that's why they're creating these holes here on this drive. A little sloppiness here. Solid just kind of shrugs. He doesn't think much of these last two calls. Last one was definitely good. I haven't seen a replay on this one, but the last one was definitely, he's holding. He ain't letting go. 1st down and 26. Ball all the way back to the 35-yard line of the Titans. Seahawks squatting on the short routes, and that's just what Levis was trying to complete. Good defensive call there. You're just running a four-man front, but you can see from the top side down to the bottom side, you're running man here to the bottom side, and then you had a squat down zone there to the top side of the formation. And that's Dansby made a nice play there. Arm's a little wrapped on the back there. That's a little bit close to where that might be called with him draping the back arm, but he did get the other arm in there and knocked it free. Well done on his part. Like the call, though. The Titans have been doing a lot of this dink and dunk city stuff. Let's sit on some of that. If this is what we can anticipate they're going to call, let's force them to start pushing the ball down the field a little bit. 2nd and 26, shotgun look here for Levis. He looks around, eventually comes down to his check down. Tight end, and good job of tackling out in space. DeAnthony Bell tried to put a mighty right hook in there to knock the ball out as Fuller had the ball carrier in his hands. Couldn't quite land it. Looked cool, though. Short little completion. This will bring up 3rd and 21. Seahawks showing a blitz on 3rd and 21. 6 men up on the line of scrimmage. They're bringing it. All 6 are coming. Levis has got time. Titans block it up. Levis is going down the football field. And that ball is going to be incomplete. 2 defenders for the Seahawks down the field. I don't know how you bring 6 and end up with still double coverage down the field, but I guess you just had the single safety back there, which just props to Maxon Hood then as the single safety to keep that much coverage, because he's then left out there both sides, in the way that might run. Or else you left the backside there with that corner to be left out on the island. And Levis is wanting a PI there, but that's no, I don't think there was any PI there. He was more begging for a call there than there was an actual call there. Good job of the Hawks defense, though, to get the stop. This punt. Back Fuller here at the 10. He'll fly, Rochelle, sorry, will jump forward to the 22, 23-yard line, where the Seahawks will take over with a 16-9 lead. Banker L. Priest, thank you for the $5 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. If all NFC West lost quarterbacks week 1 for the year, how would you rank the backups from best to worst? Ignore the initial depression feelings. It's a good question. It's a great question. Let's just first untangle this a little bit, Banker, in the respective look. Carson Beck having the one game he had that was what he did, fine. I'm not taking away from that Carson Beck is somehow a ready-made answer as a backup if you have to call upon him this year. Minshew is going to be the guy that they go to there. So, we're talking Minshew. We're talking, maybe even Stetson Bennett right now with the Rams, that they like him a little bit more and where he's just has a couple more years under his belt versus Simpson being the rookie. But even if it's rookie Simpson, either or there, that's kind of the situation is what it is there. And then you have the Niners in a good situation with Mac Jones, a guy that might eventually get them a trade at some point. If a team becomes quarterback hungry or loses a QB and they need to try to, bring somebody in there to try to keep their season online. So this one's actually, I think, a fairly easy one to answer, Banker. I have in Mac Jones, a guy that's been a successful starting quarterback that's taken a team to the playoffs as a starting quarterback, who played well last year, filling in for Purdy and played every bit as good as Purdy played last year. So he's the number one guy on that list there, Banker. I would say Drew Lock is number 2 because he has a lot of the same stuff that Mac Jones does, where I've started a lot of games in this league and I've got a lot of natural talent. And I'm at that point in time in my career where I'm not in year 3 or 4. I'm into year, whatever it is, 7, 8, 9, wherever he's kind of at, to where you're starting to really master some of the elements of the sport that you didn't have in tow when you were starting on your first run. So I think Drew Lock would be your number 2 guy in that spot. I think 3, 4 would probably be, I'll go Minshew Bennett or Minshew Simpson. And that just is because I think that the Rams backup situation is as much a question mark, and what actually they have right now is uncertain. Both of those 2 guys might have something. They might be good enough to kind of carry the water for a couple of weeks, but wouldn't shock us as well if, Banker, we found ourselves on the other side. You put those guys out there for a couple of games and they looked heavily diminished from what Stafford brings to the table every week. It is a question mark there. So I would say it with some confidence, but that I will admit on the 4th rung team of that being the Rams, it's as much of an incomplete grade. I know what I'm getting through all of the rest of the other 3. I know exactly what I'm getting down the line. Under center snap here for Milroe. He'll hand it off here to Hankerson. We'll take it for about a 3 or 4 yard run. Good question though, Banker. Yep. I'm sorry, man. I'd have to definitely put your Rams there in the 4 spot on that one. But I think you and I would be in agreement on that because you're in alignment with me on Ty Simpson. He made a hell of a throw yesterday, though, I think it was. He made one hell of a big-time throw. But preseason, regular season, different bag. Milroe back under center section 7. He'll roll out to his left. A lot of rolling out to the left in this game from the Seahawks. And Ricky White with the catch. He's going to dance his way right around the sideline there to try to go get the first. I don't think he stepped out of bounds. I think he did get the first. We'll see where the ball spot's going to be placed. .232 in the third quarter. Shotgun here for Milroe on first down. They do give him the first. Trips to the short side of the field. Quick snap. Milroe intercepted. Tried to go back over the middle to Montario Foster there. And the ball was picked off. Anthony Hill Jr., is that who got that? Love that kid coming out of college, man. Such a good player. Simogen, thank you for gifting out 5 Hawks Nest subs. You are awesome for doing that, man. Thank you so much. So they're showing the Milroe pick. He's... it just doesn't... And it's where sometimes the ball comes out of his hands not the quite consistent way, you know? And it's like it almost, as the ball's coming out, there's almost a sense of it coming out with a little bit of openness on the hand. And they're going to do a quarterback run to Levis out of shotgun for an 11-yard carry here. So he's got the man in the middle of the field, and Monterio's drifting to the middle of the field where the throw should go. Milroe throws the ball. It's the right read, but the ball placement's wrong. And that feels like one of those throws where the consistency of delivery comes back and bites him in the butt, where the mechanics are all okay, but it gets to right here and it starts to feel like this almost. Like the hands opening like this, almost like it's supposed to rotate like this, but it's almost like there's a subtle rotation of this. And another read option, boy, with Levis, they're keeping this the same. It's just read option city out of shotgun. He's going to run it up the middle again for about 3 yards. So the problem here is that it's a very small, it's not like it's egregious. I'm making it look egregious. It's not like it comes out of his hand looking like that. It just feels a little bit like a slight, it's opening up on him a little bit as he's coming through on the rotation. And then the ball will, instead of drifting like this, the ball kind of drifts like that. So it's like the close to the open. And again, coming back to the consistency of delivery is a little bit of the cause there. Under center here is Levis pitch play out wide. Seahawks have this hook. Beautiful hit there by Maxon Hook. Way to run the alleyway and just come up there and light him up. Yeah, you love that play from Maxon. Nice job. 3rd down and 9. 47 seconds to go in the third quarter. Seahawks defense has been on point today. Space, you are the man. Quick snap here. Shotgun look. Levis looking around. Kind of a wayward throw there to Nowheresville. And that'll be incomplete. 4th down. We'll see if the Titans take the field goal here or if they try to. Field goal doesn't do a lot for you. You're 16-12, so you still need a touchdown at that point. We got a flag on the play, I guess. Might get bailed out here. We'll see. Yeah, the broadcast coverage on this game sometimes, they're showing Dable up in this thing. It's like, what's the call here? I guess okay, so it's 3rd and 4. We must have lined up offsides or something on the play. Mike is not happy about it on the sidelines. 3rd down and 4. Levis in shotgun, 2-man backfield on his left and right. Handoff inside. No, they're going to keep it to Levis. And O'Toole in the backfield swallows him whole. How about O'Toole? Sack in the game and then penetrates in the backfield there. Doesn't bite on the runner. All over Levis. He took care of the sift. There's a sifting block. O'Toole just throws him aside and then gets right there in the backfield and makes the play. Good game by O'Toole and the defense of the Seahawks. Wow, really holding up today in a major way. It's very impressive. Space, I thank you for gifting out those subs. They're going to go for a field goal attempt. Are the Titans here to try to bring this closer, or they're going to call a timeout and think about it? No, sorry. Rolling the clock out through the end of the 3rd quarter. So we'll get to the 4th quarter. Seahawks still up 16-9, but the Titans trying to inch their way back into this space. You are awesome. One of my longtime supporters to this channel, a man who's been a member for very, 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 very long here, just gifted out 5 subs to you here in the channel. So if you get a chance, you might just got notified that you just got gifted the sub. It doesn't tell me on the side who got gifted the subs, but if you did just get gifted, give Space a thank you if you could for me. That was very kind of him for doing so. As new members of the channel, just go right to your community post right now, as I've already put the link out there for Tuesday's show as the Hard Knocks watch along. We'll be getting out the PFF scores tomorrow morning to you guys too from this very game. And then, of course, we got a monthly call-in show that we do for members of the channel, too. So getting all that going. If you're a member of the channel, we're going to keep these benefits cooking up, keeping them going. But thank you, Space. Really appreciate you for doing that, man. That's very, very kind of you. And again, if you did get gifted membership, please give him a thank you for that. That was very, very kind of Space. Thank you for you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Very, very kind of you. Jack, thank you, Space. You're the man there. And if you are a member, that's where I put the community post. That's where I put the membership benefits, is on your community post specifically for members of the channel. And that's the place to definitely stay aligned in there, as we're going to keep pushing out those benefits to you guys on a regular basis. Yeah, Tool looking good today, huh? Might just made the team. Might just. It's been a little bit of a quiet camp from him, according to what I've heard, a little bit of around the edges there. Chris, has anyone flashed a rushing pass for the Hawks? Sheriff looked good on a pass rush. O'Toole's looked good getting back there. Hasn't felt like it's necessarily been a lot of opportunities, because the Titans have thrown a total of 25 times in this game. It's a lot of like heavily manufactured type throws that are, it feels like there's been about 10 throws to the flat to running backs in this game. So it doesn't give you a lot of Chris ability to get to the passer when the quarterback's getting rid of the ball so fast. It's not the best of decisions for Milroe there, but that's where it's like it can be an incomplete, and that could be the worst case scenario of that situation if the ball placement's in the right spot. But when you let that ball drift back, that's where it just that can't happen there. And that's where we go back to, mechanically for me with Milroe, consistency of mechanics over and over and over again take time to lock in. And there was a lot to clean up from Alabama. And it's why we go back to saying it's a bit of a 2-year process there to getting him into the right spot, to cleaning these things up fully, because there was so much to fix, essentially. 43-yard field goal attempt for Sly. He will kick through his 4th attempt of the game, and that does bring them a little closer, 16-12 to the Seahawks. Yeah, we aren't going to judge him off just one throw. They're a misfit. He's played well around that. Yeah, footwork's one of the places that'll be an improvement in getting him there. It's why just got to give him time. People want to jump to conclusions with Milroe, but we got to give him the time. We really do. And I know that there's a tendency here to not, paint with the broad brush and say, okay, we've seen enough. Got a couple of years of this. I know what I got. It's like, just give him a little bit of that time to go through. Because our baseline is that we have a lot of these quarterbacks that out the gate may not look great. Give them the time to kind of really, truly develop, and you start to get the best versions of them down the line. Justin Ogden, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel, Justin. Very kind of you for doing so. Again, please do keep an eye on your community post. Got the link out there to the Hard Knocks watch along. And for the record, it's a watch along where I can't actually show the HBO show, but we're watching along together. 6:45, right after our NFC West roundtable on Tuesday, tomorrow. No, I can't show the show on Hard Knocks. I would get copywritten struck to the moon if I did that. I'd like to do that, but they don't let you get away with that. HBO comes hard with that stuff. This kick will drive way back into the end zone, or it'll be fair caught there, or down there, sorry. 14:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Hawks up by 4. Let's see if Milroe's still got a whole quarter here to undo the thinking of what just happened in the interception. Plenty of time here now. Settle in, kid. You got the lead. Go drive us down. Go get us a touchdown and put this thing away. So right now the Titans don't look to me like the Titans can score a touchdown. First and 10, Milroe under center, I formation look here. Fullback. Handoff here. Nice job by the fullback clearing the hole through, but second linebacker was able to get in there and keep it to a short gain. Milroe played on a Grubb? No, I don't think he did. Nope. Grubb came back last year, Andy. Second and 8, back under center here. Roll out again to the left. That ball is almost intercepted. Drop ball there by the receiver. We do have a flag on the play. Got to make that catch. That's a good throw by Milroe. Got to make that catch. Holding on the Titans, though. So it'll be an automatic first down for Seattle. Come on, guys. He had a drop last week, too. Let's help the kid out, huh? Come on, Rashad, you got to catch that. You got to catch that. Come on. 2 tight end look here. Condensed split. Under center's Milrow. Handoff to Hankerson. Hankerson running hard. Not a lot of territory to be had, but manages to force his way for a 5-yard carry there. 4-yard carry. Nice long 8-minute drive here. Yeah, but Fleury's rollouts to the left been kind of common today. He's been really lean on using that. And oftentimes you got defenses, they don't think you're going to run as much of the boot to the left. They'll be more keen to it being run to the right. It's hard to throw that ball rolling to your left. Shotgun look for Milrow. Hits the back foot, hitches, and then kind of throws in the dirt. Going to be a bit of a tight window throw there. Wasn't able to get it in there to Ricky White. Milrow 4 of 8, 37 yards. Getting a little bit of a condensed look here. Young receiver, just not on his P's and Q's there. Milrow tells Henderson to get a little bit more out wider than he was on his depth, or get, he's a little bit incondensed. He's trying to widen him out, and White not White, but Henderson kind of spazzes there as Milrow is telling him that, and that gets treated like a false start. I said, we saw a false start like this earlier. It's, you go from that 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. Now you're about to the 3rd and 11, 3rd and 6 to 3rd and 11. Tougher to pick this up. Titans running a blitz. Milrow's got to get rid of it, and he's just going to get under siege, swallowed up. This would have been a great place for Fleury to call him like a screenplay there. That was just an absolute avalanche. Horrible job on the blitz pickup. Anthony Hill Jr. has been the truth in this game. He's got the pick. Now he's got the sack. I'm one of those guys like Ruben Bain for me in the draft where I'm just like, what am I missing with this kid? Like, you can absolutely see the talent's just awesome with him. Deep punt here will be fielded. And then we got a face mask. Game's gotten a little sloppy here. Just a wee bit. Justin Ogden again, man. Thanks for becoming a new member of the channel. War Chief, welcome aboard as a new member of the channel. Appreciate you for jumping on, man. Aloha. Hope you're doing well. Misfit, why do they have Hill Jr. playing deep into the game? I don't know if the intention is going to be necessarily to start Hill out the gate. Remembering he was a 21-year-old kid coming out, Misfit. So, you got Cody Barton and Cedric Gray. Those are going to be your those will be your 2 starters. And then, he probably fits in there as he fits in there. But, he's probably a long-term guy that they're going to match up. Like Cody will have 1 more year. Halfway into the year, Anthony probably ascends into a spot. But good player, man. Hell of a good player. Oh, War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation, as well as being a member of the channel, man. Now, you're very kind on your support, you guys. Just members and donations on top of it. I get the double dip. Thank you so much for that, War Chief. Aloha, B. I think the Rams are all banged up by week 14. So my hot take before the season starts is Seahawks versus Cards for the West. That's my hot take. That is a sizzling hot take, War Chief. I will say that's got some extra on it, man. you ain't going shy with that take. And I agree with you. I think that the Rams team is one that if they stay healthy all the way through the year, you get an injury here, you get an injury there, injury some backups, they could be a monster and a juggernaut. I think that if there's a couple of injuries, though, that really hit them in the wrong places, and I'm talking starters, I don't know if they're going to be able to overcome that, or if that is not going to be enough of a thing that's an impediment to knock them off their hitch, to your point, to keep them held back a bit. And as you say, as you get late in the season, you would expect that possibility of a situation would most show up. Hard to say if it will or won't. Some teams can get through this. Last year, for instance, the Rams did a really good job of staying pretty healthy through most of the year. It's kind of to the former where the injury to, I think it was Lake, they had a little bit of an injury to him. You kind of aside from that, a guy here, a guy there for a couple of games here, for a couple of games there, but they were able to keep the health. So they pulled it off last year. We'll see if they can this year, being one of those older teams in the league that's leaning on this in that direction in that way. But you're touching on it, man. I think that this is going to be a different Ram team from what we see week one to what we see as we get into the end of the season. And similar in certain respects to what we got from the Niners last year, where week one, what you were dealing with and what you had to overcome versus what you had to overcome as we got late into the season was two just different teams wholeheartedly. I think you could kind of see something like that play out here with the Rams as a possibility, man. I'm not saying I know it's going to happen for sure, that this is the Rams. I mean, you're more boldly in that take than I am, but I certainly can see the possibility of it. It's not a crazy thought. And people are starting to I'm hearing more and more pundits start to point out to that depth and talk a little bit more about it and kind of acknowledge it a little bit more in ways that was not being talked about with all these great big trades they made this offseason. Play action pass for Levis. He's going to go over the top. Beautiful play out there in coverage. Knocked away. Nicely done. Seahawks defense has been on it today, man. They're looking good. I love your take, War Chief. I hope it does come down to us and the Cardinals. That means a lot went right for our season, if that's the case. And a lot didn't necessarily go right for a lot of the NFC West, if that's the case. Appreciate you, brother. It's good to see you in the house, too, man. Thank you for remembering on up. All right, 2nd down and 10. Got a 3-4 look here from the Seahawks. They're going to go with a bubble screen out in space. Hawks look like they're all over that one. Good job rallying to the ball there. Anything to the edges on this defense today, anything trying to get out wide on us is not working. When it's north and south and they're getting a little bit more into, especially the run game up the middle, or just going to kind of attack straight down, a little bit more success there. But anything to the edges is not working. 3rd down and 8. 12:02 to go here in the 4th quarter. Let's look from the Seahawks. Trips to the far side of the field for the Titans. Shotgun look here for Levis. He's taking his time. Blitz is coming. Levis under siege. Again, just a little bit of a wayward throw there by Levis. We do have a flag on the play. Let's see what the call is. Kind of look like I'd love to see the replay on some of these there with Levis. Just the little details of ball placement and accuracy. You're just a little bit off by about 1.5 yards on the throw. Just enough to be off to make the catch, which should be a pretty easy, straightforward catch, and you make it a much tougher play for the man. Like he had stepped up through the pocket. It was clean. He had kind of a straight pathway to throw that ball. First down and 10. It's the penalties on the Hawks. Defensive holding. Play action pass by Levis. Drops back, hits his man underneath. That's what I'm talking about here. This is where the success has been here for the Titans a bit, is just go underneath, hit those stop routes, go up under the middle. That's where they found the success here today defensively against the defense. Good gain for the Titans. Ball onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 49-yard line. 3-4 look here from the Seahawks, anticipating a little bit of a run look here from the Titans. They're going to get it. Stumbling in the backfield is the ball carrier after the snap and gives time to the Seahawks to be able to gather him up. Hey, we got another Uso, Singleton. Defensive tackles for the Seahawks have been a lot more active today versus last week. It has really stood out. And this is going to bring up a very important 3rd and 2. Got to figure this is probably going to be 2-down territory for the Titans here at this point in the game. They are 3 of 13 on 3rd down. Seattle has 3 of 8. Clock continues to roll. Hand off here to the running back. Big hole open up for him there, and that'll be a 7-yard gain for a 1st down. Linebacker got cleared. Both the linebackers kind of got cleared on that play. What are you doing? 1st down and 10. Ball at the 43-yard line. Levis under center. Hand off here to the running back again. He's going to got some space to work with. He's going to get a nice little 7-yard gain just picking his way through traffic. Titans got a drive rolling here. Second and 4. Shotgun look here for the Titans. Quick throw. Levis's accuracy leads a lot to be desired. Just ripped that thing off at 100 miles an hour, and the ball placement was nowhere where it needed to be. And the guy had some separation and opening there. Levis is not doing anything to distinguish trade value for the Titans right now, if that's maybe what their hope would be for him. And I think you're seeing a little bit of why. He is currently 3rd string behind Trubisky. 3rd down and 4. Under center with a 2 tight end look to one side. They went that way with the back last time they ran this formation, and they're going to do the same thing this time. Go right at the heavy side of the formation, and he's going to get the 1st down. You got to anticipate a little bit of that. They did this to you before where they stacked the bodies to that side. There is a flag on the play. They're just overloading one side with the 2 tight ends and then bringing the ball carrier there. So just kind of overloading you with the numbers game a bit. It ain't fancy, but it works. You get numbers to one side. That can sometimes be just what the doctor ordered. Face mask on the Seahawks. That's a 15-yard penalty right there. 2nd one here of this half. Sloppy game. $8:56 to go here. Seahawks up 16-12, but the Titans are driving. Ball down to the 14-yard line into Seahawks territory. Can they get a stop? Levis under center. 2 tight ends stacked to one side. Guys, if they try to run to the right side and you're not ready for it here. Nope, they're play action. Great call there. We'll throw out in space there. Seattle's on it, though. Good recovery by them. That's a nice call by Dable there. I'll give him some love finally. You've been running that outside zone with the 2 tight ends that side, and you've hit it a couple times. You get them kind of over prep forward, overloading to that, and then you come back the other way. That's solid. Second down and 10. So they didn't run it last time to that side. They do have the 2 tight ends over there again this time with the wide receiver. Let's see if they do it here now. I bet he runs it now to the outside here. Yeah, he runs it inside. Good gain, man. 7-8 yards right up the middle there. Third down and 3. Again, you got to figure this is probably 2-down territory here for the Titans. A lot of guys up the line of scrimmage here. Hand off inside. He's going to wind his way. Cut down, though, as he tries to wind his way back outside from inside there. Thomas making the play, the defensive tackle. Who? 4th down and 2. See, if I was Dable here on 4th and 2, I would go with the 2 tight ends to one side, and I'd run to that side. It's been successful both 2 times I've run it. Certainly not trusting in Levis's arm here. See what he runs. Kind of an I formation look here. Oh, he's got him wide open. He's not going to take it, though. He's going to run it. First down by Levis. Levis had the completion. He didn't trust his arm. So he rolls out to his right. He's got an easy throw out into the flat there, but he just does not trust his arm at this point. So he's like, F it, I'm just going to go run for the first, and decides to do a cartwheel jump move to go get the first down. 1st and goal for the Titans. Hey, whatever, man. Whatever you got to do, I guess. Ball at the 3-yard line on 1st and goal. Can the Hawks defense get a stop? Under center is Levis. Heavy formational look here. Handoff, and he's going to get in, cut down, but not before he knocks it into the end zone for a touchdown for the Titans. Oof. Oof. Arc the Liebe. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation, Fire Poet. On backup quarterback, good take as a Rams fan. I cringe a bit hearing people say, drop Bennett, give Simpson the number 2 spot. No, let them sit back and develop with time. You'll always find me consistent on this, Fire Poet. It's where I think the NFL goes wrong at times in certain things, and then they never really will course correct. And then teams continually will make similar mistakes to other teams, and then nobody kind of stops and goes, wait a second, is this really the right way to do this? And, you draft a guy high, and the drive is to then play the guy because you want to see what you got. Because maybe you got something magical. Because maybe he's going to be the next greatest, best thing. This is the inherent drive to get those guys out there instead of the drive being develop him right. Develop him. The sport is really hard to play right now. It's not 2017 where spread concepts are the thing, man, and they're taking over the NFL. And you can bring a college quarterback who's been playing in a spread system in college, bring him to the pros, and now he's playing in a spread system in the pros, and it's like for like for like for like. And hey, here comes air raid offenses and Cliff Kingsbury's, and right. But then we found that the cover 2 shell kind of knocked all that stuff away, and now we've gone back to kind of a little bit more of the old school football, which means that for the quarterback position, the easy button is no longer on anymore. Now you've got to really, really be on your P's and Q's as far as your pre-snap to post-snap reads. You've got defenses, they're flipping coverages left to right, pre to post-snap. You've got a system like McVay runs, which Fire Poet, I don't think anybody would say that this is a simplistic system that you just pick up over an off season, even if you weren't just a rookie quarterback, let's say. What do we want to do to develop this guy long-term? Not get him on the field, not rush, have a capable backup out there. And this is what about our Seahawks doing the same thing with Milroe last year. You signed Locke so that pressure was off that guy. I don't want the pressure of Milroe coming out there and playing and that being on his mind as much because I need to develop him. And there's a lot to be developed. He needs a lot. He needs time for that to happen. So I do feel this way. I think that it's a very much a fan. It's not just a fan, it's a front office, an NFL team thing that there's the drive to throw them out there. But look at this past history of the 20 years. Is tossing these young quarterbacks into the fray in that manner proven to be a smart move? Is it proven to be intelligent by these NFL teams? Is that proven to develop these quarterbacks at a top-notch level? No, it's been the opposite of that as far as the data. You can find some success stories, but by and large, we've got a lot of guys that you even now see in the reclamation that it sort of is proving it. Sam Darnold with his success, Baker Mayfield with his success, Mac Jones coming out there with the Niners, like these are places where it goes to show you that give the guys some time, let them develop, and you'll get the best version of them. I give a guy multiple years in a pro program to work on his game and just work on your game. You're uniquely in a position where allowing you to do that. I can get a hell of a good player on the other side of that, especially when I take that pressure away from playing. So yeah, I think the Rams would be smart to have it with Bennett. I think the Rams are at their smartest fire poet. My instinct on this is you get Garoppolo off the bench and you get him back in there as your backup. Because what you really want is the competent, capable, like we have with Drew Lock, the guy that can go to the backup and you're not worried about a huge drop off. Let's face it, with anybody you're going from Stafford as an MVP, there's going to be a drop off. But you want to try to mitigate the drop off as far as you can go with it. But yeah, let him develop, man. Give the kid some time to figure things out, especially for him, because, the thing that stood out with him is he only had the 1 year of really starting experience at the college level. I think the guys that you're going to try to start and run out there immediately and have them run a lot of snaps should be guys that then have had a lot of run in college, multiple years starting, Fire Poet. Thank you though, man. Appreciate you for that. Very kind. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm not impressed with our offense at all. Yeah, it's not setting the world on fire so far in the preseason, these first two games. And there's some lack of execution. There's some pre-snap penalties. There's some things that are a little bit out of alignment. 1st and 10 here for Milroe under center. He'll hand off to Hankerson on an outside zone run. And Hankerson's going to get about a gain of a 2-3, I'll call it 1 yard gain there. Sorry. 5:33 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks down by 3. But I would like to see a little bit more. I think it was nice early on here with Fleury, and then you got some good stuff. It's gotten a little bit hung up here at this point. That's I think where we're a little bit at with this. So it's an improvement over last week, but it's a bit of a one step on that, Rodney. Like to see a little bit more. Love to see Milroe drive this thing down. Give us something good to stick off of here. He's going to throw it out in the flat to Hankerson. Hankerson trying to break a tackle, fighting hard. He's going to get about a 2 yard gain out of this. And Anthony Hill again. Anthony has been very impressive in this game. But I feel you, Rodney. It's a little bit frustrating right now watching the O operate. Chambeard, thank you for the 9 months, almost a year as a Hawks Nest member. That's very kind of you. Appreciate that long-time support. Ready for my second season as a member. Always look forward to the Sunday live streams. Thanks, B. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you checking them out. Shotgun look here for Milroe on 3rd and 5. 3 wide to one side. Dropping back to throw. Gets his man here to Ricky White. Ricky White still freed up. Ricky White down the field. Ricky White's going. Still on his feet. We got a flag, though, down the field. We'll see what the flag is, but Ricky White with a nice little catch and run there. He doesn't look like he's celebrating, though, so the flag must be on the Seattle Seahawks. Penalties on offense have been a big problem. And it's going to be offensive pass interference on your Seattle Seahawks. Goodness gracious, man. Ricky operating in the slot on this play. I'm guessing he's the one that's going to get called. Yeah, gives him a little extension and hits him just right. And I mean, it's a tough call, but you extend out like that, they're going to get it. They're going to hit you for it. The 14th penalty for 129 yards, the Seahawks. Titans got 11 for 100, so they're getting their money's worth too. But now you got 3rd and 15 here for your Seahawks and Milroe. Milroe dropping back to throw. Shotgun. He's going to let this rip over the middle. He will complete it, but it will be far short of the first down there. And we'll see what Mike McDonald decides to do here now on 4th down. I'm guessing you're just going to go for it. See what you can do here. Why not? Why not? Chambeard, I saw you gifted some subs too here. Bear with me 1 second. You're very kind, my man. 4th down and 3 for the Seahawks. 4:15 to go in the fourth quarter. Trips to the short side of the field. Shotgun look here. Titans are threatening a blitz. It's coming. Got to be ready for it. Milroe's got time. You block it up. Milroe's got time. Come on, Jalen. Sacked. Sacked. Turnover on downs. Chambeard, we're going to have a great year this year, man. We'll be doing all the live stream shows this season on this side as well. I'll be doing Monday Night Football this year over on Roundtable Sports. So if you guys want a little bit of a double dose of play-by-play coverage this year, we'll be doing some of that over there on that side of it. But thank you for your second year as being a Hawks Nest member. You folks are very kind. If you're a member 1 year, you're a member for 5 years. Long time support of this channel. And then Chambeard wasn't done. He wasn't done. He's gifting out 5 gifted memberships out to you guys in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. Chambeard. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Chambeard, for that gifted subs. Folks, keep an eye on the community, please. You just got gifted a sub by Chambeard on that. Give him a little bit of a thank you there, a little bit of a salute if you would be so kind to do so. You're awesome for that, Chambeard. Thank you, man. We're going to have a great year this year, and hopefully our team is ready to go back and repeat this year. I know we've had a little bit of a rough road here on the preseason, a little bit of not smooth sailing necessarily, but I think the ones will be ready by game time. I think this team's going to be ready to go, and that this team is well set up again to have another awesome season. But thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you for being a member of the channel, and folks, if you were just gifted a membership, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I put those membership benefits. We'll be doing the watch along with Hard Knocks on Tuesday. I'll get you the PFF scores out on tomorrow on Monday. And then we've got, as well, we'll be doing a call-in show for members of the channel probably maybe not this next Saturday. I think we got the final preseason game, I think it's on Friday. So maybe we'll be doing it on Saturday. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. But Chambeard, thank you, man. Appreciate you gifting up all those people on the membership. And let's have a great year, man. Let's have a great year. Let's have a great year watching our team going back to back. How's that sound? Rodney Press Show, thank you for the $2 donation. How are you feeling about the offense for the year? Well, I think that it's a good question. Let me get a little more coffee here. One second. I think that there is, I think that when it comes to Rodney, I think that when it comes to Brian Fleury, you're not exactly going to know what you're going to get until we get to the games. I think that we can't take too much away from watching second, third, fourth stringers here through this preseason. I mean, the Titans played their starters deep into the second quarter at times in this game versus us through the first 2 games. And we got a quick throw here on 1st and 10 for the Titans. They're going to be in attack mode here, not just run the ball out mode, which is kind of interesting. First down, catch and run for them. 3:52 to go in the fourth quarter. We got, is that Hendon Hooker in the game now? Hendon Hooker for the Titans. Titans, their 4th string quarterback. They got a lot of QBs there, huh? Kind of interesting. So I think that there's plenty of room there to be a little bit wondering about, okay, there's some question here to a degree, but, I think that having those questions rise up, a quick carry up in the middle here, swallowed up there by Singleton. Good play by him. I think that was Ivy in on the play as well. I think that's the problem here is that some of our questions are going to come up from the first-time coordinator. Some is going to come up from, well, the offense hasn't been humming out the gate. And I think it's hard to kind of pinpoint that because it isn't the starters out there and it'll look different with the starters out there. I think that they're trying some things here in the preseason too. I think this game looked a lot better as far as the sequencing early on with Fleury and kind of feeling a little bit more of his plan at play, utilization of a little bit more of the pre-snap motion. So I think we saw more signs of life in this game from the first Cowboys game, which was very ineffectual and frankly was just kind of disappointing as an opening run. Some of it as well is that you're going through the bumps of the road of the development of Jalen Milroe and that this isn't going to look clean and good as he's going through this process. It's a long process. It's a one where he may get out the other end of it and he doesn't develop into the quarterback we hope he could become. But as I've said, you got to give him the time for that to happen. Another handoff inside by the Titans ball carrier. He does a good job just staying behind his blockers, dancing around behind him, just kind of waiting and staying patient, and able to make a nice gain of it. Seahawks take their second time out here. And this will bring up a 3rd and 1 for the Titans. So big play here. Try to get a stop, get the ball back to your offense for one more opportunity for them to get the field. Got to figure you're going to probably try to load up for the run here. Ball on the 8-yard line. Seahawks are going to rock a heavy front here, I think, anticipating the run. Under center's Hendon. He's going to hand this off inside and cut down. It's going to be right close. Looks like the mark's going to have them just a little bit short here. Seahawks will take their final timeout. And that'll bring up 4th and 1. So the Titans here, do you want to try to go for it and then just remove all opportunity for Seahawks to have a chance to come back here? Or take the field goal and force them to have to go get a touchdown? Love to see him take the field goal here and give Milroe at least one more opportunity here to go do something. Fourth and 1. Titans are going for it. Hooker under center here. Heavy formation. Hooker's going to just try to take it, and I don't know if he got it. Seahawks did, I think, stopped him. Gaines got back there and held him up, I think. Gaines on the backside of the edge there, collapsed down, wrapped his arms around Hooker's waist and held him up from pushing forward on that tush push. Wasn't really much of a tush push, more just a quarterback keeper. Probably could have used some hands on some butt cheeks there, you know what I mean? It looks short to me. I think they're going to try to measure this, but it looked well short, and that's a great job by the defense. A hell of a stop by the defense. Let's go. Let's go. You got to tip your hand, I think, to the defense today, right? I mean, the offense had turnovers and muff punt, and you got the interception in their territory. I think they've allowed something like, just a little over 250 total yards of offense in this game. Fantastic job by the defense. Don't have any questions there, Rodney. I'll tell you that. Very nicely done. Come on, Milroe. Well, Milroe can do a lot to help out this day here. Finish this off right. You're down by 3. Let's go get us a touchdown here. You got 3:17, no timeouts. Use your legs. Play fast and free here. Let it rip, big dog. Let it rip. So there's maybe marginal questions for me versus other people on this one, Rodney. I think that, is he going to replicate having used a top 5 score in offense this year as Kubiak did last year? That's going to be probably pretty hard to do. I think some of that just comes from the being a little bit more of a difficult schedule. Do I expect this offense to be top 10 this year? Yes, I do. Milroe from shotgun, dropping back. He's going to throw another interception. Milroe just rolling to his left there and has a man, and just the ball sails on him. And this is where, accuracy down, when your mechanics are not quite locked fully in, the accuracy is just not going to be there. And a little bit off in this league is a lot off. Oh, boy, Jalen. He had a guy open there. I mean, the guy kind of falls down a little bit. He's not expecting him to fall backwards and down. It's just ugly. Yeah. That'll probably finish it up here. Hand off here, and that'll be down. So offensively, I think that there's some reasons why it's looked the way it's looked. But I'd understand, Rodney, if you'd be in the camp of being a little bit worried about this. It's not like they've given you a lot to feel super great about in the preseason here. And this being the question, or one of the few questions you had coming into, into this preseason was, where he was at. But I think Fleury hasn't been bad necessarily, in this game. I think you had a little bit more here. I get where you're coming from on the question for sure. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation, Kyle. Man, you've been very kind on all your support today, as ever, as always, as you always are on here. Appreciate you. Handoff outside, short run here. Again, good job by the defense, man. 2 1-yard carries after what just happened with the offense. Very easy for you to be like, God, offense. But again, showing some stoutness. This will take us down to the 2-minute warning. I'm excited to see what the NFI with TA this week when they meet. I'm sorry, with the NFI with Terry and Arnold this week when they meet. I'm pretty sure we'll know the suspension from that, right? When Puka suspension's coming. So I would expect that the Puka suspension, if it's going to happen prior to the start of the year, where they're going to let us know that this is in point and it's probably going to be a 1 or 2 game suspension. I think it's 2 games on the first offense thing. So I would expect that that's what you're going to see from Puka. You are on it, Kyle, and that right now Terry and Arnold's going to be meeting with the commissioner's office and discussing some of the details of this case. And that this could be the thing with this is it's both the good and the bad, is that when you sort of give the gavel to the commissioner and he gets the ultimate power to do whatever he wants, and it's not a process and it's not necessarily always weighing out this evidence to that evidence, but he sort of looks at the whole situation and then sort of derives what he wants to do in the suspension. Maybe there's a part of that opens that door up to the suspension being limited down, where it's like, okay, I'm giving you a suspension, you're getting 8 games or 10 games or whatever, but that the suspension comes with the caveat then that we know what it is and that he will be back this season at some point, Kyle. Those will be the 2 important indicators out of that. 3rd and 8 here, Hendon Hooker under center again. They're going to go with a play action pass and try to actually throw this ball, and they will complete it, and that will be game. Props the Titans for going it and taking this game, man. They went and took the win there. Tough in coverage there, but a 1st and goal, they can just sit on the clock now and down it from here. And unfortunately, that will be at point that. You brought a little bit of pressure there, but defense held out as long as they could in this game. They gave the offense plenty of opportunities. Offense just 3 times this. Offense and special teams, 3 short fields in this game. You ain't winning special teams. You ain't winning preseason, regular season games if you're operating in that manner. So I would expect the suspension to come down on that. And yeah, I think that the NFL is going to give us more of a certainty as far as what happens after the meeting with Arnold and the commissioner. So you're on it, Kyle. I would expect that to come through. We should also hear about the Alaric Jackson situation too, probably within the next week and a half. I don't think the NFL is going to let both of those situations with the Rams linger into the season, where you come into the Rams at week 4 and you're like, okay, we're going to do 2 games on Puka now. Okay, we'll do Alaric games now. I don't think they'll work it that way. But yeah, that the meeting with the commissioner is an important domino that needs to fall to get the Arnold situation clarified. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $10 donation, Daniel. The broadcaster said last season the Rams looked unbeatable, and people wondered who could stop them, and Seattle stepped up. Did he watch the Rams versus Falcons or Panthers or Bears? Laughing my ass off, revisionist history, shaking my head. It's been like that throughout the offseason, in my opinion. I think, I've heard people that I think are normally fairly smart people when it comes to football go back to like that 2-point play, for instance. And the 2-point play is such a strange situation because there was so much football that was left to play after that 2-point play. There were so many opportunities for the Rams to win that game after the 2-point play. And you mentioned it, that after that game, they definitely, it got stuck in their craw. They weren't quite the same team at that point. So yeah, the crowning of the Rams has been throughout this offseason has been kind of annoying. It has. And maybe they'll be proven right. And the team has stacked themselves up as deep as they can. And they're trying to get Aaron Donald out of retirement. And God knows if there's not another move beyond that where they flip another 1st rounder because they're like, not enough. But the cool part about it all, at the heart of it from my standpoint, aside from the annoyance of not having your team being given necessarily its flowers for how great they were and how great they are, is we get a run underneath the radar on this one a little bit again. And that people get overlook us once again. And I think that puts us in a nice position that typical champions don't get to be in. But I get your frustrations with it, Daniel, as it's been a whole off season of hearing this from everybody all over the place nationally. It's one thing that comes from Ram fans or Ram people, but it's coming from national people on this one, and it gets a bit lame. Daniel, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you. Says, sorry, but as the 1 seed, we were the team to beat. No, I share your frustrations, man. It's also like this. It's like they come down and they go, well, the Rams could have won all 3 games. It's like, well, we were up 33-18 and we're going to get the ball back when Woolen had the weird taunting penalty. You also then have the fact that you missed a field goal in the first matchup, which if you make that field goal, you win that game, meaning that we're one missed field goal away from having 3 wins against the Rams last year. It's the way that you can change the course. Like it is the way like people can modify reality to suit their outlook of things on it. And that's what I think you're getting a little bit, frustrated by. And I've been frustrated by is that you guys are slanting your view of this and then making the view fit to your slanting. You're not just looking at the data objectively and then coming away with a conclusion on that. And it shows up in a variety of different ways, this situation in that way. And I agree with you on that. It's not typically as well a Super Bowl champion that's having to kind of like, wait, we should give some credit here. We were a great team. Yeah, you were all right. I mean, you guys kind of lucked your way and you had a 2-point conversion. And I mean, you were fine. But I mean, like, it was like, you had a perfect alignment occur is kind of what they would want to, try to make us think with that, Daniel. I get you, man. I totally get you. 1 second here, folks. Be right back. I'm Jordan. Thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Appreciate you for that. The rejoining, I should say. I know you've been a member before on that. And all members, we got a bunch of new members. We've had gifted memberships today from folks like Chamberbeard, who was so kind to do so. Space gifting out memberships. If you've just got a membership, keep an eye on it. Give them a thank you. And again, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I post the membership benefits out over on that side of things. Jerry Walker, thank you for the $5 donation, Jerry. I appreciate you for that. Watching Milroe play quarterback makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I'm so out on him. He makes me unbelievably angry. I get it. I get where you're coming from on this. And, I think that if you guys are, wondering a little bit where I'm at on this, go back and watch my draft day reaction to Jalen Milroe being selected. And a lot of my chat flamed me at the time for my reaction to it. I want to preface this by saying that I'm still very much open to the development of Milroe and that this story has not been said. With that said, the data that we've gotten up into this point is the data that we've gotten up to this point. And last year was a rough preseason, and this has been a rough preseason. And there's been some moments of good in there too. But there's also been a lot of ugly. And I think the thing that was hard for me with Milroe was just, I think like you touch on, you watch quarterback play and there's guys that are free and easy and the position that they're playing, it almost kind of comes naturally to them in certain respects. And then there's guys that, may have a ton of natural talent, a good arm and great mobility, but the position does not come naturally to them. It is a work in progress for them. And he is a guy where it does feel like he makes the position feel really hard to play. And that has gone back to college with him at times. And there's talent there. And if he can fix the mechanical issues and get the processing right, and it's a lot of the stuff to clean up, eventually you can get to a player that would be pretty dynamic. But can you get him to that spot? And one of the things I said on draft day is I had some real reticence in knowing the track record of these kind of guys coming out to say that you can get all of that stuff cleaned up at the pro level. it's almost a little bit of that. You have to clean some of it up in college. You have to have some of that fully rounded out by that point so that when you're getting to the NFL, you're really getting down to the more of the final items of what you've got to clean up in your game, not everything from mechanically to neck up type stuff that you're having to delve into. So the frustration is understandable because the talent is there, but that it still just looks like, he's really struggling to pick stuff up out there. And the processing angle of things still continues to show up where he's just not seeing things correctly. You're not seeing him go through multiple reads, a little bit of locking in on the one place he wants to go with on the ball. The accuracy's still not quite there. The ball placement, not quite there. Some good stuff too. He made a nice throw down the sideline to Cody White, gave him a try. He made a nice rip of a throw in there too. I think it was Monterio. Foster for 24 yards. So, there was some good, but the bottom line at the end of it, 6 of 11 for 52 yards, 2 interceptions in the back of the last week's performance, in the back of last year's performance in the preseason. It's kind of been more of the same. And we're really, really looking for the steps to come forward here. And hopefully he gets to run all next week, 4 quarters, and that maybe we can see some growth and development at that point, Jerry. But I've said you got to give him the 2 years. And once you get through the 2 years, you got to make the decision at that point, I think. I don't think you just go, well, let's just give him another year for the sake of giving another year. You got to see some of the lights coming on and some of the, the ability actually showing up in true production. Because right now it's a struggle. Jerry with another $5 donation. Thank you for the double dip dono, Jerry. I really appreciate you for that. Watching Jalen Milroe play quarterback makes me want to gouge my eyes out. I'm so out on him. We need to replace his sorry ass. This draft or the next. No more. I get where you're coming from. And that's where I would say, from my perspective on this, and I was on this place and Jerry, I was as out as anybody could be out on him on draft day. But I did say at the time, the caveat that I would place down is that we got to give the 2 years in full to see if the development comes forward. As much because you might find yourself year and a half in going, it seems done, it seems not quite there, and the light bulb comes on. It's more of rather than it being a gradual thing, I think it's that you're chipping away, and then you kind of break through to a realization, to an epiphany from the quarterback position, which allows you to take that next step forward in your development. It doesn't guarantee it's going to come there. It's just that I just say with the caveat, Jerry, to give it that 2 years. And so what I would expect them is it's one of two ways. You get to the end of the season and you've seen those improvements. You've seen the development, which gives you cause and reason to believe you should give him the 3rd year, or it's stifled. It's not progressing. He looks like he needs to go to a team that's more of an RPO type team that's going to put him in those kind of positions. And then in which case at that point, then you're looking to move in a different direction, Jerry. Right. So, I think though you'll go through the full 2 years, and then what you do have in this next draft is 2 different things that are kind of a confluence of things coming together. You first have the fact the Seahawks have 11 draft picks. And the second thing you have is a quarterback that's going to be very heavy in quarterbacks. There'll be guys at the top that are going to be taken in the first round. But I think what's going to make this really unique to this draft class for the quarterbacks, as far as looking at them in advance, is that it would seem like almost every round, 2 through about 5, 6, you're going to have a variety of quarterbacks eligible in all of those rounds. And you can kind of pick your particular flavor of what you like. And so I think that there's a real chance with some of the talent that might be available to you in this next draft that also causes them to be a little bit more open to maybe being pivoting at that point, with, again, the caveat being that he does not develop. But I get where you're coming from, Jerry. I understand your frustration. I share your frustrations in watching him. I shared it on the draft day when he was picked. I'm not throwing him out. I'm not saying his story's said. It's just up until this point, it has been a little bit frustrating watching him operate where you're just not quite seeing things progressing. Didn't need to see it come a mile. Would just like to see a quarter of that mile, though, eaten up, right? And I don't know if we've kind of even gotten to that stage of it as far as his stepping forward. Thank you, though. Appreciate your support here. All of your guys' support. Big shout out to Chamberbeard and Space for gifting out those memberships as they did. Jerry, thank you for the double dip dono. And Jordan, thank you for becoming a member of the channel again, man. Welcome back aboard. Let's pop over to you guys in the chat, see what you guys think about this game. Kind of 2 rough games overall. Defense, can't question them. I thought they were really good in this game, but definitely I think the big point of the discussion is probably going to be the offense. Your quarterback depth is lacking comment. Well, Locke was pretty good today. translation. If he can fix literally everything, then he might suck less. Oh, goodness. Liz says that they said Milroe looks good in training camp and doesn't transfer the game. Yeah, everything that we've been hearing is that there has been improvement through training camp. And that's why I say I do think it's a little more light switchy than I do think it's gradual. And I think people want the light switch to come into play. And I get that. I get the pull of instinct to want to see that. I want to see that myself. But I think in looking at years past on the guys that have broken through, there's plenty of guys that fit to this model type that don't break through, that don't round out those skills. But the guys that do break through, it is a little bit of a light switchy thing. And it is a thing where it is more of like, you want to click in here and now, but maybe it clicks in week 6 where he's like, oh, okay, now I get this. Right. And that might be the case, and that, some of this development's occurring, and that there is the coaching staff is feeling like there's improvement because it is showing up in training camp in the way that maybe it wasn't as much last year. But it has, like you say, it hasn't quite translated to the game. And that's the part that's kind of the most important part. If you do have any questions for me too, just by the way, B, Brando, Hawks Nest, a lot of inner discussion in the chat, of course, tonight. It does help me just kind of figure out what's what. Yeah, a lot of flags, man. I know they like to call a little too many. And I mean, some of it was valid. I mean, there was legit face mask. There were some legit holding calls, and some stuff they were calling a little ticky-tacky too, both ways. Wasn't the best officiated game. Luis's next quarterback we draft, hopefully we can avoid these meme running quarterbacks. It just doesn't work. Mahomes is the exception, not the rule. I'd take a Stafford, Darnold, etc. over a Lamar type any day. Yeah, it's where we go to too, Luis, in my opinion, being that this is where the game transitions to with the cover 2 shell. More back under center stuff, more heavier formations, more footwork centric stuff for the quarterbacks, more turning your back to the defensive line on play action. All of this stuff is more going to suit those guys that are the back foot and let it rip type dudes like you talk about. And that's where, the game may evolve another 10 years down the line when we go back to the spread concepts and back to read option and back to mobile quarterbacks. But indeed, as you say, it's a little bit of right now is not their prime time to be utilizing these type of guys, especially when their forefront skill of running comes at the expense of their ability as a passer. Seattle Dub 6 got Milroe going to this practice squad. No. I don't know if you'd be able to fit him in there. Still might be a team that still might be a guy that gets in there. Yeah, the 2 picks are yikes. They just are. And that first one especially, where it's just the ball drifts on him. I mean, it's problematic when as a quarterback I got a clean pocket, I let the ball rip, and I don't know where exactly the ball is going to go. That's not great. Got to give him the process, Jordan. And that's where, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with reaching a conclusion of he's really hard to watch. I don't see the development. I think those are fair things to say. But that's where I do come back to the 2-year thing is a big, important part of this process, because we're in an era right now where teams want to throw quarterbacks away as fast as ever. And we're in an era as much as ever where we have to give more time to the quarterback to get right and ready. And there are exceptions always to the rule. There's going to be those guys that can step on the field and be good to go. I oftentimes say those are guys that have played a lot of college football to do that. And even Jalen's case, did play a lot of college football. It's part of a little bit of the concern on his advancement is that didn't seem to help him as much as it would have other guys. But he's also running a little bit of the kitschy scheme for most of his time there, Milroe speed's outstanding. Can Hawks utilize it? Remains to be seen, Andy. We were not able to last year, and I'm not sure where even the plan might be with that. I'd make Milroe wide out or a tight end before I make him a running back. Probably. Just a little late to make the transition at this point for him. It's going to have to be quarterback bust at this point. Yeah, I could definitely see this year being the draft year, where this might be the year you have to make that decision where some might say, we'll give him a third year, but some of the pull here might be to your point, Michael, in that this draft is so nice with quarterbacks in it, and there's so many rounds you can pick them from, that some of this might be less about being down on Milroe and being up on some of the quarterbacks in the class if it comes around to that. There's more time to determine on this, but it could be a factor. Howard says that at the end of this game, after this game, I hope these 3s and 4s never need to suit up for a game. That's for sure. I take Ty Simpson or Milroe any day. He looks more further advanced to be an NFL player right now than Milroe does. And Milroe's got a year on him here at this deal, right? So, yeah. Jordan Hawk says, I am not as down on Milroe as most. I thought his processing looked better, but his mechanics looked off because of the 2 interceptions today. I think he looked okay today. Yeah, I don't think he was purely awful. Obviously, like you say, the 2 interceptions are going to carry a lot of weight to them because of how bad they look. It all just comes down to, again, you'd like to see better and more. At some point, we're going to need to see some of the progression come. But like you said in your above post on this wasn't an investment process when you made the pick. There was never the thought process that the returns on this need to happen in year 1 or need to happen in year 2. It's part of the whole reason that you gave Drew Lock the 2-year contract extension like you did. It wasn't a 1-year deal where you're like, oh, you'll have your 1 year and then we're going to get Milroe in here as the backup. Like you were acknowledging even in putting that contract together for Lock, this guy will remain as that third guy. So it's the plan. We'll stick to the plan, get around to the end of the year, and then the team makes their determination at that point. But I think a part of that determination is going to be heavily built in there if he, especially this is the last time he's going to play next week, is how you did in the preseason. And when we measure that up against last preseason, and some of this comes back to what he's doing in training camp too, Jordan. Let's face it, we've also heard some really good reports from what he's looked like in training camp, and better reports than what we had heard from him last year, let's say. And that does show some proof of improvement. There's some spots in this game where there's some good stuff. The easy mobility you saw where he got the first down on the 3rd and 14 and he was there in a flash and just grabbed it like he was stealing candy from a baby. The rip he had over the middle of the field, love seeing that throw where that's one of those throws in the place in the field there to Montario Foster that he can be a bit problematic on, as evidenced by the interception that he had in this game. Maybe the play calling wasn't like grade A awesome for him either. Versus Locke, who I think the play calling was probably a little bit better for with Fleury. And again, he's dealing with the 4 stringers out there versus 2nd, 3rd stringers that Locke got to work with. Probably worth taking into account here too. Definitely still finding that balance between run and pass and developing as a passer, when to use the legs, Philip. Yeah. Gallis is just brutal to watch him fail to read the defense. He just doesn't see things clearly, and it's the thing that I think beyond the mechanics that has me most worried about him. Anybody that follows the channels knows that when I look at quarterback prospects, every guy's got a different outlook, different eyes that they view QBs from and what they want to see from QBs in college. The 2 things I want to see from a college quarterback, first and foremost, before we get to subsequent other skills, are going to be arm strength and processing, and to equal portion of both. Not meaning that I'm going to hold arm strength over processing. If you have arm strength for days, but you can't process for a minute, that doesn't do much for me. That's not going to help me out. And some of it's got to be a little bit of a natural thing you have. So natural arm strength, can't really create more arm strength. You got it or you don't. And then processing is also one that I do find myself saying I can improve it. I can get better. But if I naturally don't have it, if I naturally seem to be missing it in almost every way, it's very hard to take it from that to a place of being really good with it. Like it'll always be somewhat of a hindrance to you. Now, again, there are exceptions to the rule, and there are plenty of players out there that you could probably find that could maybe disprove this a little bit. But I think by and large, it's a fairly hard-lined rule. And we'll see if Milroe can disprove that. But I think you touch on it. That's the thing that gets tough watching him sometimes on the dropbacks is just, what are you seeing? I'm watching the 22 tape last week with him on the Cowboys, and his pre-snap read takes him into the teeth of the defense. He's got bodies over here. Cowboys don't have as many bodies over here. He's got, if you want to just go simplistic, more bodies over here, the left side of the field. The read takes him to the left side of the field rather than where he's going to have a free guide up to. It's like, well, why did it take you there? And I watched a couple of those plays last week where I ran him over and over again, trying to understand what he saw pre-snap to take him post-snap into that direction. Because it's the defender's flowing right to where he's wanting to throw the ball. And some of that can be just they're on the play call. Some of it's not necessarily him per se, but it's where you're looking for the pre-snap read sometimes to go to the open player, to find the easy read. And that's where we come back to sometimes making the game look a little bit tough to play on some of those dropbacks because he's just not seeing things clearly. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donations. Got some unfortunate news for us. Mike confirms broken ankle for Bud. Will be out multiple months. Maybe he can come back at the end of the season. Kind of depends on the broken ankle. Ankles can be better. I will say this. Ankles can be better than ligaments. So that's the one decent part in there. A broken ankle typically takes 6 to 12 weeks to heal. So that's anywhere from, 3 months, 2 months, 2 to 3 months. So it's on the line there, Jordan, where can you get him back probably by December, potentially. But there is also the reduced swelling can take 3 to 6 months and up to a year for severe complex breaks. And that's where the part of this gets a little bit tough on that, where if it's a complex break, if it's multiple places, it's just in an odd spot, that's where there could be a bit of an extension on the timeline to get that healed up. So hopefully Bud can heal fast. He's a young player. Those guys tend to bounce back a little bit quicker, but that could help in knowing you're able to bring him back into the fray at some point here. Though even if you do get him back into December, Jordan, at that point he's just been rehabbing. Is he at his physical best at that point? Can you count on him for a playoff push? I think you're probably going to still be pushed at some point or another to have to make a move somewhere from John's standpoint to reinforcing the safety and slot depth on this team in particular, Jordan. Thank you for the update on that. Thank you for your donation. Tough break for Bud, man. You feel bad for the kid, as this team had some real high hopes, I think, about utilizing him this year a lot, be it in dime packages, be it as the backup to Eamon Ward out of the slot if he went down. And so hopefully he can bounce back fast, man. That sucks. Just sucks. Thanks for the update, Jordan. Appreciate you, brother. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. I get the frustration with Milroe, but he's in there with third stringers and practice squad players. It takes time. Sam D took some time, pull the reins back just a little bit. By the way, B, 49ers had a trade during the game. Ooh, really? What did they do? So the San Francisco 49ers have traded Zamir White to the New Orleans Saints in exchange for veteran linebacker Deion Jones. Okay. Interesting. Eric Martin's been playing pretty decent for them, but maybe this is just in case anything goes down at the middle linebacker position. They can keep Greenlaw there and Eric Martin to the weak side. So just some reinforcement for the Mike position, I guess. And the Saints going for a running back because they have Alvin Kamara down with an injury. So they're just both teams getting a little bit more depth there, reinforced, which is understandable. And yeah, I think it's a part to think of. We had a lot of disjointedness from that third, fourth string unit of the offense. And I think that there'll be a drive at times in this Milroe discussion to get to an ultimate extreme place to one or the other. And the extreme play, he needs 3 years. He has to have all those 3 years. And then there'll be the other side of I've seen enough, throw him in the trash can. And like all things on extreme ends of the scale, the answer probably lands somewhere right in the middle. And that's to your point. And that's where you got to do the minimum 2 years. It was a minimum 2 years from my perspective. I've got no problem giving him the 3 years. He'll be cheap. He's on a rookie contract. It doesn't really hold us back at all by him being there in that development side of it. I'll lean back on the team's understanding of what they've seen from him, because while we have real stark visions of Milroe with last year in the Packers preseason game and the first couple preseason games here, which haven't been completely horrific, there's some bad stuff there, along with there's some good stuff, but there's definitely overriding maybe the bad stuff that within this, he may be showing a lot more on the practice field. And while it is very stark imagery to be seen, it is also sample size data. I mean, you're really talking about the Packers game and this game, like a collective 2 total games, basically, in performance that we've seen from Milroe on the field in preseason games. And to your point on that, most of that has been with third and fourth stringers in both of the 2 years. He's not being put with starters. He's not necessarily being put up in an opportunity to succeed. And that does come into effect when you're watching so many pre-snap penalties like you saw today. Or you've got, offensive pass interference on the completion, which would have been a first down plus, or the drop pass that he had down the field the second week again, where he's got a drop pass from a receiver where he put the ball right in the right spot on it. That's what you're going to get is a lot of dirty play around your developing quarterback. And that doesn't particularly aid that quarterback in his development. That can be a bit of a hindrance, in fact. So it's worth kind of paying attention to on this, Mark. You're right about that. Part of the reason I would have liked to see him get more of the rip and the jump, like my whole thing on this is that maybe they just needed to have Locke develop. Maybe they needed to have Locke get these snaps under center like this, so he's ready to come off the bench if need be. But would have really have liked to seen more of Milroe through this preseason so far, and more of him with maybe some of those second stringers to get more of a feel for where really he is all the way around in his game. But takes time. You mentioned Sam D or a Baker Mayfield, Mac Jones. It's a couple different of these reclamation guys out there in this league right now. And I think that we're going to see more of it in time. I think we're going to see more of these guys able to rise up, been given more time and 5, 6, 7 years in the league to develop, have a lot of talent. We're going to come to find that those guys say, yeah, I needed that time to kind of get all this stuff mastered. It's a lot. It's a hard position to play. You have so much on your shoulders as a quarterback. Getting the play calls right, getting the adjustments right, reading the defense right, post-snap being clean, sensing pressure, throwing with anticipation, having your mechanics 100% clean so your accuracy is on point. You got to put it all together. It ain't just go run fast, catch ball. It's a lot more to it than that. Footwork, under center. I didn't do any under center in college. Well, you better learn it. Turn your back to the defense, flip your hips back around, be aware of where your read needs to be. It's not simple. Not by any respect. So giving it that time is understandable. And if this team comes out of this mark from this preseason, if he comes back next week and has a similar game to what he did this week, and we get to the end of the season and the team's like, look, we understand you guys seen the preseason games, but we've seen his practice and he is improving practice and he is coming forward in practice. And we have faith that if we can just stay in this mode through year 3, you're really going to feel this. I'll have trust and faith in that, because I can't lean back on just because it fits up to my draft evaluations of Milroe, like because the sample size has fitted to my predetermined biases of what I saw of Milroe in the draft. I can't take that as an ultimate, like I'm seeing the ultimate truth of the situation. There's so much more data from the practice field and what this team is seeing. And this fits in alignment with the reports that we've heard from training camp that Milroe seems to be improved this year, including from our own syndicate guys. Bryce wouldn't gas me up on this type of stuff. He knows what he's looking for out there from the quarterback position. He trains quarterbacks, Dan as well. And so these guys, really to the man, Mookie as well, all felt like he looked improved this year in training camp and practice. So nuance, gray area, give it time. It's not always super clear about what's, playing out here. And we just got to let this thing kind of develop and see where it goes. Hopefully he gets a lot of run next week. hopefully he can finish off the last preseason by, putting a real positive up on the board and getting the fan base really encouraged versus where people might be at it a little bit right now. Oh, another one of my old G's in the house, along with Mark here. Derek, Seahawks Lightning fan. Good to see you in the house, brother. Thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, B. Jays took my Sunday off work, getting ready for football. Can't wait to watch your streams while I watch Red Zone all day and be lazy as hell. That's the way to do it on a Sunday, man. And boy, there's nothing better than Red Zone. I'll tell you what. It is so addictive to watch. I get up in the mornings and you're turning in right from the jump on that as it's just much watch television. Absolutely it is. And we're going to have a great year this year. We've got a lot set up for you guys. We're going to be doing almost 7 streams a week here, if not more than that. We've got, of course, our Sunday football game here with Seahawks. We'll be going every Sunday on with post-game coverage. We got Mondays. I'll be doing Monday Night Football on the Roundtable Sports. So if you guys aren't, please do get subbed up to Roundtable Sports, as I'll be over on their side of it on Mondays, and some Sunday night games too. We'll be mixing a bit of both on that. We got Tuesday Behind Enemy Lines and the Roundtable show on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then on Wednesday, the Seahawks Weekly Roundup. Thursday's the B&B and the Syndicate. Friday, we'll be doing some film breakdowns with Bryce here and there, sprinkled in. And Saturdays, once a month, we'll be doing call-in shows for members of the channel. So loading it up this year, Derek. I hope you're ready. Hope you guys are locked in for this, because we are going to really, really dial it up this season. But thank you, man. It's good to have you in the house, man. Good to have you in the house, and always love to see my OGs on the stream, Derek. Red Zone, man, it's worth it. Everyone, should I give Red Zone? It's worth it. It's so much fun to watch. Just a great way to just kind of be able to catch all the games in that manner a little bit and get a feel for them. Jeffrey Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Thank you for the $2 donation. Jalen Milroe will make a great flag football player. Jeffrey's not a lot of faith in the development angle of this. And it is the thing where we come back to on it. And I have hope. And I would love nothing more to see Jalen Milroe disprove my draft day evaluation of him. That he gets to be an example of a new form of player that we can find. That I have a rough player in college that has a lot that you got to get cleaned up in his game to get him right as a pro, to get him to be a good pro. I not a lot of success stories of that happening, but now we're going to start to see some of those success stories. Let's face it, they're getting better at developing quarterbacks. And he certainly has the work ethic to get this done. No one would ever question that on him, that he's going to put the time and effort into it. And I think a lot of these guys, when you do go back to the rough road dudes coming out of college that have so much around their game that has to be honed out, I think you can backtrack a lot of it to it's so rough because you haven't really worked on your game as much. I don't think that I would ascribe that to Jalen. I think that it's just the position does not necessarily just come naturally to him. He's not taking it like a fish to water, and there's some guys that do that. And that with that means that there's going to be that much more hard work he's got to put in to get to where he needs to go. But we'll see how it continues to run here. Jeffrey definitely needs to take some steps forward. And this next coming week, from a Flurry perspective on this, I'm running a lot of, rollout options to the right. Look, you tried doing this game at times and didn't work great with him doing that type of stuff, including the interception when he was breaking out of the pocket to his right. But just try to script some stuff up to give him some confidence and make the game a little bit simpler for him next week, Jeffrey. I'd love to see that. Jeffrey with another $2 donation says, somewhere the Mariners are losing by 2 to 3 touchdowns again. It's kind of a year where you just can't seem from a Mariner standpoint to get momentum. And this happens in football at times where you might have a great team and you just can't get the lightning in a bottle. The chemistry just doesn't fit. Everything on paper looks like it should be good, but it just doesn't play out in practicality. And the Mariners have been that. You got the Randy Arozarena game yesterday, where he hits a home run the first at bat and finishes the game off on a home run on your last out. Things look magical. You're like, man, that's gonna shoot him in the arm there a little bit, right? That's gonna put a little bit of electricity in the blood, get them a little bit of momentum for the next couple games, as if they can go on a run. Still, anything is possible for this Mariner team. But they come back the very next day and they just look out of gas. It sucks, man. It's been a rough year for Mariner fans to watch. And I think what makes it most rough is it's when you're bad and you're not set up really deep. That's one thing. When you feel like you got a good, strong ball club that's ready to go, and then you fall short, that hurts a little bit more. Boy, they've had some bad losses the last couple of weeks. Just saw the Bud Clark suffered a broken ankle. That's sad. It is very sad. Yeah, you feel for the kid on that one. New Black, so we basically lost Richmond and Clark tonight. Send Bobo a few days ago. Yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't heard an update on Richmond. He walked off the field, so hopefully he's okay. But in regards to Bud Clark, that's definitely going to be probably a couple months. New Black's Mike said months. He also said they think second-year offensive lineman Mason Richmond suffered a major long-term injury. That sucks. That just sucks. Jake and Jesse will have a lot more to be happy about in the roundtable. They will. Yeah. I'll be wringing out the cloth trying to find a few drops. Hopefully the safety room gets reinforced quick. Mike knows how invaluable safeties are for his defense. Indeed. I think it is a position that I will say I think you can address. You can go find safety play, right? And so and let's not underrate a guy like Rodney Thomas on this team. Free agent signing that was a little bit under the radar. So a guy that will help out that depth. But I think that, you got Quandre Diggs for a ham sandwich a couple of years ago. I'm not saying you're going to make that equivalent trade, but it just goes to show you that the safety market can be one where you can find some answers. There's a chance Coke and Clark could return. I think there's a pretty wide variance as far as the recovery time, and too early to tell on that. Tough week in Tennessee. Bobo out, Bud Clark out a couple months, and coach said Richmond suffered a major long-term injury, and the depth is already getting tested, and we haven't even reached week 1. Indeed. I mean, major injuries too. Not just like, they're gone for a couple weeks. It's one of the things that you were able to avoid last year, and major part was the major injuries that were going to take a long period of time. You were able to get guys out for a couple weeks, but get them back in there. So this is disconcerting. Not a great start. And guys that are in Richmond, important depth piece, team very high on him. Bud Clark, of course, also very close to almost vital piece at times, the way that you've set this up. So tough, very tough. Can Milroe go back to Alabama and get his NIL if the Hawks cut him? All these guys are going back now, I guess. So maybe. Well, could look good. Why? Yeah, he looked really good. Can we trade for Buda Baker? Ooh. Don't you give me dreaming, Jack. Don't you give me dreaming. Possible. Bring him home. Dude, I've been hammering on Milroe night, but he's on pace with Sammy, and that Sammy threw 4 interceptions last in a game. Jalen was on pace for that. Indeed he was. Jetty's not a long-term injury? That's good to hear. Glenn, it's hard to root for Milroe when he seems to be defying his coach by not using his legs and forcing bad passes. Would like to see a little more using of his legs. I do think there's some more room for that. And they mentioned in Hard Knocks, didn't they? So it's something the coaching staff's also kind of is in his ear about. Sean Alexander is Milroe's uncle? Is he really? Could have left a note on John's desk. I'm telling you, the kid has $1 million arm. Possibly. Samuel Brando Samalu is way too weak to play. He was getting pushed around like a little kid. Seems like a nice guy, but not NFL caliber. Probably not. I thought he was a little more active in this game than he was last week, where he really got pushed, but still not doing a lot. And I think it's going to be hard for him to even make the practice squad, Samuel, to your point. Peely showed up out there. Singleton's probably done more than Samamalu too. Like Singleton probably ends up on the practice squad. Megan Hawks says, as one who is dislocated and broke my ankle in the same injury the dislocation is far worse due to ligaments and tendons coming into play. Oh, okay. So break better. So maybe the break will be indicative of him maybe being able to come back. Okay, cool. Oh, well, that's somewhat encouraging. Might want to move away. Bud Clark injury sounds like it's a fractured ankle. The timeline on that could be anywhere from 2 to 4 months. So might be able to come back. Hard to say. Hard to say. Still dreaming there was a scene in Hard Knocks where Coach Mack was practically begging Milroe to run with the ball. Apparently the message is just not getting through. Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit with Mike Wise that you're not developed enough as a passer to do this. I'm going to be a passer in the pocket stuff. You've got to use the legs here to find productivity right now early on in your career. It's the bottom line here. And that's maybe I'm obviously reading a little bit into this, but I'm going to guess that that's where Mike's operating from. And I think we saw today why. So that if you just stand in the pocket and you're not using the legs, you don't have enough there. Just not quite enough to live that life right now. Brian says his neck up processing is somewhat improved, but that feet tell you where the ball likely can't go. Mechanics is still poor. Yeah. Just it's still not consistent, the delivery. And when your delivery is inconsistent, throw in and throw out, when the ball just simply, like, you can have your two cleats in the ground, you can have everything set up, no real major pressure in your face, you can step into the throw, and yet the ball's coming out of your hand inconsistently. It's very hard as you're trying to develop all these other ways of being a quarterback, processing, getting to your reads pre to post snap. And I can't trust how my arm action is going to come out sometimes. It does make it a little bit tough as a kind of final part. I made the right read, but the ball drifted on me. Would love to see Milroe play at the first and second stream next week. Seahawks Blue Green, yeah. It's not helping him playing with the four stringers. It's not helping. Kyle Brando, who's more likely to be traded? The season is a failure for them, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. I doubt either one will win a Super Bowl with their current team. As I understand it, I believe that Josh Allen just signed a contract extension, so he's not in a movable place right now as it stands. Lamar Jackson is only under contract through 2027. So if the season goes down I would actually estimate on that, Kyle, that if this season went into the crapper for the Ravens, they're probably coming back next year and moving Lamar rather than extending him. It is a little bit tough because they buried $10 million void years. So they got $30 million in void. Oh my gosh, they got even more than that. Boy, they pushed that contract out weird. So they got $10 million signing bonus hit that comes in 28, 29, 30. And then they have an option bonus that comes into that time too. So I got $42 million. That's going to draw them in a direction, I think, to maybe reset the position a bit. I don't know if they're going to be open to signing him to another extension. If he's obviously good, if they make the playoffs, they'll probably extend him. But if they miss the playoffs again, he's heading into the final year of a deal where he's got a base salary of $51 million. Might be the place that they kind of call the ball at that point. Yeah. You want it from the Rams standpoint. Like, he's been a good player, but is his game going to age well? Am I going to get a great version of Lamar at 30, 31, 32, 33? I don't know if I'd be willing to gamble that, especially when we're talking about a contract that's probably going to be like another 4 or 5 year extension at like $300+ million. Wouldn't shock me, Catalyst, to your point, if the Bud Clark injury, even if he could maybe kind of come back at the end of the year, that they just call the ball and say, push it down to next year at that point. Where are you getting him at as a player at that point, even if you get him back? He's not at his fastest. He's not his physically best. He's just been rehabbing. Probably not in great football shape. GP, Foster looking good. Almost a highlight reel of catch today. Hey, yeah. He's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. There's always a little bit of, like they said in Hard Knocks, where it's like he'll do some good play, and then he just gives you like a boneheaded, pre-snap penalty or something. And you're like, dude. But there's something there. And let's face it, with Bobo going down, I mean, Foster's made the roster at this point. Let's just say the Titans didn't beat us. Tennessee's weather just wore us down. That humidity's real, man. Summer humidity in the south is nothing to mess with, especially when you're coming from the Pacific Northwest. Corey says it's broken. Just got a report. Bud is not out for the season. Thank God. Thank you for the update. Olu's definitely staying now. No trade with Olu. Richmond would have probably been your backup center if you're going to go there with Moranges or something like that. Christian says Milrose not the future for the Hawks. Not even a backup. There's going to be, I think, a variety of Hawk fans you'll hear from on. They'll be in this camp of things coming out of this game. The twos impressed against their ones. They did, Manny, yeah. Titans kept their guys out there for a bit. If they want to get rid of Lamar Jackson, we could always trade Milroe for him. Indeed. Duran says, Fleury's got to switch it up with Milroe too. Play to his strengths and pocket passing isn't a strength. Yeah, I'm kind of done on the straight drop backs with Milroe in the pocket, right, Duran? Like, I'm good on that. I know that's not his game. You're having a drop back, it's got to be off the play action. More rollouts, more simplified looks, quicker throws, less of the leaning on the processing angle of things. Agreed. Yeah, I don't think Bills would ever trade. Contract's just not movable either. Kylie says, why are we talking about Ravens and Bills instead of our team, Brandon? I always like to leave all topics on the table, Kylie. I think when you just get myopic in your view of just looking at just your own team, it causes you to sometimes lose perspective on the greater whole of what's going on league-wide, and that's never good. I think it's more interesting looking at both the team and league stuff combined a little bit. So I don't have a lot of rules here on we've got to stick to certain discussion points. My only rule on this channel, Kylie, is just respect. But I like talking all topics. It's kind of one of the reasons, Kylie, we end up tending to go to 5, 6, 7 hours long is we tend to cover it all here on that side of it. How did our suck-ass team beat the Seahawks? I don't know, man. I don't know. Somebody got an Etsy witch in Tennessee. Fleury did look a little bit better today. I think he's going to get down on the field by the game. He's trying to test out which feels better for him. Catalyst, how do you feel about Cam Ward? Because that's what you should be evaluating, not winning a preseason game. Oh, you're talking to the Titan fan. Do you know how good Robert saw his head's a certified solar heat panel in Tennessee? He's got a lot of natural energy, that guy. I'm just saying. He's running on vitamin D and competitive energy. Those two things. You're on it, Duran. I agree with you, man. Literally why? It's a Seahawks stream. Well, we always cover, I appreciate you coming to the stream here, Kali. We cover all topics here on it. And the reason being is, again, I think that if you just talk about just your team, you lose a little bit of perspective on the grayer whole. You can sometimes get caught up in what's going on with you and not understand, where really things are kind of at as well. I just don't think there's plenty of interesting discussion to talk about all stuff. And why limit ourselves? You know what I mean? Why limit what you can talk about? I think that the NFL is interesting. I think I don't know. I guess I just say I don't know why you want to just hyper focus on just Seahawks stuff when there's plenty of stuff to talk about league wide. So we cover it all here, What's our feeling on Fleury right now? I saw some good stuff, but the way he calls the games with Milroe is not great. I think you probably encapsulated about right where I'd be. I think there was an improvement today. I think the first 2 games of Fleury, the opening drives have been touchdowns. Speaks to some really good scripting of the game plan and setting things up, which I like to see. Probably could see some better adjustments throughout the course of the game. And you're right. I think you definitely would like to see stuff a little bit more catered to Milroe and what he can do, his strengths, and leaning a little bit away from his weaknesses. Honestly, not much to talk about again after that game. It's true. There isn't going to be a ton to pick over in this one. You feel good about some of the performances, but these have been pretty 2 nondescript preseason games. Definitely think the Seahawks 360, the 3rd and 4th stringers are a part of this that have got to be taken into account. Dude, you could literally see Drew having to escape the pocket and does so to make a play. Jalen camps in there and you end up seeing a pack of wiener dogs taking down a greyhound. Salah saves energy for the winner. He does, man. Well, when that thing's working like it is, like they're saying there, and it's you got those solar panels cooking up. Yeah, we like covering all topics here, Kaylee. We cover it all. Gabe, Brando, if you were to grade our depth as a whole, what do you give it? I think you're at A minus B plus range of things. I mean, you're returning your whole offensive line and now all of your backups. You're retaining all of your starting wide receivers. You've got a Horton in there. Now you lose a Bobo, though that definitely is a bit of an impact there. But, you're talking about, okay, our fifth receiver. You're bringing back all your tight ends. You lost Walker, but you drafted a first rounder, and Charbonnet will be back. And we saw today, Jarcadia Wright looked really good back there. I mean, he's an underrated option back there as a guy that's got some juice. It kind of can do this all the way through the team, Gabe. I look at the linebacker. I mean, the off-ball linebackers today were really strong. Chris Paul, Surratt, they played really good games. That's with you already having O'Connell and Tyrese Knight as your backups to Drake Thomas and Ernest Jones. You're fantastic at the Mike linebacker position. You're fantastic at the Will linebacker. You're 4 deep at defensive tackle. You're 4 deep at the edge. You've got 3 different first-round cornerbacks you're brought in right now, all of whom are in their mid-20s to compete for the 5th and 6th cornerback spots on the roster. That's pretty good depth. There's a couple places you can go to. I think even Drew Lock is an above-average, solid guy for a backup position for you at the quarterback spot. So, when you come to the 3rd and 4th stringers, where, a lot of those guys, I think, let us down a bit today. I don't think there's a lot of teams out there with great 3rd and 4th stringers necessarily. And I don't think we're going to be having to call upon that deep of the depth to sustain ourselves throughout the course of the year. So I actually feel really good about where our depth is, man. I think we're one of the more uniquely deep teams in the NFL. I think it had a big part to do with why we were so successful last year, is that we're not just so starter or star driven as a team. Grandizer, Hawks Nest. Question, Brando, was there a player that the Titans drafted this year that you hoped your Seahawks drafted? Or UDFA they signed, a player you pounded the table for? In fact, there actually is. In fact, you actually got to see him today, why I pounded the table so hard for him. I liked Anthony Hill Jr. better than Sonny Styles. I'm just going to say it. I didn't like Sonny Styles' game the way he took on blocks. I didn't like his instincts. He looks like a safety convert to the off-ball linebacker position who doesn't necessarily love physicality. That doesn't really work for me. I think Anthony Hill was a 21-year-old, who had some bad snaps on tape in college, but had some wondrous snaps that just absolutely were phenomenal. And so Anthony Hill Jr. was the guy that I was pounding the table for. You didn't need a middle linebacker. You didn't need him. So it's one of those things where you fall in love with a player you don't need for your team. But Anthony Hill Jr. is going to ascend there in Tennessee really fast. He's going to overtake Cody Barton as their will linebacker, and long-term probably be their Mike when it's all said and done. But I love his game. He's a complete player. I love those 21-year-old super talented kids because they're going to develop. They're going to get better. There's some real upside to their game when they're already playing well at that age against top-end competition. DH, honestly, I think Milroe was still rookie level. He didn't read the defenses before the snap, didn't adjust blocking schemes, didn't exploit band coverage, forced throws, bad decision-making. Plenty of quarterbacks that we're seeing right now that are super young quarterbacks coming out on this preseason stage, to your point, DH, who are performing well. I've got Drew Aller out there with the Steelers making plays. I got Ty Simpson in a couple different games now making plays, looking good. I've got Carson Beck in his first game playing better in that first game against Carolina than anything that we've seen from Jalen Milroe in 3-4 preseason games. So yeah, I think you're right. This doesn't mean that there isn't more time to give Jalen to develop and more. We're taking a snapshot. And the thing that I'll always say about this channel, and I think the thing we always got to lean into is let's be honest with it. We can be hopeful and optimistic about a player, but we also got to take the snapshot on what we're seeing from that player in full. And some of it isn't just all on Milroe, as a few people say it, Seahawks 360 above on this. Some of it can go back to that supporting cast. Some of it can be the four stringers letting him down. Some of it can maybe be the play calling of Flory not up to snuff. But some of it, and a big hearty portion of it too, comes back and then does land on Milroe's shoulders. So I see it the same thing, man. They're DH. And we're going to give him some time on this. Hopefully this can continue to develop, but the snapshot is what it is. And we got to be truthful about that. Last interception should have been an easy completion. Yeah. Agreed. Third and fourth stringers have nothing to do with his awful interceptions. Yeah. And that's where the drive always becomes for black and white, for things to be binary. It's either all Milroe's fault or it's all four stringers' fault, right? It's all Flory's fault. It's none of Milroe's fault. It's like, we can't ever get to that place in football looking at things in that situation. You got to look at it as, I've got portions to delve out of blame. Who gets more portions? Who gets more heapings? Who gets a second serving? And you got to do that at all points. And that's been going back to being honest and real about what you're seeing rather than be hopeful. Like, I'm making an evaluation, but I've got a hopefulness within my evaluation. And my hopefulness is I want to see Milroe ascend, and I want to see him take off, and I want to see him realize that talent. So that will then kind of color my evaluation of the situation. You know, it'll kind of come in over the top of things a little bit. And that's where you're taking yourself away from seeing it, you know, truly and clearly for what it is. And that's what we got to do. And I think that can then happen without having to be like, throw him away, toss him out, get him out of here. No, instead it's going to be like, no, just where things are at. It's just where the gauge has got us right now. Let's give it more of that time to kind of maybe come along. Louis says, I think we saw a lot more stuff today that we heard we were going to get from Flory. Shifts, motions. Locke looked good and was able to make the vision happen. Milroe just isn't team fit. Second half. Yeah, it's not the greatest of offenses for Milroe either. West Coast offense, pinpoint passing, pre-snap recognition and processing. It doesn't lean into his strengths as an offense in general. Another reason why I had a little bit of an issue with him is the pick, because you're kind of taking a square peg and putting it into a round hole here a little bit beyond him and where he's at in his quarterback development, right? You want the quarterback that fits just naturally to the system and you run. But that is a truth of it as well. And I saw that as well. I thought Flory showed you a little bit more today of what we should see come regular season. Catalyst Flory executed the opening script with Locke twice in a row now. Very well. Love that. Me too. Looking good. You're good, Worstree. No worries, man. No worries. All peace and love in the chat. Appreciate the shout out, Brandon, but it's Kaylee. Kaylee, I got you there. Thank you for the correction. I will remember it. Peace, 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 please, Megan, on that with Worstree. Let's just stay peace. Peace, peace. Catalyst, I thought Kevin Winston Jr. was a great selection in 25. Along with that, like Ionamar. I think those are both really good players. I think those are definitely players long-term to kind of monitor there. And they're getting their stuff around slowly but surely out there in Tennessee. So it's coming along. They've got a ways to go, man. They do. But there's all places of that team. You can find places, the offensive line's got some kind of hope in there that you're seeing. They've got the receivers now kind of working it through a little bit. Defensively, there's some stuff coming along. You know, they're going to need more off the edge. Probably going to need some more help into that secondary, but you know, there's some stuff there. Schneider always comes down to the field RJ at the end of the games, most of the time. Nice. Wow. Anthony Hill Jr. He's nice, man. He's nice. And Worstree, you're doing good, man. So you're all good. With Megan, we're just trying, as always, with the stuff, just make sure we keep things on the up and up, but you're all good, bro. Sean Proper burning a spot on the 53 for Milroe seems like a luxury for a rebuilding team, not one in a Super Bowl window. Time to move on. Maybe he makes it back to the practice squad. You never know on that. Certainly hasn't shown a lot of tape where I think there's going to be a lot of people burning down his door to bring him on as an active roster player, to your point, Sean. It may be an interesting question up ahead of this team as we come up for the cutdown day. I don't think that they would do that. I don't think they would try to do that, but you never know. And a lot of this will be impacted by what they've seen off the field from him and in potentially improvement and taking steps forward. But I get it, man. I totally get it, especially for a roster that's going to have a lot of, you're going to have your Sundell types, for instance, not Jalen Sundell, but, you'll have extra fullback on the roster. You're going to have extra tight ends on the roster. You've already got certain positions that you're already eating up extra where it gets extra hard to keep that one more quarterback. What's up with Bud Clark? Fractured ankle, Goomba. Tyler, he just needs time, and now he looks really damn good. He just needed time, and now he looks really good. I get what you're doing, man. You're all good. You're all good there. I just want to make sure we weren't going south on that one, so I just making sure. Kyle Brando, we went 1-1-1 last preseason, went 14-3, and the 3 losses combined 9 points. Preseason is nothing more than end of the roster depth look for me. Most of these guys won't be on the roster in 2 weeks. Well, I think you touch on it. I'm not freaked out by us 0-2, or I'm expecting we've got a mollywop teams. Work on your stuff, prepare yourself for the regular season. And preseason results mean jack diddly dandy. We have plenty of data that supports this. So to your point on it, it's nothing worth getting freaked out about. I do pay attention to little stuff, like you say, the depth stuff is the part you really keep a close eye on too. But overall, we're fine. There's nothing, to the grander scheme of play, to the Seahawks team, to these starters, to what this team's going to look like game one. This stuff is not a mirror of that or some echo of what that's going to be. Yeah, I'm good with running Milroe all 4 quarters next week. Catalyst, Lord knows he could use it. Luis, do you think we can expect any big trades from JS midseason? I kind of do, just as much because you've got 11 draft picks. You still have got $20 million in cap space. I mean, you have so much ammunition to utilize. Hard to see John saying, just leave those in the boxes, We'll just leave that off to next off season or whatever. I think he's going to be pulled at some point or another to utilize some of that capital. Trapcat, I think I'd have to agree with you saying Drew Lock doesn't need any more snaps the preseason. Yeah, the guy's been here for a long time. He's looking good. He's fine. He knows this offense. Milroe, on the other hand, needs seasoning. I need to get this guy as much game action as I can. This is the last maybe potential true game action he gets it all throughout the course of this year. I would really like to see him really utilized a lot next week. Justin, today is my birthday, even though I had to see Milroe and the team lose, but I'm hyped about the team this year. Happy birthday, Justin. Tough game, but hey, we're one game closer to the actual regular season when these games matter, and I think they'll look a lot better at that time. Yeah, the gluttony of draft picks will just be too big of a draw. John's going to at least throw a couple of those to the wind at the draft, at the trade deadline, especially if you imagine he can get some kind of value trade like a Rashid Shaheed trade that he pulled off last year. Bubba Brando, which cornerback impressed you the most today, bro? Ooh, good question. If I can say, I don't know that there was like one guy that stood out, but that was as much as because the ball was really peppered around a lot of different places. You played a lot of different guys. Nehemiah Pritchett came up and made a sensational play up off of a bubble screen. And it's a cool play for him because tackling sometimes can be what you have a bit of a question mark with him on. He looked good there. Igbinoghene had a great breakup. Fuller did a great job on a fade ball down the sideline, getting his head turned around and, not making sure that he didn't get the PI call on him. Even Igbinoghene had a knock away as well. So there's a couple of these guys had a couple points. They made some plays in this game. I mean, you really seem to make it hard on that Tennessee Titans offense to do much as far as the passing, goes. But I don't know if there was a singular guy that stood out above those guys. Just everybody kind of had a one flash play where they came in here or came in over there. Appreciate you, Worst Tree. I appreciate you understanding with Megan. She's trying to, I've instructed her so on this, guys, folks, at times. And we do this. There's a method to our madness for why we do it sometimes. Understanding is that this is the part that keeps us always keeping the stream and keeping the community in points. Kyle, Brando, potentially getting Arnold and Bud back around the deadline, including a trade or two, will get us excited for the second half where we play the biggest games. That would be pretty nice. That'd be a hell of an injection. And boy, if Arnold goes out for a 10-game suspension and you're getting him back after that point, that's not a bad trade deadline addition, a first-round pick, basically. So that would be pretty cool. And part of the nice part about taking him this year is you get the 2 years of club control. And if you only get him at the end of the year, that it serves to be a bit of depth reinforcement that you already set up in advance. You know, oh, we have an injury or two throughout the year. Things are lean. Oh, he's coming right back off at that time. You know, it could prove to be very advantageous timing there for when he comes off, Kyle. Right? Yeah, good point. Get well quick, bud. Dude, I feel good we have a competent backup quarterback. Remember when we had Howell come in for Geno and soil the sheets? One of the worst performances I've ever seen from a backup quarterback coming out. I mean, he looked like he forgot how to play the position. And you're right. 9-day difference with what you get with Drew Lock. You know, Drew's not going to be perfect, but he's going to give you plenty of good throws. He can win you football games. He's shown that he can win games in the manner of the offense. If you just need to run a heavily conservative offense that's going to have him mitigating his errors and interceptions and playing under control, like he can do that too. So I got a lot of faith in Locke. He's a guy that gets kind of somewhat knocked around as being like a back end backup in this league, but I think he's actually a top end backup in this league. And he showed you that today. Lee says next week we should give the full game to Milroe. He needs to protect Locke, and honestly, we need to see the reps badly. Yeah, he needs it, man. Boy, does he need it. Milroe's a sophomore. He is indeed. Got to give him some time. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Sammy D is related to Dick Hammer. Cool facts. Yeah, I mean, there's things about you as a quarterback that, you know, help you maybe a little bit. I'm not saying it helps or hinders, but it can't hurt being the grandson of the Marlboro Man. That has got to give you like a 5 bump on badass points, right? 5 bump on grittiness. You know, if these were Madden ratings. Come on. He carries the DNA. Trap Cat, to give Milroe the snaps Friday seems a lot smarter. Give him more reps, even though I wouldn't want that way because I don't ever want to lose against the Chiefs. I get it. Lose against the Chiefs, develop Milroe. You got to pick one or the other there, but I understand. Kyle says, no idea why the Titan fans are celebrating. Their first string was getting manhandled for about a quarter and a half by our second stringers. They don't got a lot to feel good about this upcoming year. They know that they're in a bit of a transitionary state. You're going to take your little wins, you can get them, right? Because you know a lot of losses are coming down en route. I would probably chalk it up to that a little bit. Yeah, Jews, no starters are injured. We're good. We're fine. We ain't celebrating, trust me. I think the team looked very good for much of the first half. Yeah, I think there's stuff to feel good about from a Titan standpoint on this game, including coming away with the win. I think we were early on this game, and that especially first quarter and a half. The starters, the fact you guys are running a lot of your starters out there, and we're running backups all across the board. There's no starting offensive line out there. There's no starting backs. There's no starting receivers. Backup quarterback, and you guys got Cam out there, and you got your rookie first rounder out there for good 2 quarters, and yet we're still coming away with the win, or with the lead. But I don't want to take the sail away from the Titans. They should feel good about this game. And Robert's trying to build this thing up. I think your team's on the right play. I think your team's moving in the right direction, RJ. I think it's one where you guys have been in a little bit of the weeds of trying to get through this process a bit. Still don't understand the Devondre Sweat trade all that much. I know he's not a fit for Salah's defense, but that just was not a good trade. But overall, I think you guys are in the right direction, moving in the right direction of things. Beat the Patriots. That's right. Space, I wouldn't mind if Milroe plays the whole game. He had time out there, but didn't seem very comfortable. I see very little improvement. Fingers crossed. Yeah, me too. Seahawks 360, honestly, as far as safety depth goes, some safety will be cut or placed on a practice squad. We'll swoop them up, in my opinion. I think you're right. I think that there's the cut down day could end up supplying this, to your point, Seahawks 360. Be interesting to see if we can maybe find our answer over there. Megan Hawks Nest, why not keep Lockout all next game? Milroe has shown us what he is, or hasn't he? Well, I think it's the built-in thought process here becomes, Megan, number one, I don't want to get Locke injured, because if Locke gets injured or majorly injured, we're going to Milroe there if Darnold goes down, and our season hopes are probably dashed based on what we've seen so far from Milroe, at least for 2026. So you probably want to put a little bit of bubble wrap around Locke just by that nature of things at this point. The other part would be with this is that there's a thinking out there, and I do ascribe to this, that the more you can play a young quarterback who's trying to find his way, the better. Especially when we're talking about a guy that's going to be limited in the true action he's going to see in game because he's third on the depth chart. All the much more important than to get that live action, because the belief being, Megan, that there's only so much development you can do in a practice field, training camps, OTAs, film room, that it comes to a point or the other, and you got to get on that field. You got to put tape out there. You got to put correctable items on tape. Okay, you went this way, you got to go that way with it. Here's your correction. And that sometimes you don't see that stuff until you actually get into a game in the manner by which you need to see it to coach it up right. So I don't think you're going to get the improvement from Milroe unless you get him game saturation. And I just think up until this point through the first 2 years, we've not saturated him. We've given him some run, but we've not really given him that full run he really does need to continue to develop, in my belief. Yeah, we were thinking that too, Juice. Maybe you go back and look at Quandre and make the call to him on this. I don't think he'd say no. Dunes is in retrospection. We've tried harder to keep Kobe. No. The pervasive spirit from John seems to be on this new run of this current championship that he's on. From the last one, it was you're going to pay everybody, with rare exceptions being more of those elder veterans. You know, a Red Bryant gets a good deal or a Chris Clemens gets a good deal. You're not going to really match that, but you're going to pay everybody else. You'll let a Malcolm Smith go, right? This was more of now one where instead of paying everybody, John said, okay, I will pay people, but I'm not going to pay you top of the market. Kobe Bryant went out there and made top of the market. Kenneth Walker went out there and made top of the market. I think that these were just guys that they said, okay, look, congratulations, but we did not want to go that high. I've got a budget. I've got a line. I'm going up to this line. I'm not going past that line. And so I think that was smart of John to take that approach. And I think that this is going to be one of the course corrections that is going to help this second run in the things that he learned on the first run through. Don't do this, do it this way. You did it this way, kind of adjust it and do it that way. So I think it was the right move. Pritchard had a couple good plays. All right. I might miss the other one there. That bubble screen stop was great. Dansby had a good play too. It's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, Dansby had the knock away there and coverage. All the corners did a pretty good job of showing up at one point or another in this game. We offered a Kobe an extension a couple years ago, and he said no. Yeah, that's where you wanted to get him on that price, right? Lucid. So Lucid Alien will take the Derek Hall situation. You had Kobe Bryant in that situation last year in training camp, wanted to keep him, had the price you wanted to pay him. It's going to be much less than the contract that he eventually signed with the Bears. He said, no, I want to go get that contract that I'm eventually going to sign with the Bears. I'm going to play it out. I'm going to trust myself. I'm going to roll the dice on myself to be at my best this year. And it paid off for him. But if he had taken that Derek Hall-like equivalent deal that they were offering last year, then he would still be a Seattle Seahawk. You know, but you're right. We definitely did offer it to him. Seahawks 360, if you've been paying attention to practices, Milroe has developed quite a bit. In games, he just hasn't shown it yet. He's a sophomore quarterback, still developing. Chill. Amen, man. I think that this is a very viable outlook on the situation with it. I think we can take a snapshot of where Milroe's at. And this is just where my opinion is at. You don't have, not everybody has to be in the same place, but where my specific opinion is at, I have my outlook on Jalen. I've got my outlook of confidence on Jalen. I've got my snapshot that I'm taking of Jalen that I think I can see where he's at in his game. And then that's also with all of that in tow with also saying, I understand that this is going to take time and I'm not rushing to get to finality on this kid. And we shouldn't rush to get to finality on this kid. So you mentioned a good point. The practices have seemingly shown the improvement that we've not yet seen in the games. And in the games, we've got about a collective, if we take all of Milroe's snaps through 2 preseasons, we've got about a game and a half, 2 games in total of full showing of what we've seen from him. That's a very small sample size. Tyler Smith, how do you feel about Joey Porter Jr. on the trade block? Not really interested. Myself, he is getting into the place where, he's moving his way through that contract where he's going to be due to be paid here pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken. Double checking where he's at right now. So came in the league here in 23. So yeah, he's heading into the final year of his rookie contract. Doesn't look like they've activated the 5th-year option, which is kind of interesting. I guess the thing I kind of wonder is like what's going on there, and honestly I haven't tracked him really closely with the Steelers AFC team, kind of out there, but why wouldn't they have activated your 5th-year option? 70 overall grade last year, good in coverage, some struggles against the run. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, man. He's got the lineage there with his dad having played. Everything's opened up there for them to want to keep him long-term, you'd think. But like you said, I have heard the reports he's on the trade block, but I think you've made your bed here with a couple of between McNogany and Diggs and Arnold. I think, and the guys you already have on the roster, I think you feel pretty good about there. The concentration's probably going to go more to like safety if you're really looking for something there, or edge. Trav Cat, I want to say impressed, but Drew was probably the best out of any of the quarterbacks on either team for the game. Agreed. Drew looked good, man. Good to see, too. We'll need him if Sam goes down. So Joey Porter will get paid. Can't afford that. I don't know if he'd play without a contract after trade, honestly. Might be interesting to see on that if that's what the demands are from his standpoint, is I need to get my money right now. But I definitely wouldn't pay him. It just doesn't fit. Yeah, Pritchett had a good hit there on that bowl screen, man. Bad man, sad that the Seahawks have the same amount of World Series appearances as the Mariners. How'd Foster Jr. look today? Looked good, man. Had made a couple catches. He had a Superman jump catch on a deep ball into the back of the end zone from Locke. We're just a little bit too far out in front of him. Couldn't quite reel it in, but man, made a hell of an effort on the play. Had a bit of a pre-snap penalty that was one of the killer spots in this game. And one of the things that really was hard on Milroe is that you'd get a decent first, second down gain. You get yourself into a 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4, and then you get a pre-snap penalty, and now it's into that 3rd and 9 territory. And it just makes it a lot harder to get those conversions. And he caused one of those on a pre-snap penalty that he shouldn't have. But good overall, and I think he's done enough to make the team at this point. Dude, Moose hits of the game. Pritchett, Paul Jr., Hook, Iggy. We had a couple of them, huh, dude? Guys were laying some wood out there. 12th in the Sierras. I understand the idea of not giving up giving up too early on quarterbacks and draft capital investment. However, the quick processing speed required to play NFL quarterback is not something anybody can just learn. It's innate. First off, 12, 100% agree with everything you're saying. And that's where I try to at times here on the stream, guys, wear a couple of different hats so that it becomes really less about here's Brando's opinion, and Brando's opinion is so bloody smart and so amazing. I will have my opinion, but what I do try to do is kind of put on the different hats of the opinions out there that are all kind of turning over a little bit out there, right? And so I have hope for Milroe. I've not come to a final, like, throw him away and all that other stuff. But you do touch upon, we come back to processing. Arm strength and processing are two things, like you say, innate. You got it or you don't. I can't really develop it. And processing is such an important attribute to the quarterback position because it's fundamental to everything you do in the position. There are times you're going to use your legs and times you're not going to use your legs. The times you got to whip out the big arm and times you got to layer the ball in. You're always going to need to be processing. It's not just this play here and just this play there. Every play is just about going to require the processing. Pre-snap processing, post-snap processing, all of it. And to your point, 12th, in my past and looking at quarterbacks and looking through years of quarterbacks and years of evaluations, this guy, that guy, the guys that don't have process in college do not develop processing in the pros. Much like anticipatory throwers. You're an anticipatory thrower, or you need to see it open. It's hard. It's hard to force the guy to develop that attribute. You know, he looks uncomfortable asking a guy to do that type of stuff. So I do find myself in the camp where you're at. I'm open to being wrong on it. I'm open to Jalen, and I've said Jalen's got the kind of work ethic and drive to be the one quarterback that can maybe upend this if it's possible. But to your point, historically speaking, this is kind of the baseline. It is kind of innate. That's what decades of watching football have taught me a bit to the position. And I hope he can upend that. I hope he can change that. I really do. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it give us a new model to go off of that we can start to make, it's sort of a new dawn for the quarterback position where just give him the time. Just give him the time, and then all of that development can come. So I get where you're coming on from that. And I share a lot of where your feeling is on it. I think once you're in for a penny, in for a pound. So once you've made the guy the third round pick, you've got to kind of then say, okay, I'm giving it the 2-year process to it, especially understanding going in there was going to be so much to clean up. But I get where you're coming from on that. Chris Paul Jr. made an impact play today. Did not know him. Good player, man. Stole him off the Rams last year. Stole him, much like Ernest Jones. Took him from him. And a guy that really fun tape of him in college. Had some things he needs to work on, but he's really fast. Good tackling today. Showed up really strong instinctually in coverage. Should be really well graded. I thought the off-ball linebackers were very impressive in this one. I don't expect Myers to miss any more after today. Hopefully he's got it all out of his system. Bubba, Brando, laughing out loud. We should never forget that Packers game. I know Mike won't. No, sir. Whew. Sam Howell in that one. Boy, I was like, are you high? What's wrong with you? He was out of it, man. RJ Levis was 4 of 9 for 15 yards, laughing out loud. There's another guy that we talk about that baseline of processing and we go, okay, Brandon, you've got these examples. Levis is another one of those guys. If I go back to Kentucky, I've got some issues as far as seeing his process and what he's looking at play in and play out, how he's reading things, how he's feeling pressure. It's all of the things that go into processing, not just how you're looking at coverages and establishing who's open and who's not. It's how you're feeling pressure. It's how you're reading the fronts. And as we saw with Levis, another one of those guys, very talented, big arm as you can ask for, mobility. But the processing wasn't there in college. And still, what did you see today from him? A guy that's had more time than Milroe here, right? Like a guy that's not just in year 2 like Milroe. I think he's in year 4. So he's had even double the time to get that advancement in place. Yet, we still aren't seeing that advancement, are we? We're still not seeing the signs of that in Levis, of that processing coming forward. And that's where this baseline, this rule of thumb is pretty hard lined on these kind of players for this specific thing. I take the guy coming out, struggles to process on tape in college. Hard to see that coming forward at the pro level. I hope that this can be a thing that can become a new thing, but it hasn't been a new thing in the past. This face goes out to Jason Myers. What's going on with you, guy? Quit forgetting your smelling salts. Levis is not better than 32 quarterbacks. No. And he might be in the 40s. Clip Factory. Well, I could start for a few teams. Probably could. King Vegeta. Milroe needs to run when given opportunities, not force passes. You can't learn that. He's a lost cause. I think he's got to lean in the running. I think you're right. I think there's so much ground to broach on the processing and reading things that fall back to the run that a lot of quarterbacks have in the past in this way. And you're just going to have to develop the rest of the stuff down the line in order to get some productivity out of you immediately. I think we're kind of at that spot of him having to make a bit of that choice. And this was at play of King on the Hard Knocks show with Mike, kind of literally in so many words, telling Jalen the very same thing and trying to kind of press him on using the legs a little bit more. Thrill House Brando. Hey, do you think Dansby or Foster Jr. will make the team? I think Ricky White is practice squad team, maybe, and Horton is just baffling. Don't know what's going on with Borden, man. Hopefully it's nothing major because we're going to need him at this point. I think Foster Jr. has done enough to make the team. I think Dansby's a little bit harder to kind of suss out because my guess on this is that you're going to have Witherspoon, Imanware, Job, and Pritchett as your 4. We don't know where Julian Neal is at on his injury and how close he is to coming back. And so it's right there on the line with Dansby, as well as you just brought in Diggs. I mean, it's really stacked up the cornerback room right now. And then we're maybe talking about 1-2 spots at most that need to be filled. It's a little bit lean to kind of know which way they're going team-wise, because I think all these guys have been very close to each other at the same time. And who knows, Diggs maybe come out there and he's just such an athletic freak and back off the ACL that he's able to supersede all these guys. I have some questions for Aaron Rodgers about Zach Stanica. OEL, seeing Jalen's performance makes me glad we have Drew as the backup for Sam. Can you imagine if Sam wasn't a free agent last year at the Hawks Nest? Be very interesting to see what the team would have done at the quarterback position if this hadn't been the case. And I don't even have a good answer. I don't know what John would have done. I really don't. You would have been a little bit probably kind of stuck. Maybe Aaron Rodgers actually would probably be the quarterback right now. So thank God for Sam. Thank God. Does anyone know how long past was that Carnell Tate drop? Titan fans are going ballistic on other channels right now. I don't think you can be on there on the drop with it. I think that it's one of those places where it's not a bad throw by Ward. It's actually a very good throw. It's just a little bit too far out. I'd relate it back with our Titan to the Montario Foster Superman catch, where is that a bad throw by Drew Lock? No, he just puts it just a hair, just a little bit too far. And on the throw there by Ward, it's just a little bit too far. I thought at first that it was a pure drop, but when they showed the replay, you could see that was really at the end of his extension on the catch there from Ward. Just a little bit too much. So you can't beat up Tate on that one. That wasn't bad. Kyle Brando, how come Jake talks about the 53-man and practice squad players every time someone brings up one player? My God. My guy, we asked about Puka biting someone, not the depth you think you have at each group. Sometimes he does do that. Yes. You know the dissertation's coming. He loves his team, man. He's got the faith. Throughout, Milrow just can't see the field well. He's not a natural quarterback. You can't just force it because he has legs. True. Tyler Brando, I think the reason they played their starters is because they're still upset about us waxing the Niners last year. That might have been. Saw a little bit bitter about that one. Feels like to me too, the Titans have had about 4 inter practices. Man, they've taken that team through a rough training camp. Man, they're definitely trying to grind them into steel. Oshnes totally makes sense. And Megan, always thought Miller was a project. It's true. Sometimes projects don't pay off, Sometimes they do. Fleury has actually indicated, according to him, that he'll probably be on the field when it's all said and done. He did say during this preseason period, Dune, that he's going to bounce up between the field side to be up in the booth and see which one works out best for him. But he did lean on saying he's probably going to end up on the field. Starters, the Titans played not for most of the game. They played most of their starters through the first half, Lou said, or a lot of the starters out there on both sides of the ball. Catalyst, the processing is clearly an issue with Milrow, and that's something that's really difficult to develop. It is. It's just tough. It's one where when I go to the history books and think about quarterbacks, and there are guys that get better, right? But there's like, taking Aaron Rodgers that sits for 3 years. Aaron Rodgers didn't have a problem with processing in California, right? Aaron Rodgers got there and spent the 3 years behind Favre re-engineering his release and getting his... And that's just the one specific thing that he had to really work on. Now, certainly he probably got better from the neck up too with Favre and just getting better. How could you not? Getting a chance to sit 3 years in the way that he did. But processing was there with Rodgers at California. I didn't have to bring that forward from him to the pros in that development cycle. And I have just too many representations of that in the past to fall back and say that I know I can change this. I know I can fix this. I know I can make this better. I might be able to make it better, but it's hard. It's hard. And maybe the more reason that we should have the patience with it is because it is so hard. Are you definitely testing what he likes best? Playing it out here. Banker Shane Bud Clark broke his ankle. Players for him and your other players. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Very classy of you, Banker. Hopefully the kid can bounce back quick. And hopefully get back this year. Even that would be nice. Jeffrey Thistle with a couple more donations. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. I really appreciate you for that, man. Remember that time our centers snapped the ball 5 yards over our quarterback's head and our kick returner muffed 2 points in the same game? What's Pete up to anyway? Yes. Enjoying retirement, I would hope, with Pete out there. And yeah, I do remember that game. That was a rough one there. That was a rough one. We had to get through a few of the bumpy roads there in that first season to get to the promised land last year, but they ironed out those kinks fast, didn't they there, Jeffrey? But yeah, I do remember that. Snapping was a problem that year. Even once it wasn't just a Connor Williams thing too. We went to Olu and then Olu was snapping over the head. And you're like, what is going on? Our centers have lost the ability to snap the ball. My goodness. Thank you though, Jeffrey. Appreciate the support, man. Sorry we're late on the getting your donos there. I get up on the comments sometimes, I get caught up on the comments. I get lost in there. Oh, I got a couple of, I did miss a few of yours up here. My bad, man. Okay, Jeffrey, I got you. I totally missed out a bunch of your deals here. Give me 1 sec. Be right back. My bad, Jeffrey. Sorry about missing the dono there's. Thank you for the $5, man, and all of your support today, Jeffrey. Sorry, a little slow here. Got to get caught up in that comment section sometimes, man. The Titans starters against our backups look like ass. Titans might be getting that number 1 overall pick. Thought they'd be better this year. Yeah, we'll see with the Titans. It's one where they're kind of trying the hard approach here, I would say, in the respect of you're kind of taking a team through the rebuild process and you're trying to kind of build all the parts up separately, like a little bit here for the secondary, a bit for the linebackers. Let's get the defensive line. We'll get a little bit of the offense. We'll get a receiver here. Okay, next year we'll come back and get a receiver here. You're trying to kind of raise them all up at the once rather than sort of stick to one side of the ball or another to build it up as a true strength. And you can pull it off, but it's a lot to try to get all done at, sort of once in how it does feel a little bit. And there does end up feeling like a little bit of like you never fully address any one positional group. Everything's getting kind of a partial addressment because you're trying to address everything. And when you're a team that's more on the elite side of things, I think you can operate a little bit more in that manner. But when you're in more of the rebuild mode, it maybe becomes more of an onus upon, let's try to actually lean towards a strength itself of this ball club. Let's find something that we can really hang our hat on, great offensive line or a good defensive line or a tremendous secondary, something like that. They don't have much there in that way. And we'll see what they can do this upcoming season with. They can build off of last year if Saleh can come in there and establish a culture like he's trying to do. Looking at their schedule, it's not super hard. It's not super easy. There's definitely a mixture. It's definitely kind of a middle of the road kind of schedule. But to your point, I do think, Jeffrey, that they are still a year away. I don't know if number 1 overall pick is where they're going to go. I still kind of come back to thinking the Cardinals with their schedule, the Miami Dolphins with that roster. even the Raiders, I still think could end up being in that kind of territory. I think the Titans still find their way to somewhere between 5 and 8 in the draft is where they end up sitting when it's all said and done. But I'll tell you the part that has me unimpressed with him, Jeffrey, beyond necessarily the backups, Brian Dable's play calling is just not it. I thought this way when he was with the Giants with Daniel Jones. I was just like, I don't understand what scheme this guy's really running. It's one that works great with like a guy like Josh Allen. When you have a guy like that role in the offense, like you can maybe pull off that kind of simplistic sort of approach his offense seems to take. But when you're going to like a second year guy like Ward or to a lesser degree Daniel Jones, it just feels limited as an offense. But I had between 5 and 8, man. You know, Ward will pull off some magic, get him a couple wins off the back of that alone. They run the ball really well. So the defense can even just take a little bit of a step forward this year. It could be a bit different there, Jeffrey. Jeffrey with another $5. Thank you for that, man. Jalen Milroe is dead to me now. Trade him for a box of crayons. Really want us to get more high-end edge depth. Our backup offensive line guys did better today. They did. I thought the lines of scrimmage, as much as anything in this game, the big thing that I liked is that I felt like you did a much better job of line of scrimmage being physical, playing with an intensity, not getting pushed around, doing some of the pushing around up front. I thought that stood out way better this week than it was last week, to your point on that, Jeffrey. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are in the camp of where you're at coming out this game with Jalen Milroe. And, you know, we've looked at a lot of Jalen Milroe. We scouted him a ton coming out of Alabama. I think for the folks that are in your camp and land where you're at and feeling kind of done with the situation, it does kind of go in tandem to this does fit so much in alignment with what I saw in Alabama. It's not just merely I don't see the lack of development of growth. It's that this completely succinctly falls in alignment with the exact kind of player I was seeing with Alabama. The issues that were there all over the tape and the variety of different ways they were there, from mechanics to processing, are again showing up exactly the same way here. And it's not that you can't find some good, you just don't feel progress. And I get that. And I've fallen back in line, and I could be wrong on this, but I fall back in line in believing that progress will come about by a light switch, that it's something to where you're chipping away with no progress. You're chipping away very little progress, chipping away no progress, chipping away little progress, chip, 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 chip. And then bang, you eventually kind of break through, and no telling when that breakthrough will happen. We've seen a guy like Sam Darnold obviously hit that realization and hit that breakthrough. Can it happen for Jalen? I think it can. Is there a guarantee it'll happen? No. And has the evidence been proven out that he's close to this light switch flipping over to the other side, Jeffrey? No. No, he hasn't. But we'll just have to see where it's at. I think the one part that has me a little encouraged, even though I find myself closer probably to your camp than the other camps out there, will be that he has looked improved on training camp practice by all accounts from a variety of different people. And I don't think that that's just the media gassing us up. I've heard this from people that have been in camp themselves, watching him in person, who watched him last year in camp and see the differences between the two. So maybe we're not seeing it on game days, but we are seeing the improvements in practice at least, which can maybe give us just a little bit of a little measure, a little slice, little carving up of confidence that maybe he can get better in the long term. But I get where you're coming from, Jeffrey, and I wouldn't push back against people with this outlook of things. I understand how you're coming to this conclusion. I do. I have hope. I do have hope, but I get where you're coming from on that side of it. And Jeffrey, with another $5 donation. Jeffrey, I'll give you a double support today, man. You are amazing as ever here on this channel. And all you do for this channel. Lamar is the most overrated quarterback in this generation. His 2 MVPs were won on the back of 2 of the best rosters in football, and his mommy reps him. Yeah, it is a little strange on the mother representation, but man, the agent fees you save, right? The agent fees you save alone. Well, yeah, I think when you talk about Lamar too, is he the most overrated quarterback? I think there's some overratedness to him. I think the thing with Lamar's game too that people aren't taking into account, Jeffrey, is that it's sort of taking for granted that he's going to continue to sustain as a player. And I think that there's much more of a track record of guys who really leaned on their legs early in their career coming to find as they get to be 30, 31 years old that they just don't have the legs they can fall back on, and they don't have enough arm talent, enough processing to be able to overcome that. And I think Lamar is a better processor, let's say, than Milroe was coming out of Louisville. I think he's a little bit more of a natural passer than Milroe. But I think that there's also some unnaturalness to how the ball comes out of Lamar's hands sometimes in that way. And sometimes still the inconsistency there in the mechanics themselves. Let's face it, he also has still never mastered the ability to throw a 9 route to save his life. And that's a pretty big impediment as a quarterback if I can't throw a go ball. Like if I just can't complete that ball, like the defense can kind of corner me up pretty well. Now, I think the thing that prevented teams from cornering you up is that we'll corner up the rest of the routes and close those off, but then now I'll just use my leg, or we'll just lean on this heavy rushing attack that's really dominant. So you could always have a bit of the fallback when the go balls didn't go. But as I've said many times before on this, you get in the playoffs, you get into a conference championship, you get up against a good defense. That defense is going to take those things away from you, and they're going to force you to throw that go ball. They're going to force you to beat them with the go ball. And if you can't do it, you're stuck. You're never going to get over the top of the mountain. And I got to say, it does feel a little bit like Lamar that he's at that point where even when he had the prime mobility, the prime lightning quick, can run away from everybody, one of the best scrambling quarterbacks that we've ever seen in NFL history, that even amongst that, he could still get to playoff time and see that sort of getting taken away and diminished. Now, as he's starting to probably lose a little bit of his legs, I think it becomes even more of the case at this point, Jeffrey. So, I don't think his game's going to age great. I don't think it'll be quite the Cam Newton drop off we saw, but I think that there's going to be some overlap between the two. And we're going to watch a guy that's going to kind of struggle a little bit at times in overcoming the fact that I can't just lean back on the scramble button to get me out of danger, to get me out of a lack of processing. And again, there is a little bit more processing there to him than there are in some of these other guys, be it like we're talking about a Levis or a Milroe. There's a little bit more there with him, but there's also some holes still within that part of his game at times too. Jeffrey, again, man, thank you for all the donations. Are we due for a bad Jason Myers year? No. Last year was supposed to be the do bad year, but that might mean that we're overdue for it then because of that. So it was great, bad, great, bad, great, bad, great, bad, great, bad throughout his career, year in and year out. Last year was supposed to be the bad year, but he had one of his best years of his entire career. So it may mean we're in alignment for a Mr. Hyde. We got 2 years of Dr. Jekyll, and now we're going to get a year of Mr. Hyde. Oh, avert your eyes. I hope not, because it's a tremendously important facet to this team. Jason Myers able to hit those kicks. It really is. And you missed, hell, you want the representation of it. You miss a kick today. What did he miss? He missed a field goal. He missed an extra point. So you want the representation today, basically. I know the Titans ran the ball at the end, but the representation today would be, he makes the field goal and he makes the extra point, and now it's 2019 Seahawks. So it's kind of important for him to hit those kicks, Jeffrey. And hopefully he gets this stuff out of his system in the preseason, please. Jeffrey, sorry I missed all your paid comments there too, man. Again, got caught up a little bit on the chat there, so appreciate you being patient with me, man. And thank you so much for all of your support to the channel. You guys are just amazing as ever. We got 55 donations, member messages today. Very kind of you guys for all that. Really do appreciate you. Clip Factory, the penalties need to be addressed. I get the motion stuff will cause more false starts, illegal shifts, etc., but they need to figure this out. Yeah, can't be a problem come game day. Self-inflicted wounds like that, controllable penalties like that. For an offense that operates off of efficiency and moving the chains and getting into third down and makeable situations, this stuff can't prop up as a major problem come in season, or it will hold the offense back in a major way. Catalyst OCs typically get the option. Kubiak was field OC with the Saints and Seahawks and was in the booth with Minnesota. True. You want to let them choose. 12th in the Sierras. Processing speed is directly tied to IQ. A 100 IQ person can't become a 130 IQ person through practice, just like a 6-foot person can't grow to be 6'5" through practice. Good points, man. Good points. Can we get a pumpkin check? If I wake her up, she's going to start going crazy, but I'll do it. You okay? Kitty? She's out, man. She's in a deep sleep, Grass. I don't want my defensive coordinator on the field personally. They need to see the offense from above, IMO, but I guess it worked with Belichick. I think defense might be different throughout. Whereas defense, it's more of a boot-centric. Offense feels better to maybe be on the field a little bit more. But there's not a perfect science on this. Every coach is a little bit different. RJ, it must be nice to only have to worry about your third string quarterback. Life's good for us right now, man. It truly is. We're enjoying it, I assure you. There's some consternation here, but we're enjoying it. Good to see Arroyo doing his thing, man. Yeah. Looking good out there. And utilizing him off the routes that, he's best effective. He'll run out to the flat off motion, runs up the seam there on that one ball from Locke. Nice to see. Cain Vegeta, Brando, how long would you be willing to keep Milroe if you ran the Seahawks? I've said that I believe this is a 2-year process of assessment, that the team would not be smart to presumptively jump off of this inside the 2 years. And so what I would mean by that is that I would lean back on my coaching staff. And if I'm John Schneider, and then we get to the end of the season, however this year goes, and I come to my coaching staff on the exit meetings, and I sit down with Mike McDonald, and I sit down with Fleury, and I say, okay, here's where Jalen Milroe was when he walked in the door. We're through 2 years. We have potentially 2 more years of club control with him, as well as we've got a very deep class of quarterbacks coming up to potentially pick from if we want to go with a different development quarterback. Where is your assessment of this quarterback? And this would be beyond my personal assessment, King, because so much of this has to be leaned upon what the guy's done on the practice field. Has he improved in training camp? Has he improved in OTAs? Is he improving on practice field when you put him out there? Are you seeing growth and development? I know in the games it's been a little bit stilted, but I think there's a lot of reason to believe that maybe the practices have been a bit different. And then if he comes through that second year and Mike looks at you and says, yes, I'm seeing growth and development. The light switch is coming on. It's coming forward. Things are stepping up. It's improving in a nice major way even. If you can say that, then I think you're willing to go into that third year with him on the cheap and still find a way to kind of make it work in the development angle of it. If Mike comes back to you and says, look, there's been some development, but it really needed to come a mile, and we're really only talking about it coming a couple dozen feet. Need to go a mile in the development. It's only been a couple dozen feet. Little reason to believe that it will come that full mile point into that third year. Well, at that point, then I think you have to be willing a little bit to move after 2 years at that point. Especially if you have a quarterback in this class that you like, that you can go draft as that replacement development dude. But I would have to lean back on the coaching staff, and I'd have to lean back after 2 full years. I want the 2 full years, King. I don't want to make the call here in preseason. Let's get him through the full 2 years. Then let's see where the coaching staff lands on the kid and what they feel about him, and then operate from there. Thrill House, Brando. What do you think of Chris Paul Jr.? He was really impressive tonight. Will he get starting reps? Possibly. Yeah, I would expect next week you're going to get him a lot of run. 8 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. Good in coverage where, Titans were kind of running some very simplified things from the passing attack. They're doing a lot of just stop routes underneath on 4-yard little hitch routes. And he was right there. Surratt was too, on coming up and making the tackle right after the catch. So I thought he was good in the run game. I thought he was good as a tackler. I thought he showed up in coverage as well, where you got to feel some of the speed he brings to the field for the position. He looked a little bit thicker and bigger. He's a bit of a smaller guy coming out of college, where maybe you're worried a little bit about being more of like a 215, 220-pound dude. He looked a good, solid 225, 230 out there tonight. So liked what I saw from him, man. It's going to be hard to make the roster, though. You've got your 2 backups already in place right now with O'Connell and Tyrese Knight. So I don't know if the team's going to keep the 5th linebacker, and it might be between him and Surratt might make it just because he's got the special teams ability over the top of Chris potentially. I don't know that he does, but I've seen more from him on special teams than I've seen from Chris, which could be the distinguishing factor between the two. I was saying the Rams did in the Jana Conference Championship when White dropped the ball tonight. Tough muff pump there by White. Yeah. Not a good job of tracking the ball by him. Yeah. Paul Jr. looking good. And he's not better tonight. You're right about that. Samuel Brando, I'm not looking forward to the roundtable. It's the preseason, but I just know Jesse and Jake are going to be feeling themselves after their team's performances these games. It's true, man. It's not going to be fun for me either. No doubt about that. So, they've had some great preseasons. Those teams have done a great job. They've got a lot to feel good about. So I feel you, Samuel. I'm not looking forward to it either on this one. You know what I mean? I got to turn it over. It's like, come on, regular season, get here. Can't get here fast enough, Banker, Brando, would you ride or die the year with Tua, Penix Jr., or the third string quarterback? I would roll with Penix Jr. and see if he could just make it through a full year. And if he can't make it through a full year and something happens injury-wise again, I got to go find a quarterback. Tua is not the answer. You can see it in practices. He's going to be awful. I still don't get the people that with Tua that it's not, he just doesn't have the arm strength to be an NFL quarterback. Just flat out does not have the arm strength. And so I would roll with Penix just to know what you got at that point and then know what you have to do. Because if you have to go get a quarterback at this point from the Falcons standpoint, you can make an argument that team needs to do a little bit more of a reset than they do like, oh, we're so close. They're a team that would love to tell you that they're so close for the last couple of years. So close, so close. It's like, no, you're not. Hit the reset again. You missed on this one. Hit the reset again. Get this back to front, and let's get this rolling. So I'd go with Penix all year. Yeah, Myers missed first one in the first game. Hopefully it's not an issue, man. You need your field goal kicker. It's inherent in the way that we try to go out and win games. Dude's offering his services as a kicker. Tyler, the same thing for Jalen as like with Drew. He just needed time, and now he's really starting to figure it out. Indeed. You give these guys years and years in the sport to work on their craft, they will get better. Sometimes I think fans have I put him on the field, whether I've had him sit or not. Is he taken off or not? Oh, he's not. Well, he'll never be any good. I think what we're learning about this new NFL is that give these guys more of that time. You will get development. You will get improvement. Yeah, Joey Sly was on it. You guys got a good kicker out there. Daniel, a broken ankle isn't the worst. It can heal in literally 2 weeks. It's ligaments that's a year or a long time to heal. It's better than the ligaments, man. And it sounds like even better than the dislocation, maybe. K. Skeel says Milrose regressed this year. He was better last year in preseason. I certainly don't think I can understand how you can make an argument. I think he's been better in the practices, but yeah, the preseason games have been kind of what they've been. New generation of kickers are amazing, man. What Buttiker hit the 69-yarder in the Chiefs game the other night. 69 yards. Get out of here. We're going to have guys kicking it from like the 30-yard line here pretty soon. CJ Kershaw. Hey, Brandon. Bobo and now Bud Clark. Damn it, man. The Titans wrecked us this week. Hey, maybe Richmond too. Don't throw him on there as well. We don't know what's going on with Richmond. Yeah, this sucks. It's tough, not just losing guys, but then you lose guys for the year. I mean, that stings. Chiefs, is Milroe a practice squad quarterback or just quarterback 3 not active on game day? Probably going to be quarterback 3 not active on game day. I don't know if you can get him through the practice squad. I mean, there's some team out there that might grab Milroe just to turn him into a kitschy sub-package player or something, Dallas Vikings are probably still kicking themselves. Murray is starting, and they fired Kwesi Odofo-Mensah for that failed 2025 experiment. Yeah. Vikings have kind of put themselves in a weird place as far as the quarterback position. I would have thought that they would have made much harder play for a guy like maybe a Mac Jones or just to find something a little more functional from the quarterback position. But here's a team that, finishes off last year as they finished like 4 or 5 straight wins and a good team and a great defense, but quarterback position holds them back. And again, seems to be setting the stage again for this year to where the quarterback position will once again hold them back. And you know what this is then going to cause? It's the unfortunate part about this when you don't address something like this is that now you become really desperate by next offseason. And now you start overextending and trying to do too much to solve this problem. Megan said, ducking out. I have some research papers to read tomorrow. Might be back if not. See you soon. By the way, don't forget to answer your email. I will answer the email tonight. So I'll make that the first thing after I'm off stream tonight, Megan. Take a look at that. I didn't see it come up on my deal, so it probably went into spam or something. But I will jump on that. I will, I'll get off by, if I got till 12 o'clock tonight, I'll get on there and take a look. Keep it on your text messages, Megan, just in case I have any issues, and I'll let you know. IOW will probably need to make a move for a secondary piece during the season at this time. What options do you foresee being available, fitting well? You're probably going to have to wait a little bit on that, IO. I don't know if we're going to see somebody cut. That's going to be an option at this end of preseason. I think what you're going to probably need is a couple of teams to fall out of it who think they're a contender with a, potential safety target that you could look at. As to who that could be, like Budda Baker, for instance. If, the Cardinals fall out of it, maybe you can make some kind of trade for him at that point, especially understanding that then you can have an answer there as a reinforcement for Bud Clark in the long term. And that I do believe that Ty Cott is a free agent after this season. So that could be maybe a kind of move you could look to make out there. But you're probably going to have to wait for, one of these teams, because at this time, nobody's really trying to trade guys like that are good pieces. It's more of like, okay, now we're out of it at the trade deadline. Now we'll move a guy. And that's harder to predict. It's going to be probably a team that would be looked at as kind of a sub-contender that just sort of falls out of it surprisingly. So I don't have a wide range of options on it. I'd have to do a little bit of research for you on that one, to find the right safety fit there. So Milroe is probably never taking a regular season snap for the Seahawks ever. So should we even worry about him anymore? I don't think anything's certain at this point. I think it's still a fluid situation. It's trending in a direction, but a trend does not make that the final result. And this will just be dependent on Milroe's progression and development. I think as much as we're talking about him now because it's pertinent now, because you're trying to make the determination about roster, and then you're going to have to make a determination about what you do in the long term with him too. P. Machiavellia says, yes, Milroe may get better with more time, but do you seriously could see him being fast processor for a WCO? No, I don't. No, if I'm putting betting odds down, and these are the same betting odds that I put down when we drafted him, I was not super hyped up when we took Milroe because I was well aware of the reality of this type of situation with this type of player. So I'm in alignment with the thought process of that this is where this is likely trending to go. I think where I maybe separate from those that think this way is I also say, though, despite my personal preferences to the situation, if you go and you decide we're going to make this pull and we're going to make this pick in the third round like you did last year, and I may be wrong on this, it's my belief that you have to kind of sign yourself up for the 2-year experience to give it the true time it needs to maybe bear out. Doesn't guarantee it will bear out. Might end up still being a failure of an experiment. But I think you got to give it the 2 years to be honest and true and just with Jalen and the situation for what you're walking into. I don't have a guy that's just rounding out the final edges of his game. I have a guy who in a lot of ways from the ground up has to rework everything. He's got to rework his mechanics, got to rework taking snaps under center because everything for him's been shotgun reads. I've got to go all the way, A to Z with him. So I get the people in the camp where you're at on this. There's plenty of definitely that are in alignment with you. I just do fall back on probably got to give it the 2 years, but I get the other outlook too. We're sick of hearing from Seahawks media and others saying just because Darnold and Baker developed after time, Milroe too. Those two were first round picks, and even then they showed more flash. It's good points, man. It's good points. And those success stories have been a little bit more the anomalies than they've been the rule of thumbs. And simply giving time is not going to simply mean that you get the great player. That's true. You want to start to see some signs of it, Worst Tree. Case Grill, Russell Wilson started his rookie season and won the Super Bowl in a second. True enough. I was excited about bringing Connor Williams in too, man. That was such a disappointment. You're like, yes. RJ, Malik did not look good in his preseason games with the Titans. That's probably the better comparison to make here more than a Darnold or Baker is maybe to look at a Malik, because Malik did take very similar track record to Jalen, very similar in the abilities they bring to the stage. Took him a long time. Didn't get it sorted out with Tennessee. Had some time there with Green Bay, and then it got it figured out. Same kind of stuff that was happening with Malik, those with Jalen. Very similar players. Russell Wilson also played 6 years in college, bro. That's a good point. Bring me coffee. Let's go. Starbucks 24 hours in Cali. I wish it was, man. I only go to 9 here. Yeah, the Russell situation's a little bit different too, because remembering with Russell, this is also about where the NFL sport is at in its cycles and evolutions. Russell's walking in right at the same time that Robert Griffin walked in. Same draft, right? And you took things from what Robert Griffin was doing with Washington that you adopted with Seattle, specifically the read option game. This took off at that time because the game was starting to slide into the spread concepts that really took over the sport by the end of the 2000 teens. Like it was beginning in that 2012 season, but then it was really taking over into the late 2000 teens. And what that meant that if you were a spread conceptual quarterback coming from college and spread systems, and then you're going to the NFL, that they could kind of take an amalgamation of their playbook and your college playbook and put them together and kind of spit that out on a weekly basis in order to allow you to get on the field quicker, so that it wasn't going to be leaning on as much of the processing stuff or the under center stuff, that you could kind of just operate a little bit of the dink and dunk passing attack. Now the cover shoot two shell has kind of removed that. Russell also had much more of a track record in college with Wisconsin of actually working off pro concepts. He was under center. He was doing the play action stuff, so that when he came to the pros, not only did he have a really long college history and playing a lot of starts at the college level, but then also he had actually done NFL stuff. So, he was much more sped along through the process than a guy like Milroe that was all spread concepts at college, all RPO stuff at college, air raid and all of that. So it's also a bit of the difference in the timeline, in that Milroe's coming in, unfortunately, not at a time that can maximize his skills to the utmost. He's got to do a little bit of the old school of you got to grind, build yourself back up from the ground up, undo bad habits, learn your footwork, clean up your mechanics, learn how to get your footwork under center, not just footwork itself, but footwork from under center, which is a whole thing in itself. It comes back to it's just a lot to learn. Dune, do you think we're going to try to trade Jalen Milroe, or just cut him? I think you'll probably sit on him for the full season. I think after this year, I think that the team makes a decision on it one way or the other. The Tennessee perpetual resets. You guys are getting there, man. You're getting there. It's a lot more brighter right now than I've looked at the Tennessee situation in prior years. I'll say that, RJ. Michael Vickers pretty improvisational. True. And Vic had a lot of the same stuff where Atlanta, he got there and they kind of did a lot of that stuff with him with the RPO and, leaning into that leg stuff. It wasn't full on spread concepts, but there was some of that being put in there to kind of, maximize what he was doing as well. Tyler, that's real coaches get fired and they don't have enough time to actually build a team. Do I think the Seahawks starters play this Friday? And how much do they play today? I was working. Seahawks starters didn't play at all today. They might get one series next week, but I would tend to think that they're just going to probably run Milroe all 4 quarters next week, and it'll be a lot of 3rd and 4th stringers. Keely, God forbid we pull a 49ers and every quarterback goes down. Why have Milroe take up a spot when we could have someone better at 3 at Brand? I don't know if you've got a better option at 3 necessarily. You're right. It does make it harder having a 3rd quarterback on the active roster versus just having the emergency QB like most teams kind of do. So could you have a better emergency quarterback that wouldn't take the 3rd, the extra roster spot, to your point? Yeah, you could potentially do something like that. I don't know who you'd look at necessarily. But not exactly like Jalen set a great baseline here that you can't supersede. He's, as far as what he's done so far. So I think the team's invested in the 2-year process. And I think it's as much of just, it's the investment in the process, the investment in the man, the thinking that the man is going to work hard enough that this breakthrough will happen. Doesn't guarantee it, but that's where they're putting their betting odds upon. And we'll see if it holds true or not on that. Yeah, is Joe Brady's miles better for the Bills than Dable was? Because Brady for sure can scheme up an awesome power running game. I could see that. I could go with that. Dable is just unimpressive to me as hell. Kyle, Brando, how silly is it that I'm debating taking JSN over Bijan, Puka, CMC, Jamar Chase, St. Brown? I'd be starting with ETN, Jr., keeper, and JSN going into the second round. I don't think it's crazy. CMC's on his last legs. Bijan just got paid, and once running backs get paid, you know how I feel about that. Puka's going to be at least suspended for a couple of games, and he's in a contract year. We'll see how that all kind of plays out. I mean, on the surface, being in a contract year motivates him, and he's going to be wanting to get as many catches as possible. I also kind of wonder a little bit about this when you have these kind of players in a contract year and you're not paid them, but they deserve to be paid. If there's not a worry in their part of what if I get injured and then I don't ever get paid? What if that happens? Thus, if I get a little minor injury, I'm going to protect myself, i.e. a game that I would have went out there and played last year or the year before. I'm not going to do this year because I'm trying to kind of set myself up for that contract after the season. I don't know it's going to go that way with Puka, but that's one of the reasons you want to reward these guys early, to take that off the table as not a possibility. I'm going to go feed my cat here in a second. She's crying. Yeah, I think it's a toss-up then at that point, Kyle, going JSN, Chase, or Brown. I think you could kind of flip a coin and you'd be right on all three of those, and that they all three should be maximally pretty productive this year. So I think you're thinking right on this one, man. I don't think you're missing the boat with that. Not at all. Not at all. Got some more donations here. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Christopher Watkins' reaction to Milroe's performance. Sadness, deep misery. I hoped. I prayed when he was drafted. Jalen, be good. Jalen, learn to process. Think faster. Jalen, now, please. He told me no. I don't want to. I said, Jalen, you're going to need, if you're going to be good, run the ball. Use your legs. Jalen looked at me and said, no. Mike said, Jalen, run. Vroom, vroom. Take the Porsche out of the garage. Jalen said, no. Keep it in the garage. I'm going to put a cover on it. Give me the keys. I don't want you driving it. It's my car. I'll use it as I will. I'm not going to realize his potential, Robert, at all if he keeps up with this. I don't know what to say. Get it together, Jalen, now. Please. You're struggling. You're going to make me cry. Jalen, what's going on? Walking disappointed, Robert. Walking big time disappointed. William Tarkowski, thank you for the $2 donation. Hey, B, did Bud Clark break his ankle? Yes, sir, he did. Jumped up over a pile, landed on his foot kind of awkwardly. Foot did that, look away. It wasn't full Joe Theismann, but it was kind of Joe Theismann, leg kind of foot, sideways kind of thing. He broke it. Yeah, they had to put the air cast on him, cart him off. Luckily, it does sound like maybe there's a little bit of potential still to get him back this year, though, William. That maybe his season's not going to be completely done, God willing. 206, Remy. Thank you for the $5 donation, 206. Appreciate you for that, Remy. So from what I'm seeing, Jadarian will be the starter from everything we are hearing and seeing. Yeah, I think that if you're looking for some good stuff, as we have kind of some tough stuff we've had to turn over with the results of these games and some injuries and all that, here's some good. Here's some silver lining. And that is that Jadarian Price has done enough this preseason in practice and training camp that the team feels great about what he's doing. And you've heard the returns from veterans. You've heard Sam Darnold say that he thinks he's special. You have the Hard Knocks clips that they showed that made him look like Jim Brown incarnate. running against the defense. Then all the defenders from Myron Murphy to Devin Witherspoon just in a little bit of awe of the kid a bit. Now that was probably a little overstated by Hard Knocks. That's them putting on a good show. But the bottom line being is that the kid's done a lot to impress. And that's just what we hope we were going to see from him versus being a disappointment and being a little bit rough. So the fact that he's not even had to get any preseason carries, and the team's just going to put him on ice, speaks to their level of confidence in him. And I'm expecting this kid to come out and really surprise some people by how productive he is. I think he's going to have a better year than Jeremiah Love. I think he's going to end up being a more productive back than Jeremiah Love this year. And I'm stoked for this kid. He's going to a really great situation for him to be able to really take off. Peter, go Hawks. Let me go feed my cat here real quick. I'll be right back. Thank you, Remy, for the $5 donation. Everything we're hearing from Janarian's been the real deal. He's been the goods here at camp. So, and I get it, man. You need to make sure that, like I was saying throughout this, the part of the management of this too is that Remy remembering you've got to have this kid ready to go early in the year and him to eat up carries early in the year with the hope that you can bring Charbonnet to offset that. If he gets tired, if he hits that rookie wall in week 12, well, that's right about the time that I can inject Charbonnet back in the lineup. So it's just carry the water until we can get to Charbonnet. Jarcadia Wright looks like he gives you another running back in that backfield to help out, elongate out the rotation. But yeah, should be good to go, man. Good to go right from game one. He's going to be your starter. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Peter, do preseason IRs count for the regular season? Well, there's different IR designations, Peter, right? There's IR designations for you're out for the season where the team's just, it's a season ending injury, you're out. There are IR designations, but designated to return. So it just depends on how you designate that IR, but there's different types of IRs and how you put it down the books. I would estimate that, for instance, Jake Bobo will be a IR for the season. He's out, he's done. I would estimate that with Bud Clark, it's probably going to be an IR with a designation to return. Now, if you do a designation to return, it doesn't mean you have to. It just means that like they're eligible to be returned if they can get back to their health. But I think it's those two. Those two are the stipulations on that one. Dat Boy, thank you for the $2 donation. Dat Boy, it's good to see you in the house, man. Brando, missed today's game. Any thoughts, reactions? I thought you did a better job of bringing the juice. That was the big missing part last week, was your team on both sides of the ball just had no juice, no energy, no life. I thought there was more of that today. I thought the defense was impressive throughout. The offense 3 different times in this game put them on a short field, and they really held up. So I was really impressed by the defense today, especially getting into a lot of the 4 stringers in there. Did more with the defensive tackles up front. Brandon Peely, Singleton flashed a little bit. O'Toole finally got a sack. He was also really active back there. Your off-ball linebackers were really strong all the way around in this game, especially Paul and Surratt. Your offensive line was able to move people. Got a big old run there with Jarcadia right up the middle, where just a great. It was as much of that it was blocked up beautifully. It was Jarcadia did anything fantastic. The hole was open. He hit it. He was gone. I think that Drew Lock looked really strong and on his A game, and thank God we got him. I think Jalen Milroe still looks a long ways away, and I think that there has been improvement, but I think that we're a lot closer to seeing the improvement be marginal than we're looking at the improvement being leaps and bounds, and it's so coming forward hugely. It's coming forward, but I think all of us would like to see it come forward just a little bit faster. And aside from that, receivers were all right. Montario Foster made a play, almost had a great Superman catch. All the corners, variety corners, all kind of made a play here or there throughout the course of the game, which is cool. Jason Myers missed a few kicks. Again, that's discouraging. Hopefully gets that stuff right. But it's kind of a nondescript game, Dat Boy. You know what I mean? It's kind of a nondescript game. It's better than last week, but still some frustrating parts. The offense just kind of lost some of its early momentum where it seemed like it was really clicking into place and then just kind of couldn't find its footing. So I'd like to see a little bit more from Milroe too. Just a little bit more. But he's also playing with the third and fourth stringers, so it's not just him. You know, the play calling wasn't grade A for him. Third and fourth stringers, pre-snap penalties that had nothing to do with him. Another drop ball in this game. It's all a contributing cause to it. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Prayers for Bud Clark. Damn, I wanted him to play. I was a guy that it's definitely discouraging to see him go down because you did have a role for him to be cut out on this team this year as a rookie. You know, it's a guy long-term you can hope can ascend to becoming a starter in the safety room, but you really hope that you could bring him out there and put him right out there as kind of that guy to eat up some snaps in the dime, fill in for Eamon Wari at times in the slot, fill in for Okada in the safety position, not be asked to do too much as a rookie, but be kind of valuable when you are out there. Hopefully the kid can bounce back fast, man. Luckily, this shouldn't be an injury that should be like a long-term prevent him from coming back and being back at full speed. But it does just kind of suck. You know, it does just kind of suck. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate you. Prayers to you, Bud Clark. Get better, man. Bounce back quick, brother. Sports Talk with Austin. Thank you, brother. The $20 donation. Let's go. Yeah, man. You are very, very kind, Austin. You've dropped big donos here recently in that of this order. I really do appreciate you for doing that, man. I thought the team showed more energy today and ready to play. The first drive looked good. Jalen Milroe had this problem in Alabama. Great talent makes hero plays, but needs to work on the small things to learn to throw it away. Great points all around. Really appreciate the donation, but I really appreciate the thoughts in addition to that, Austin, as I would find myself agreeing in full with you all the way down the line. I think that's the thing that does stand out is that you heard Hard Knocks, and the word that came out of Mike's mouth this last week is he's watching the action in the game against the Cowboys. He's like, man, we just don't have any juice. Where's the juice? I thought you brought the juice today, or as you termed it, the energy. I thought the energy was a more lively and back-to-back opening drives, touchdown drives here. That's no small thing. That speaks to the very minimum as we're starting to look for the good things that Fleury does to build up his game, things that he can start to lean on. He does a pretty nice opening script, it would seem. The last two opening scripts have been on point. So, yeah, it'd be, I need to get a little water. One second. Lost my voice a little bit there. Good scripted up opening drives. I think the offense, even on the second drive, still looked pretty good on top of that, Austin. Milroe. It's accurate. I think you're touching as well as while you're hearing a lot of people that are really frustrated at their wits' end a little bit with Milroe on this because it's a lack of progression. And as you said, it's also startlingly familiar to what you saw with Milroe on tape. Jalen was a really interesting quarterback in that in the last couple of years of drafting and looking at quarterback classes, I had more of a chance to look at more of his games than almost any other quarterback ever. I mean, it was like almost 2 full years of his tape there to go through. A lot of games to pick through to get a feel for the guy and what he brings to the table. And you touch upon, there's some really sensational stuff in there and what he can bring to the table with his legs. He's got a pretty big arm. He can make, as you say, the hero plays. There's some stuff where he can get you standing on your chair like, wow. And that's part of what drew Seattle to picking him in the 3rd round. But the overall feel of it is that I look at the Alabama Milroe and I look at the Seahawks Milroe and I look at the Alabama Milroe and I look at the Seahawks Milroe and I go, kind of the same. And I think we're looking at wanting to see more a year plus into this experience of saying, not more, there is some same, but there's so much more that's good and growth. And I think that he has grown. I think that there is some of this comes down to just, what we have on game day versus what's happening on the practice field. And I think the growth has shown up in the practice field. It's not yet shown up in the game. What's the reasoning for that? I don't know. I have no idea. But that does lead me to believe that maybe there's some hope there that it will eventually show up back onto the game field like it is on practice day. But you're accurately capturing it, Austin. And I think that has a lot of people frustrated in the place of not feeling like they want to give Jalen any more real room or more time to not hold this roster spot. It's not coming along, and it's not going to come along from their perspective. And I can get that. Especially as you're watching a lot of these. It doesn't help when you have so many of these like young rookie quarterbacks right now in preseason that are seeming like they're playing on the easy mode button. Like Ty Simpson out there just free and easy, letting it rip. Drew Aller out there in Pittsburgh, just free and easy, letting it rip. Carson Beck in that first game experience, looking better than any of the times that Jalen Milroe's gone out there and played. That's not a great look to see those guys doing what they're doing, and you go out there and you're making it look really hard. So I think you capture the best part at the end. It is just, you got to learn to do the small stuff good. You got to clean up your footwork. You can't get lazy with that stuff. You got to clean up your arm delivery. It's like, this is where it's arm, it's rotation, it's the release of the ball. I mean, that first interception I maintain, that's the release out of the hand, and just not, it's like when you finish a shot in basketball and you leave the shot up there to kind of complete it all the way through. It's like, you feel like, are you pulling off that a little bit as the ball's coming out of your hand? Are you trying to pull the string on that a little bit? And then it causes you to kind of carry off a little bit on you. It's just the little details. It's the little exact things. It's playing the position with precision. Or as Mike Holmgren once said, telling Matt Hasselbeck, he said, Matt, you're an artist, not a blacksmith. And the thing about Jalen Milroe, and it goes back to Alabama, is too often he'll play the position like a blacksmith. Ching, ching, ching. It's got to be a little bit of artistry to what you do. That's got to be mixed in there just a bit. And maybe it just takes time to kind of get there and understand that and hone that in, Austin, maybe. Could be that it never just does ever come forward, though, as well. Well said on your part. I am 100% in agreement. And it will remain to be seen if those things get worked on and get ironed out. That's just where we're at with Jalen on this one. But can't understate that, folks, when you looked at a lot of the Alabama tape, that there's these echoes on the Alabama tape. And that's hard to kind of quell that, hard to kind of rectify that in your mind when you're like, well, but I should be seeing, for a guy that's seeing nothing but just the opportunity to develop, who's just being told, you just go sit over there on the bench and just develop. The development's not seemingly coming. I understand totally. Rick Cepeda, thank you for the $3.35 donation. I really, no note on your dono, but very kind of you nonetheless for dropping that on in there, man. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate you. And thank you everybody tonight for watching on the stream as we are good almost 6 hours on in the stream, light work. You guys can hit that like button for me. Would really appreciate it. Thrill House Brando, where do you rank Chubb's career, generally speaking, to his peers? Did he get screwed being with the Browns for so long, or did he get a lot of touches because they can't draft quarterbacks? I think Chubb had a good career for a running back. I don't think that he's going to be looked at as a guy that was one of the top running backs necessarily in his generation. Though I could be wrong about this. I mean, it's, he had a 1,500 yard year, 1,000 yard year, a 1,200 yard year, and then a 1,500 yard year. That's a really good career. And certainly at the height of his powers, when he was at his top end, I mean, especially when you consider like 5.2 yard per carry average, 5 yard carry average, 5.6, 5.5, 5.0 carry average at the last 1,500 yard year that he had for Cleveland. And then, of course, devastating knee injury, and keeping in mind that he had a knee injury in college, part of what caused people to get so scared away from him in the draft. And so a guy that already come back from that knee injury once. So, maybe the answer is yes, maybe he should be looked at as one of the top running backs of his generation, considering how much production he put up over that period of time. Just cut short, I guess, is as much as what you would say about that. But I mean, damn near 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons with 2 1,500-yard drops, 2 multiple 10+ touchdown seasons on the ground. I didn't think so at first, but looking back at his stats, maybe so. I bet his mom takes a cut. Lamar's. Maybe. Well, Lamar and Jaden's mom definitely are. They've taken the control. PM Machiavelli, I don't buy the excuse that he's playing with 3rd and 4th stringers. He's playing against the same type of backups the Titans too. If we're supposedly have a deep team, then ours is probably better than the Titans. Good point. Very good point. Kaylee, did I miss your question? Sorry if I missed. Sometimes it updates the chat and I miss. If I missed your question, just post back in. Kickers have one job. Their salary should be determined by how many kicks they make, period. 500,000 for field goals, 50K for XPs. Woo. I don't know, man. Myers made like 40 kicks last year. That'd be like 20 milli on a kicker thrill house. That's just the field goals. That'd be like 25 with the extra points. Twos look good, right, Eric? The Wizard? I agree. Our depth's fine. HHG, I wonder if there's a correlation between Hawks OC calling plays on the sideline and being good versus OC in the booth equals bad. Hard to say. I know Grubb, I think, was up in the booth. Obviously, Kubiak was down on the field. But it's been a bit of a mixture. Kaylee says, God forbid we pull a 49ers and every quarterback goes down. Why have Milroe take up the spot when we could have a better 3? Well, I would say it's a little presumptive to believe that you're going to have a better 3. Remembering with this, Kaylee, there's a big part of this that's you're onboarding the offense for a quarterback, and that I bring a quarterback in off the street at the cut. Like, let's say it's the cut down day. I go out there and I bring a quarterback in. He now has to learn this whole offense then as the third quarterback, as I'm in season, as I, like you mentioned, may potentially have to call upon this guy. I may end up finding myself in a situation where I brought it in and I flipped out Milroe for a different QB who may be quote unquote better, but doesn't have the same handle on the offense, just down to the play calling and the adjustments and all of that. And so it's a late in the hour to try to pull that move a little bit. This is why you have a Drew Lock. You very rarely, Kaylee, are going to go to your third quarterback. If you look across the sport and the number of teams that truly have to be in that position, it is a very small minority. I think as well, I would just say to you, Kaylee, that once you get to the third quarterback on any given team, that things are going to be in pretty rough shape overall, no matter what. Like, there's not a guy you're bringing up as the third guy who's going to go up there and take you to the Super Bowl. Like, you're probably falling short of expectations if you have to go to a third quarterback and have him play a significant number of snaps, a significant number of games. That's just kind of the reality of the third quarterback. There's only so many good QBs in the sport. RJ, how do you think Malik Willis will do with the Dolphins? We had the same issue with him at the Titans that you're having with Milroe. I think he's advanced himself, and I think I really was impressed by what I saw out of Malik last year with Green Bay. Some of that's the supporting cast he got to go to versus the supporting cast he had with Tennessee. I'm a big believer in RJ. A lot of the quarterback performance at times can be backtracked a little bit to supporting cast, and that when you see a guy fall short, you want to double check and make sure your team did everything they could to put him in a position to succeed versus potentially putting him in a position to fail, which I kind of do believe a little bit that the Titans have done that with Malik when he was there starting. I I do think he's taken steps forward, but I think it might be very possible, RJ, that he looks not good, or that the Dolphins are raked a little bit for that contract after this year because the supporting cast so bad, it's going to highly diminish him as a QB. He's a good quarterback, but I don't think you can. He's not the type of quarterback you can put the team on his shoulders and carry it through like he's going to have to. Miami's leaned into the tank. They are leaning into the tank. They moved off on guys. They offloaded guys, fire sale. They did it all. They've signed a couple of extensions just so they can keep the team thinking like they're trying, but like they've leaned into this thing, and which is kind of what made me shocked that they signed Malik, because it's like, dude, you're just lean into it, own it, go with bad quarterback play, get through this season, and go get your quarterback at the number 1 overall pick, and hopefully got the rest of the roster kind of up to snuff by that point. So hard position for him to go into. Glad he got his money, but I don't think he's being set up there to be able to have any kind of success. Kaylee, did you see my question? I think it's just a little late on responding there, Kaylee. I'm a little bit slow sometimes on the stuff. We got a lot of people in the chat tonight, so I'm just a little bit slow. But if I missed your question, if you can just repost it too. Sometimes when I'm updating the chat, it'll miss a message, especially as I'm about 6 hours in, so the eyes get a little bit cross-eyed, as we get late in this thing. Yeah, I've been hearing long-term on the Richmond injury too. That doesn't sound good. Especially sucks because he walked off the field. Jordan, sometimes players do regress when they're working on things. It can happen. Yeah. Especially a quarterback position where you're trying to unlearn bad habits that allowed you success prior, because they're not sustaining habits for success in the NFL level like they might have been back at the college level or high school level. I feel real bad for Falcons fans. I do too, man. They got it rough. Early signs of a rough year for Myers, asked David. It might be, man. I hope not. But we missed the Mr. Hyde year last year. We got to remember that fact. Buda Baker contract goes over $21 million a year. Well, yeah, and you'd probably have to restructure the contract after the season. So it would be one where you'd bring him in for where he's currently at, which is so he's on a $14 million base salary. That's the only thing you got to worry about. If you take a trade at the deadline, he costs you $7 million for the remaining portion of his base salary. He's only under contract through 2027. So the $20 million contract hit factors in the base option bonus, workout bonus. His base salary is only $14 million. So we could make that work. But would the Cardinals trade him to us? Cody White stunk it up, but Ricky White had a more respectable game. True, man. Muff punt, had a chance on the go route, dropped it. One of the better throws by Milroe on the day. Uso had a bit of a tough game, man. Yeah. Bro, that was Brando, Kobe Bryant, Bud Clark, Jalen Walker, Jamal Adams, Jaden Higgins, Bobo, and so many more. Seems like a bad NFL preseason. A lot of season-ending injuries, man. Yeah. Nick Gordon out there, I'd throw him onto that. That was a huge loss for the Panthers. There's been a couple tough ones. Hawksnest, can you explain this whole NFL player going to LSU? So pros are going to play college ball now, and soon ex-NBA players will be in the NBA. Well, those are two different separate things going on there a little bit. The NIL was forced by judges a couple of years ago. The NCAA didn't want to pay college players. A judge came in and forced them and said, you're going to pay college players. The NCAA could have then charted out an approach to pay players, to get rules in place, to kind of lock things down a little bit so that this wasn't the Wild West. But instead, the NCAA decided to act like a petulant child and threw up their hands and said, how dare you overrule the way we run things? Well, we'll just whatever, let everything happen then. That's what you want, then so be it. Let it happen. So the NCAA has let this happen. And so is this going to be a commonality? I mean, until the NCAA locks this thing down and actually puts together a cognitive rule book of how they're going to work through this NIL process. But it hasn't happened up until this point. So, until it does, players are going to take advantage of it in this way. Can't blame them for it. It's got to come back. The NCAA has got to be the adults in the room and understand you got a lot of years away with not having to pay players. You could just think about this of like, man, we got away with all those years of not paying players, and we got all the pure profits of that, and we profited off the back of players in college. You could just say that and say, okay, it's a new reality now, instead of, again, I don't like the fact that you guys are making us pay players. Like, come on. They're grown men. You know what I mean? Doing RG's threes, MCL, and LCLs, though? Yeah. It's one of the problems with running those quarterbacks like that, is that the risk of injury goes through the roof. P. Machiavelli, Lamar was lights out in college as a playmaker. Milroe was never that. True. And that's where I'd say a little more advanced as a processor, a little more advanced as a passer, not without some things that you can kind of pick at, but more advanced. Can Milroe play running back? I mean, maybe you could sprinkle a little bit of that in to get a little bit of utilization out of him. No, I'm not trading for Levis, Oiler Titan. You ain't pawning your guy off on us with that. There's another guy just not developing. Ricky John really crapped the bed with drafting Milroe. Price was definitely a John pick too. I wish Coach would have full say on personnel like Pete did. He's had some good drafts too there, Ricky. I mean, he's done pretty good on building the team around that. And not every general manager is going to hit every pick out of the park. You know what I mean? You're going to have some that are going to be stinkers. And you just hope that you can offset that with so many home runs. And I think John's hit a lot of home runs. But I think he also does a good job. Remember, and Ricky, even just a couple of years ago with Mike McDonald's first draft, where, you know, he gave him the fourth round. He said, who you want in the fourth round? Like, I want Tyrese Knight. Done. I think John, having worked with Pete for all those years and Pete having the oversight, did a good job of then setting John up to be able to really have it be a situation where I'm not going to be a general manager on high and shaking my finger and dictating to you of what I'm going to give you and you better like it. It's going to be a melding process of us both working together to determine what is really truly the best possible fit, not just the guy that I want. I think John runs it that way. Telios Hubbard had no arc. What happened to his superhuman strength I was hearing about? Yeah, he's been disappointing. I ain't seen it in Aiden Hubbard. Gino would be a better 3, not available most likely, but you get the point, Breno. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to grab a team starter, you can find a number 3 that's better. But there's not a number 3. There's not a number 3 out. Like, Geno Smith's not available. You know what I mean? Like, you're not getting him in a trade. So, you know, as you look through the league, it's the third stringers on all these teams. You know, that's what you have to do, Kaylee, is you got to go find a third stringer that's a true improvement. You can't grab a starter. You got to grab a third stringer, and you can't grab a backup. You got to grab a third stringer because nobody's giving up their backup at this stage of the game. So I just don't think there's probably a third stringer out there that's going to be an improvement or a vast or even a moderately improvement past what you're getting in Jalen. Everybody's going to have a little bit of questions once you get to the third string realm of things. Bro, you're an animal. Thank you, Kevin. I don't want to. Max, just joining, will they save a roster spot from Milroe? Yeah, I don't think Milroe is going to be cut. I think the performance that he's putting out on training camp is different from what we're seeing in the games. I think that's giving the team confidence that he's taking steps forward, albeit a little bit slowly. And I think that they understood that this is an investment process with Jalen, that they have to give time to let his advancement come forward. Dude, well saying Jadarian is a real deal and have been having a good camp. Haven't they been saying Miller has been having a good camp too? That's true. That is true. I think though you're talking about there being the two positions where one position is the most complicated, hardest to master and learn to play. The other one is the most ready-made position on the NFL field for a guy to step in and instantly be able to go. So that's also where there's a little bit of difference, I think, in taking that caveat in play. Thank you, Dad Boy. Tulip Native, how many kicks has Myers how many kicks over TN last 2 games? I think you mean how many kicks has Myers missed? He's missed 3 kicks last 2 games. His name is Milno from now on. Titan fans feel like Titans are going 2-15 this year, even though they were 2-0 versus the NFC West. transitionary state a little bit there. They're not bad. I like some of the parts they're working with there, though. Kaylee says, Milroe is starting to enter DJ Dallas level of irritation at the belief for me. I get it. You're not alone, Kaylee. You can see in the chat. I think there's plenty of Hawk fans that are kind of getting a little bit at their wits' end on this one. Like, come on. Stage fright, Milroe. He's a grower, not a shower, Ollie. Of course, we're still obsessing over Milroe. This is preseason quarterback plays Seahawks 360. If I can't obsess over preseason quarterback play, what is real about this world anymore? I don't even know what we're doing. Austin, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Appreciate you for that. Elijah Arroyo, I really like this game. I think he can get a roster spot to help in the receiving game. Win or lose, it's still Hawks for life. That's right, man. That's right. And with Milroe, he's a great representation on this team of it being about parts and pieces, and the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. And that I got this guy last year, really talented. I just need to find a specific role for him within this offense. Every week I need to get a couple of plays, scripted up that'll take advantage of what he does well, and then pepper him in. I don't need to make him a mainstay. I don't have to target him 9 times a game. Just pepper him in. And I think that's what they didn't do last year. He became kind of a footnote. He became kind of forgotten. They've just kind of run the normal routes with him when he's out there that they'd run with other tight ends. I think you got to get a little bit more specific with Arroyo to maximize him. And I think that they showed some signs of that today. The pre-snap motion into the run to the flat, love that route. Very simple route, but it creates some easy separation for him and allows him to take advantage of some of that nice acceleration that he has for a guy as big as he is. And then he's a seam killer all day. And that's what you got on that big play down the seam. Just go take him right up the seam, let him run as fast as possible. What you have a lot of right now with this is we're still in an era where cover 3 still wins out as by far the highest run defense in the sport. It's just that instead of the old Carroll days where you'd be in cover 3 prior to the snap, you're rotating into it. There's a lot of rotation into cover 2 though as well. And the cover 2 is one where you're dropping both safeties to each side of the field. And then what you're going to do is you're going to have typically the corners in kind of a press situation, press trail sort of situation. It can change. There's some differentiation here. You might have press to one side, off coverage to the other side. But in general terms, this is the modern cover 2. The old school cover 2 used to take the Mike linebacker and run him right up between the seam. So right up in the middle of the field, and that he would cover that whole shot. Because if the safeties are taking the 2 sides of the field, there's kind of right up the middle where there's a vulnerability. And then you would have if you take a middle linebacker into the middle of the seam, that eliminates any of the seam routes. So if I try to run that tight end right up the seam, I got a linebacker there to close the route up. But modern NFL play action game oftentimes will force these linebackers to have to stay dedicated to the run game. And there's not as much of the dedicated in cover 2 to having the middle linebacker drop to the middle of the field. Thus, if you have a weapon that can attack up the seam, there's some open market opportunities there to take advantage of. And Arroyo's that kind of guy that was his game to a T out there at Miami. And you saw it again today on display. And that I hope that Fleury continues to lean into that as we get to the season. Appreciate your support today there, Austin. I appreciate where you're coming from, Seahawks 360 on this. I understand there's going to be some frustration with hearing non-Hawk fans talk on this stuff. I think that I don't think people are crazy for having this discussion. I can understand how you disagree with it, and I don't have a problem with you saying I trust in this team that just brought us a Super Bowl championship at all. Of course, here through Seahawks 360, we never really lean into authority as an appeal to authority as in our thinking. We just try to turn over these topics and try to better understand them ourselves for what they are. I think you're going to get an opinion like this on a guy like Milroe, given what people are seeing. I think you're hearing in me that there's a lot of patience in this situation. I'm not looking to toss him overboard on the side of it, but I don't think that it's out of pocket for people to have a wide variety of opinions on Milroe at this point. I don't think that he's done enough to determine that people should be set and just simply being patient and shut up and sit in the background and trust in the process. I can understand there being people that do that, think that way though. But again, with us and how we go here and what we encourage here is to have people think independently. And there's nothing wrong if you want to appeal to authority, but I don't think there's anything wrong too with people thinking, I want to think independently how I look at this. That's the fun part of me and being the fan, and the different fans fan in different ways. And some people are intrinsically in the process. Some people are appealed to authority. Some people are just sitting there watching and enjoying. All camps are correct. All camps can be successful and have fun with this process and enjoy their fandom, but we all kind of fandom differently. Some that are similar are all going to do this a little bit differently on that. But I don't think that they're crazy for an outlook of watching what they're seeing in Milroe and struggling a little bit with seeing a little bit of lack of progress. Doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a little bit more patience here at play, and where I would kind of probably lean in and agreeing with you on this Seahawks 360. But I think we got to give room to people to be able to think independently and have their opinions. Don't have to agree with them. Can definitely disagree with them, but got to at least allow people to have their ability to have a outlook on things. Mix is banned, Brandon. Your take on Sonny Styles might be right. I know it's the second preseason game, but it didn't look good. You can see this coming from a mile away. And, you first got a guy that's a safety transfer to their linebacker position. You go, oh. It's a little bit like we have this talk this last week of Stephon Diggs being a guy that's transitioned from the wide receiver position to the cornerback at Alabama. And that there's always a little bit of an energy that you get from a wide receiver to cornerback transfer typically. Now, like Richard Sherman completely upended this. He brought intensity. He brought a feistiness, a competitiveness, a physicality then to the position that these kind of corners don't tend to do. But Styles, this is also like a similar kind of trope. And, moving a linebacker or a safety guy into linebacker, I'm going to worry about him taking on blocks. And I'm going to worry about his run game instincts. And one of the things, like, for instance, is Tyrese Knight that drove Mike McDonald to draft Tyrese Knight. And it gave us one of the really nice insights into Mike and what he looks for linebackers. And that he mentioned this guy always, every snap, is stepping to the right direction of where the play is going. His instincts are true. It's a little bit like processing for a quarterback, I think you could say, Mick. And that if you have a Mike linebacker or an off-ball linebacker or will linebacker who's not stepping true and struggles to take on blocks, be fast as hell, you can be athletic as hell. But, here in Seattle, we got told the story of this very style of player, did we not? And you want to know who that is with Sonny Styles that came to my mind when watching the tape with him? Aaron Curry. Another guy with all the measurables in the world, all the testing numbers in the world, even better tape than a Sonny Styles. But instincts, processing, getting off blocks, it's a factor to playing the linebacker position. The Indiana tape for Sonny Styles, the Indiana tape was brutal. And I do not know. I know his combine was so good, but I do not know how any team can see that being the last tape this guy shows. And there being issues there that are showing up so heartily to believe that should be a top 5 pick. When there's guys like Ruben Bain that are sitting there on the board. I would just ask Seahawks 360. I just ask on this. I appreciate where you're coming from on this, but it's like, again, come back to attack the argument, not the person. Bad takes, your takes are dog water. So what's, as you say, the trust in the team, and I get where you're coming from on that, but it doesn't give a lot of people will bring up specifics of, I'm not seeing this development from him in Alabama. We're struggling to see the field still. The mechanics are still not quite on point. I don't seem to be feeling a step forward from last year in the preseason play. Like, these are all valid criticisms. Now, those criticisms don't mean Seahawks 360 that he can't eventually clean it up, that he can't eventually get it to the right direction of things. And I'm certainly not, again, just to reinforce this against Seahawks 360, I'm not in a position of dictating that I think we need to be done with Jalen or do anything short of show some patience here. So at the end of the day, I'm in really the same camp as you. That doesn't mean, though, that I can't understand where these people are coming from. And when you make it that way, it's like you're kind of bringing it up like they're just crazy to think how they're thinking about this situation. Just crazy. You're kind of inferring it a little bit there. And it's like, it's not crazy. It's maybe wrong, and maybe it's an opinion you disagree with, but it's not out of pocket insane that they're looking at this data and this information and seeing it this way. Again, matching it back to what they saw in college. So I completely understand where you're coming from. And I think you and I are in a lot of alignment in giving this some time, and some of it being in the appeal to authority. And again, trusting a little bit in the training camp and the practices, and that the steps have come forward at those places and times. But there's always room for a variety of opinions. And if people are bringing up specificities, if they're grabbing exact parts of his game, and those are valid parts that they're picking out of his game that are deficiencies and are being held back, I think you got to go at that argument itself rather than the person. And that's where the real fun conversation happens. I think when you go at people, dog water, trash opinion, suck opinion, you ain't shit, you don't know anything, you're dumb as shit. That's where all that stuff goes to. And it doesn't open the door to dialogue. And that's where I'd like you to, let's get to dialogue part. What are the specific points and what they're bringing out about his game, from processing to feeling the pocket, getting rid of the ball, decision-making, ball placement, where are they wrong on that thinking? Where are they out of pocket on that thinking exactly? As it pertains to the football field, not from their personality angle or broken amount of thinking, but just simply by their assessment of what they're seeing from Milroe on the field, what part of that's wrong and not correct, Brando Milroe starting to give me DJ Dawes frustration. Mixes, since Jeremiah Smith is from Florida, the Dolphins are probably going to draft Jeremiah Smith instead of a quarterback. It's a possibility. I can certainly see where your thinking goes on that. And it certainly fits to a supreme need for the Dolphins where they stand with their receiving core. I guess the part that I come back to and I'm thinking about is, for most of my lifetime of the Dolphins, they've not really had a lot of opportunities at real high-end quarterback picks. You have your Ryan Tannehill. I'm talking post-Marino era, of course, Mick. But you have your Tannehill kind of pick in there. You got the Tua pick. They've made a couple of picks that are relatively high. This could be as high a pick as they've had, even above those selections. Those were 5, 6-ish, right? You could be up at 1 or 2. And then you're talking about an Arch Manning coming out and the draw of an Arch Manning in Florida to kind of galvanize that team. Boy, I'd have a hard time seeing. I don't think you're wrong, man. I don't. When it comes to them staring the face of that, of having a Manning that they can potentially add in, I got to feel like that team would still, even with a guy like Malik there, still go, we'll play Malik another year and then we'll go to Manning next year, But you bring up a good point. Jeremiah Smith. Why is anyone overacting? Call a spade a spade. He's a valuable draft pick, so people don't give an S. And you're criticizing people take time. Oh, sorry. You're speaking to him. Speaking to 360. I would offer 360. I think you're right. I think you're not looking at the end results. So you're correct there, man. You're not giving her, it's not about the winning necessarily, I think, but you are looking for development. So it's not simply you're going out there to play the games. You're looking for development from said players, especially young players. You're trying to see who's going to be able to contribute to this team, who's going to be able to contribute to this team in the long term. And that's where I think it is pertinent to make assessments. It's pertinent to tell the truth, right? I can get, and again, completely with you on don't toss Nestle Milroe right now, as I know there are some people advocating for. I'm not advocating for that. But I think that we also have to be accurate in what we're talking about with Milroe and not dress up what we're seeing in Milroe as something else other than what it's been so far. And people getting annoyed by that lack of development's, I think, again, fair on their part. Now, maybe it's unfair to say throw them away. That part's maybe the unfair part, but it's certainly fair to look at this performance and say, man, this is discouraging. You're looking for those steps forward, and instead it's just kind of stilted. Dat boy, I will always root for Geno. Hate to see some of the revisionist history slandering him for the Raiders year because he was generally so good for us for 2.5 years. I'm going to be going on Richie's channel over for the New York Jets this week, and I'm going to be doing a lot of talking actually up Geno, to your point. So I feel the same way with that. Maybe Seattle will draft a quarterback in the second round next year, and we'll, with all the extra picks, can take chances. I'm thinking that's part of this as well. That's why it's a 2-year process a bit as well to this, that you get the end of 2 years, you make your assessment, is that you may have a quarterback that you like better as a development guy in this very quarterback heavy draft next year. Austin, man, thank you for another $11 donation. That is very kind of you, brother. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you for all that support tonight, bro. Connor O'Toole was a bright spot, continuing to make himself noticeable in the competition for the D-line depth. And I want to say thank you so much for all of your hard work and love. Love you, Brando, for it. Well, much love out to you too, Austin. I love all you guys. You're just, y'all are tremendous, hanging with me here late into the night, about 11 o'clock at night on a preseason game. But you guys are rocking with me. You're dedicated. You're in it. I've got the greatest job in the world. And I always say that, people go, you go so long. It's so you're a warrior. It's like, I wish I could take credit for that, but I can't, because it's so easy to go live and just chop it up with you guys. It's so easy to just roll through here, blink your eyes a couple times and hours have flown past. It's wild to me, frankly. More people don't live stream longer because it is just so easy to go along with the good conversations and the good debate and the great discussions. I mean, you guys keep me on my toes. You keep me laughing. The support's just unbelievable. You dropped 3 big major drops alone in this stream, not to mention many times before, Austin. I really appreciate you on that. And I love what I get to do, man. This is the best job in the world, to just talk football, talk my Seahawks. We're champions right now, still on our rise. Life is good, brother. Life is really good. But Connor O'Toole, good to see him. By all accounts, a little bit of a quiet camp. So, guy you're hoping can maybe show a little bit more once we get to preseason games, but he showed up a couple times today. He created a couple of points of pressure too, beyond just the sack. Both the edges were doing a better job of kind of collapsing that pocket. He looked good. He looked good out there. And boy, it's going to be a hell of a fight. You got Jared Ivey out there with a club on his hand, fighting his off for one of the edge. You got Mike Morrison there. He's always making a play or two throughout the course of these games. And it's really one edge spot these guys are all battling for. Hell, even Jamie Sheriff came in and got a sack today. I mean, you got about 5-6 guys all just fighting out, just having a death match right now, basically, for that final edge. And it'll be interesting to see who they end up picking. Kaylee, I love finding Hawk fans that love them like I do. I just feel like John has replaced starters seamlessly. It shouldn't be as difficult as that. Well, don't undersell the quarterback position though, right, Kaylee? Because how many teams do we have through these last years that have drafted quarterbacks high and failed? It is an inexact science. It's a very tough position to master. It's a position the NFL probably does not provide these guys near the amount of time they need to develop, and a lot of different representations of that. But it's also a good position to be in, right, Kaylee? There's so many teams out there right now don't even know what they have in quarterback. Say nothing of, I don't know what I have in my backup. When you get down to the point of like, we're turning over, like being confounded and having the enigma of what to do with the third string quarterback, you're in the heart of first world problems at that point. Life's going pretty well when as an organization, that's where we find ourselves with a high amount of our concentration here after this preseason game. Artho, let's go. $25 donation. Let's go, my man. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for that, Artho. It didn't have any note in there, but you just dropped a big old $25 donation just in and out like that. Thank you so much for that, my man. Just unbelievable support, you guys. You guys are just so unbelievable in all you guys do for this channel. Very kind and generous too. Members that donate for on top of being members, just double dipping, triple dipping like I was, quadruple dipping. Artho dropping a $250 on me here. Thank you guys for so much for all of your guys' support here to this stream and let me do what I get to do. It is your guys' donation, the big backbone of this channel, allows me along with the membership program to really do this full time. And I really thank you guys from the bottom of my heart today. Ride with me again. Deep into the stream, deep into the middle of the night, talking Seahawks football, dropping big old donos on my ass. You guys are too kind. Too kind, Artho. Thank you, my man. I really appreciate you for that. Hate to say it, says Artho, but Milroe just doesn't process quick enough to, at its best, he is a gadget player. I'm bummed. It's tough to see it so far where it is. And it's where I have the open mind to being wrong on this down the line. I'm very much still the open mind to where when we drafted Milrow on draft in, where I landed at there to where I am now. I may not seem open-minded. I'm sure Seahawks 360 might be out there hearing me going, see, you're just closed-minded to everybody else. I'm not. I swear to God, I am open to this thing turning the other way. But that processing is it's a sticky thing I keep coming back to that I can't dislodge it from my craw. I can't dislodge it as this thing that is fundamental to having to play this position in the modern era. It is not optional. It is not elective. I have to have this thing. And maybe he's processing on the practice field, and maybe it's only a matter of time before it finally shows up on the actual football field. You know, there are those guys where stuff's clicking in practice and then it just doesn't quite click into game in the same way immediately like you like. Like, oh, he's showing it all over practice. But then you get the game, and it's like, where was that practice player? Where's the guy that we saw in practice that was processing? And now you're not processing, and it's the bright lights and a little bit of nervous energy, and that starts to factor in maybe a bit. You know, that can be a thing too. And that's the thing I've come down to the light switch angle of this, where there could be the just chip away, the light switch finally clicks on, and you never know when it happens. And maybe it's a bit of randomness to when it kind of clicks in. But it's a bummer so far that we haven't seen more of the improvement there. You know, that there hasn't, maybe the light hasn't come fully on, but the dim setting slowly turns on a little bit brighter ortho, you know, like a little bit of lightness to it. And I do think there's been some things that have come forward in his game. So I don't think that we're completely seeing the same player we saw last year. I don't think that there is some growth. There has been some growth. We just would like to see it even growier. Yeah, it's going to be hard to carry 4 quarterbacks. If you're thinking about going that way, Kaylee says, I don't think you should give up anything, but snag some quarterback that gets cut. Yeah, it's going to be hard to carry 4 QBs with this roster. That's the tough part there. You know, even with the 12 practice squad players, you're wanting those guys to be depth for reinforcement for other positions if they get lean, positions that are more likely to sustain the injuries. You can come back to it'd be great to have a high quality third quarterback on the roster, but it is one that's a very much show me the team out there or the teams out there with a lot of great third quarterbacks. It's probably few and far between. Thrill House Brando, do you think A.J. Brown could have a big year with Drake May? It didn't seem like the Philly experiment was good and never really had an elite quarterback in Tennessee. Yes, I'm quite worried about the opening week right now with him and Dobbs, because he's going to be highly motivated. And I think that Drake May is a great quarterback to utilize with him because, you know, Drake can fit any ball in that he needs to fit in. And the one thing that, you know, Brown does better than anybody, as good as any receiver in the sport, is run those go routes. That's something that Hurts was able to really take advantage of, and Drake can take advantage of that. And, you know, the tape that I've been seeing so far in training camp with Brown there, he seems like he has seamlessly slid in and fit in over there. And remembering, it's not just him, it's Dobbs as well, where they upgraded basically their number 1 and number 2 wide receiver position. And that is going to make him harder to deal with. So I think he goes over for 1,000 yards this year. I think the only thing holding him back potentially is the ticking time bomb that he has in his knee. The same ticking time bomb in his knee that sort of dissuaded the Rams, who initially kind of kicked the tires on him, to look elsewhere. Watch film watchers breakdown of Sunny style stats. Performance wasn't nearly as bad as you think, is what they'll say. Potentially so. Kaylee, as someone who has taught how to read defense by her father, how in God's name do you throw a pick into the chest of a defender? Your mechanics are sloppy. They're less about the reading and more about, if you're talking about that first throw, for instance, that's the problem with an inconsistent delivery. Is an inconsistent delivery means I don't always know where the ball is going exactly. And if I've got to fit a ball into a small opening and I don't know exactly where it's exactly going to go, not a lot of room for error in the pros. You can get away with the college level of having that room for error, but not in the pros. Yeah, Bain looking good, man. Pulling off that hump move in the Chiefs game. Coke and Brando, who would you like to see us draft a quarterback next year? I'd be open to a couple different options. Kind of what has me on a little bit on board with the fact that you get through 2 years and you maybe look this direction of things. But I mean, I've got a kind of a soft spot for a few of these guys. I think that CJ Carr, Darian Mensah, Sam Levitt, Brandon Sorsby, potentially a John Mateer, Chambliss. I mean, these are all guys probably second through fifth round is where they're going to go. And all of those guys are very interesting players. Maybe even a Drew Mestamaker, depending on what he does this year. But yeah, there's even one I don't have up on this board out of CJ Bailey, North Carolina State, 6'6", 211. There's some guys, man. I'm very patient. I really should have shown Flash something by now, in my opinion. I understand. And there's a few people in chat today that are in the place you're at with that. Grant as a Hawks Nest, I believe it was 2008 when the Dolphins had the number 1 overall pick. Matt Ryan was there, and this was under Bill Parcells. They took Jake Long. So we come back to just history kind of factor in on that a bit. So I think it's the same owner that they have in-house there, Grandizer, as they had before. And, you know, he's been a little bit of a sometimes heavy-handed owner here and there at times. I think they go for a quarterback if they're the number 1 overall pick. I think they do QB. Thorellis Brando, does Riley Mills strike you as a kid that say attack and then goes crazy like the water boy? I legitimately think Leonard Williams is a tad scared of him. 6'5", 296 puppy. He's got a little bit of that energy to him. Yeah. Grant is there in Hawks Nest, apologies, but yeah, it's been very rare since Marino had the Finns drafted top 5, even top 10. They've been stuck in one of those 4 levels you mentioned. Constant retooling. Indeed. And organizations, look, they take in historical stuff, right? Like you might not think that this stuff factors in, but let's go back a couple of years into a weak quarterback class. Kenny Small Hands Pickett. Why did the Steelers take him? Well, they kind of needed a quarterback. Roethlisberger retiring. Sure, there was a bit of a need there. But were they as driven as much because of the startling talent of Pickett? Or was it because they had a Pittsburgh quarterback coming out of the draft who was looked at as a first-round talent, and they had a history of passing on a local boy who was a first-round talent that they ultimately were kicking themselves in the ass for years to come? Does Dan Marino, in some way or another, even if it's a small percentage, even if it's 15%, does the Dan Marino overlook by the Steelers in 83 cause them to then jump on Kenny Pickett a couple of years ago? I would argue maybe it wasn't the overarching thing, but it was a factor. What if we let this Pickett kid go to another team and we don't take him in the first round and we have the chance to take him in the first round and then he goes and has a Marino-like career? How bad do we look getting this wrong twice in a row? I just want 1 or 2 great plays from him in the 6 games. I can't name one from him. I'm not asking for starter level, but something. I mean, he gave you a couple plays. The 24-yarder he ripped to Montario Hardesty over the middle, that's a legitimate throw. The 14-yard scamper there where one of the times where he utilized his legs and he utilizes it the right time and went and got those yards. I think that Cody White, probably Kaylee, should have come down with that go ball down the sideline. He put it in a great position. The defender's not turned back around for the ball. It hits off of Cody White's hands. You know, it's one of 2 drops in the game for Milroe in this one. There's a couple plays in there, I would say. Maybe not a lot more beyond that. That might be about it. How long did it take Sammy Dimes to develop? Quite a bit of time. But again, some of this does come back to Sammy going to the New York Jets. It's not just opportunity to start or how good you look in starting or how long it takes you to develop. And some with Sammy in his case had to do with, as we learn in retrospect, where you went to, bad organization that craps out quarterbacks like nobody's business, good or bad. And then when did you truly get your next opportunity? and that he had to wait to get that second opportunity as much as the development side came forward. But certainly it's a bit of both, to your point, Space. Sam and Milrow are different stories. Sam got stuck playing day one because the Jets suck. Mill, no. So far, 2 years to develop and no pressure. A little bit of a different story. Yeah. I like Levitt. I'm glad you're with me on Levitt. Bryce doesn't like Levitt. I have people who are like, the kid's got some, kid's a gamer, man. I kind of like him. Brando, to clarify, I meant cut Milrow if you can snag someone. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I just don't think there'll be a readily made option there to do that. And I think that when it comes to this, Kaylee, and maybe the team's wrong for this, but I do feel a lot of confidence that this is where the team's at and that they are going to give Milrow the 2 years at least. And maybe even that the team building in this to say, we're going to give him 3 years. Now, you could say that's wrong. You could say, I need to see more. They shouldn't do this. This is the wrong approach. You might be right on that. But I do feel confident in saying that the team's probably going to lean in that road here to where this is just not even a point that's on the table as a possibility. But you never know. You never know. I mean, it's maybe this stuff's been overstated on the practice field. Maybe he's not been as good in the training camp. Maybe they're a little bit frustrated in that area. It is a little bit of a guessing game there. May says yes to drafting a new quarterback or pick up a young and underdeveloped quarterback and trade. There we go. There's a couple different directions you go with this. Throws, Brando, can you add the "damn it, Derek" McDonald's soundbite to your board, please? Yes, sir. I got to get a couple of those. There's a couple of good Mike ones on there that I got to get added on. That's a great suggestion, though, for sure. JCLO, let's talk brass. Is Milrow cooked? He's not fully cooked, but some of the edges are getting browned. And they tell you that wait until there's a golden brown. Okay. It's maybe not been blackened, but it's golden browned a little bit on the edges. No, I don't think he's cooked, but are we seeing a little bit of a slow development on the field as far as his progress as a player? Yeah. And does that slow development match in accordance with what we saw at Alabama as far as deficiencies, pluses, minuses in his game? It does. It does feel like at training camp and practice, he is being better. That last year now he was in training camp to this year he's in training camp, that there's been improvement on the mechanics, there's improvement on the processing, that there's improvement to the overall player. So I will fall back in a line that has been the case and that it's just not quite come on for the live games yet, but it's discouraging a little bit. That's for sure. Injuries accumulating, not a great trend. That's true, Abby. And we know about injuries. Sometimes you can have a bad luck year where it's just your number. And I'm not to that place yet of thinking that's going to be the case, but everything that seems to be hitting seems to be fairly serious. Robbie Oots done for the year. Bobo done for the year. Bud Clark maybe going to be done for close to the year. Richmond seems to be a long-term injury, undetermined there. Kind of problematic here. Yeah. Anchor, that's an old reaction too. Brando panicking about the 49ers trading up for Lance. I know. I was worried about Lance in San Francisco, man. Oh, I better get over that email, yeah. Hold on here. Let me do this now, Megan, while I've got you on the line. I'm going to forget it. We're probably going past 12 tonight. Yeah, see, that's where I didn't get the email, but it must be under my spam, maybe. And you sent it to Hey Hawks Nest. I'm right, Megan, on that? I don't see it at Hey Hawks Nest here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I got it. All right. I think we got that, Megan. Consent is required to perform this action. Okay. Oh. All right. Now let me use Big Dixon Energy this year, Megan. I'm kind of sad. You know what I mean? Kind of sad, Megan. All right, I joined. They're not going to let me use Big Dixon Energy. That was like one of the best fantasy football names ever. And that's a ripoff. And kind of like not right that they won't let me use that name. Thank you, Split Face, for reminding me on that. Please hit that like button, guys. We get a chance, just smash that like button a little bit. Dad boy, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Brando, why didn't you do a follow-up short of you panicking over Rams getting draft capital for Arch? Didn't you do a follow-up short? I've been meaning to do more of that. I'm trying to get more expanded out to more generalized football discussion on the Clips channel, Banker, and I'm being a little bit lazy about it. I mean, I've been kind of concentrating on just kind of main channel stuff to kind of prep for the season, but I've been trying to get a little bit more stuff put together for Clips channel stuff, you know, and that'd be a great idea to discuss over there on like that. Props to you Ram fans, man. That was the most viewed video on my Clips channel last year by far. You can play this Benny Hill theme as you laugh at the Simpson pick this year. I know. That'd be good. I just cross-reference them up a bit. I could just do the old video on the front of this one, you know. It'd be a good little, it's a great idea. It's a great suggestion. Typical ankle fracture has a 3 to 6 month recovery time, but that largely depends on if and what ligaments were damaged. And with a ankle fracture, the likelihood of ligaments damage is very high. Not good. Not good. Thank you for getting that set up, Megan. Sorry I wasn't able to help you out more on it. I've been running around like nobody's business here past couple weeks, so it's been kind of crazy. Yeah, it was under Spencer's name. I got it in there. Thank you for that. No, you're good. I've been not able to get around on that side of it. So, JC Lowe, J Club, our ones and twos are solid. No panic here, but I'm just out on the middle row experiment. I think that's you really encompass really, I think where mainly the Hawk fan base finds themselves on. I guess we lost 360 in this. Yeah, I think we're all kind of in about the same place a little bit there. You got the ones and the twos and you're scratching your head a little bit with them and you're not scratching, you feel good about them. And this is, again, in this game, Titans had a lot of their ones out there through that first half, which makes it all that much more impressive at times. Your twos are staying strong with them. But the Milrow thing is going to hang over the top of this game heavier than anything else. And for rightful reasons, we're watching. He's one of the big plays. He's one of the big points of preseason that we're most paying attention to because so many things on this team are set and taken care of. So it is frustrating. I'm going to give him more time myself, though I do find myself fighting that urge to where a lot of you are at on it, of being just kind of out on the experiment. Especially gets hard for me because my draft day evaluation feels as right on right now, 2 days we're talking about in regards to Jalen, as it did the day that I prognosticated it. But I think I've got to fight against that urge and the understanding that this kid's a hard-ass worker and this was always going to take a long period of time. And understanding those two facts to the situation, I will give a little bit more time. Doesn't guarantee he gets there, but I myself will be a little bit more patient on this. With that said, JC, let's let him roll all 4 quarters next week. I think we're all would be in agreement of that. Like, get this guy more playing time out there. Let's turn him into a Devin Hester type and have him return the ball. Well, I mean, backfield gets lean this year. I'm just saying. Jalen, we're out of backs. You gotta fill in here, buddy. Sammy was developed in college and thrown into terrible teams. True enough. We're still here, man. Have you seen the movie Friday? That was in response to you, from you, my brother. Oh, Friday's a great movie. Friday's a classic, bro. Friday's a classic. I guess we lost 360. Well, Valdez, hey, Brandon, do you think that the Lance trade is ultimately what kept the Niners from winning a Super Bowl? Do you think those first-round picks would have made the difference? Yeah. Because they got so close, is what I would say to that, Will. You know, you were in a position at times in given years where you felt like I had that little bit more that would take me up over the top there. You know, I would think they would have gotten at least one. I mean, I think to the Kansas City Chiefs Niner Super Bowl that the Chiefs got the win on. Pretty close game there. If you had 1-2 more first round picks in action in that game, does that separate you from a Niner perspective of things? I think it would. I can't ultimately rake the Niners as much for this because, number one, I'd be a glaring hypocrite being a guy that liked Trey Lance quite a bit. Number two, I was always fascinated by the thought of Kyle Shanahan actually having a top-end quarterback. I mean, a top-end talent. You know, he's just a guy that always seems to get by with lesser parts of the position and guys that have glaring deficiencies. What if you get him a guy that doesn't have that? I still am kind of like, I think Kyle's at his scariest if you ever can get him that. And the one year the year he had Matt Ryan, he took him to MVP season, best year of Matt Ryan's career, you know, when he had him something kind of close to that. So, yeah, I think it would have made a big difference. Appreciate you, Megan. Thanks for helping him out on that. Kaylee, Brando, I'm literally the only one not worried about the Rams D-line, even with the possibility of Darnold coming back, possibly. I'm not freaking out. I think that they're a great defensive line. And Darnold does make them scarier, Kaylee, because now, you know, one of the questions you have with this, not defense, but the Rams as a whole is depth. How's your depth? You know, if you're rocking the defensive lineman they would normally, it's here. It's going to be Braden Fisk, Turner, Poona Ford, and Ty Hamilton. You know, but now when you're bringing Aaron Donald and now you're talking about it being your second unit's going to essentially be potentially Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk, something like that. Like, they've done a good job of elongating out the rotation, and you know, Kobe Turner's a fantastic defensive tackle. He's underrated. When he gets paid on his next contract, Kaylee, he's going to make $25 million per year. I'm not as big on Fisk. You can go after him in the run game, but he can create pressure as a pass rusher. He's a problem as a stunter, and they love doing the stunts and the loops there a ton. Poona Ford also is getting up there in age a little bit, but I mean, he was one of your top 4 graded defensive tackles in the sport last year. You know, he was higher graded than Avita Vea as the nose tackle for the Rams. He was phenomenal for them. Is he going to have Father Time start to own up on him a bit? Maybe. He is getting about 10 years in the league, but it's pretty strong. I don't know if I'd say I'm fearful, but I think it's a very strong group. Right, but what is the final form of his development? I don't see it. I don't know if it'll be right on this. You know, it could be my wrong outlook on this, JC, to think of it this way. But with Jalen specifically, I've got a lot of hesitancy believing that this is going to come forward the way that we want it to have happen. And I share a lot of the people's reticence to believe that this will be the case. But I have still some hope. And I do still feel like if we are going to see it happen, not that it will happen, not that I'm guaranteeing it, but if the Milroe ascension is going to occur, where he figures some of the stuff out that just seems so problematic in his game, I think it's going to be more of chipping away, chipping away, chipping away, chipping away, chipping away, finally break through. More than it's going to be this more than this gradual thing that eventually gets there, which is what we'd like it to be, because then we see the signs of it. We can see the proof of the improvement. I think it'll be the latter if it's going to occur in that fashion, which isn't fun because it just means it's just going to randomly come forward at a random time. But it's where my instincts find myself falling in this situation. But to your point, I don't see it. We don't have a lot of track records of these kind of players having a rich amount of success of reaching that final form. I've got a bevy of guys. I got a pot of guys. I got a bucket of guys I can show you in NFL history that have fit to this kind of form, that just all the talent in the world, all the ability in the world, can move, can throw, just don't quite get it realized. End of the Pickett has the Super Bowl ring. That's true. On his little baby fingers, banker. On his little baby fingers. JC, also shout out to Brandon. 4 years ago, you called out the birth of my daughter. She's just had her 4th birthday. Time flies, and now we are champs. Let's go. Let's go, man. Thank you for riding with me all these years, brother. And congratulations. Glad she's growing well. Oiler, could Arch Manning pull a Joe Burrow and double or triple his previous year output and thus solidify his status as the most valued quarterback to enter the draft ever? No, I don't think that it'll get to that stage to where he's going to be I don't think he's going to be a generational prospect. I just think he'll be a very high pick, where he just deserves to be in that place, where a little bit like the Drake May, where Drake May came out, a lot of people saw it. I saw it. I loved it. Some people said they didn't see it. There's a little bit like it. If you're generational, there's kind of a consensus like Andrew Luck, where it's just, it's all consensus. Everyone can see it. I don't think he quite gets to that place, but I think that he's going to continue to improve. I think things started to get things figured out as the year went along. There's the narrative on Arch is that it wasn't good last year, but it's like, no, he wasn't good through the early part of the year. And then as he got more of that seasoning and more of that play, he got better and better and better and better. But I don't think he's going to quite have the physical tools to quite dictate being generational as a quarterback. It's a good arm strength. I don't know if it's great arm strength. Good mobility, really good mobility. I don't know if it's great mobility. Sorry, Koken. I'll try to set up maybe another league if we can, Koken, online here. We get a lot of requests. It's just tough to. Wish I could put some more time into it there, Koken. We kind of had to do this. We had to scramble a little bit this year, so it was a little bit harder to get the things in because they moved the fantasy over from NFL to ESPN. Kaylee Brando, I feel like they're good, but I feel like we could still block every one of them decently, at the very least on the Rams D line. Yeah, you've got a couple of things that help you in this way, Kaylee. And that's where we come back to not being scared, to your point. First off, you're returning all of your starters from last year, and you've got talent on those starters. Cohesion, continuity, a big helping hand to offensive lines, and being able to deal with tough defensive lines like the Rams are throwing at you. That gives you a big leg up right out the gate. The other thing that really does help you out that can't be understated is the commitment to running the ball. And that if I've got a defensive line that wants to rush the passer and get after the quarterback, they're just looking for that opportunity to pin their ears back and go. If I've got a team that's as committed to Seattle as to running the ball, you never really afford those edges in the defensive line that opportunity to do that. You make them have to play every play straight up. And that's really one of the main benefits of having such a balanced offense, is that unpredictability angle of it, but keeping the defense at bay. Flory talked about this a couple weeks ago. It's hard to throw when teams know you're going to throw. I let a team know that I'm throwing and they can pin their ears back and have to worry about the run. It can be damn near impossible to block those guys up, especially if they're really talented like the Rams are. But you've got those two aspects working in your favor. You got a passing attack to keep them honest. You got the tight ends. You're going to have the backs. You should have the parts in place to be able to deal with it. But they've done a good job of building up a very strong defensive line, one of the strongest ones in the sport. You know, if we're number one, they very well might be number two. Ollie was 7 on Friday B, and we watched a couple of Hawks Nest videos. Kept saying, hi, Brandon. Hi, Pumpkin. Tell Ollie I say hey. Everyone's growing up too fast, man. Pretty soon you're going to be like, he's 18 today. I'm going to be like, what? Huh? I am Seeks. I'm sad that D-Law is going to be done after the season, but I'll keep an eye on Colin Simmons. You do that, man. You're going to love the tape and watching him. He's my favorite edge of this class. Fantastic player. A lot of Von Miller in his game. Banger, only generational quarterbacks I ever heard about ever was Elway and Luck. Next generational quarterback 30 years away. You're not wrong, man. I think that if I was to go through my own self here and trying to be honest and think about my own evaluations, yeah, I think you're probably about right on the generational aspect of it. Because, you know, it's like Manning's a great prospect coming out, Peyton, but you know, you could always see with Peyton that the arm strength was a titch above average, right? You know, you have a great processor, a coach on the field, but arm strength. Caleb certainly had plenty of questions with him coming out that have remained. So I think you're probably on it on our lifetime. That's probably the only real true full generational, no doubt about it. Don't even have to think about it. Thrill us if we win another Super Bowl. D-Law has to stay for third dynasty. That I will say, probably more pressure on D-Hall to come back if you win another Super Bowl than there would be if you fall short. You know, I don't watch college, but Arch is a Manning still. He's got talent, so he definitely does. Coke and Brando, what's the secrets to your cats living so long? Whew. I wish I could say. Give them a good varied diet. You know, a lot of people are hesitant with the wet food for your cats. You got to augment your dry food with the wet food. Boy, I don't know, man. I think having the female cats helps. I guess the male cats don't live as long as the females do. The male cats tend to have like kidney issues and stuff like that. And boys, I mean, with Xena, she's you know, there's some days with her arm like, man, she's kind of holding on today, and there's other days where she was doing room wipeouts, and she was having the zoomies today, and I was like, wow, look at you go, old girl. So I don't know, man. I give them a lot of love and try to, you know, give them that. I think it probably has helped Coke in the fact that I don't leave for work every day, you know, so they have a guy around the house 24/7, and I'm a homebody, so I'm always around, and that probably makes them happier. But I wish I could give you the secret sauce on that one. I know, I'm so sad he's not a baby bee. I'm scrapbooking his baby photos and like, where did his baby go? They go fast, man. My niece and nephew are doing the same thing. Shoot, my nephew's going to be tall as me here pretty soon. Elway, 83, Aikman, 89, Manning, 98, Luck, 12 are the big four. Yeah, I can't get there with Manning. I can understand if you could there because the processing, the above neck stuff, the command of offense was just so supreme. I get that. Aikman's very close for me. I guess Aikman falls a little bit more into a little bit of the Trevor Lawrence-y kind of place where it's very close, just not quite. But this is arbitrary. Person by person differs. Really love what I saw from Aikman Nagany, Dansby, Fuller today. Solid tape. Good tape, man. Everybody came in and kind of made a play on that secondary, which was cool today. Everybody kind of took their opportunity to step up and, you know, you made passing hard. Kaylee, y'all, Patrick Mahomes isn't generational, laughing out loud at Brando. We're talking, it would be the lookout, Kaylee. What we're speaking up specifically is not in retrospect how the player played once he got to the pro level. It's the looked as they were coming out of college reputation, right? Like those guys that are the, peerless, just absolutely pure as the driven snow in their ability. There's no detriments to their games. There's no questions to their games. They're generational. Patrick Mahomes became generational as he became a quarterback, but there's plenty out there in Texas Tech that would have questions about accuracy, decision-making. He was looked at as a first-round guy, certainly, and a guy that should be taken probably in the top end of the first round, but not necessarily as a generational quarterback. See, JC, here's the huge lingering question. If Milroe is cooked, do you pay Sam $50 million a year? Maybe I'm the only one concerned with this long-term issue. No, it's part of why I think you got to be open to the process of maybe you got to go out there and potentially draft a quarterback in next year's class if you're not high on Milroe. I think that this is where you also have to be open to adding a quarterback in another realm. Look, I want to see Sam be the long-term guy here, but I would also say that if Sam's going to come in here and command too much, if he's going to command more than what John's willing to spend, John has made his bones in recent years by finding value adds at the quarterback position. While every other team out there is paying max prices, while every other team is jumping over each other to try to take a quarterback high in the draft, he's out there trying to find value finds. He did so with Russell Wilson. He did so with Geno Smith. He did so with Sam Darnold. Why deviate from that? Why now suddenly change course when that pathway has worked so well? So I would stay in that mode. If Sam ends up demanding too much, and maybe $50 million a year is fine, that John's perfectly happy paying that. But if he ends up being a Baker Mayfield, I want $60 million a year type dude, well, I'm going to be open to looking at some other options out there on the market at that point. Or time to call Carson Palmer would be in there too. I forgot about Carson Wheeler. That's a good one. That's another really good one. He's right on the line. I think even Carson's probably got a Lawrence is right. It's right there with Lawrence, Aikman, Burrow, all those guys at about that same kind of, they're just below generational, as close as you probably could get. Kissing generational. Just not quite over the top. Coke and Brando, 3 positions we need to draft in the first 4 rounds is edge, interior offensive line, and defensive tackle. Break down the draft of those positions. I don't know if defensive tackle is going to be in play. We'll see on that. I guess if Jaron Reed retires, maybe it becomes a little bit more of a possibility. I've got Will Echols as my top defensive tackle in the draft. I think Ole Miss. David Stone in the 3rd round is kind of the drop off. And then I've got not really big on some of the defensive tackles that I've looked at so far. I've got 4th, 5th, 6th round grades on them. Ahmad Moten Sr., Amari Washington, AJ Holmes Jr., Barry Alexander, Ezra Christensen. All these guys I got as kind of day 3 guys. Edge is a little bit better. So Edge has got first rounders, Colin Simmons, Dylan Stewart, blue chippers. Clev Lubin is a first rounder, but not a blue chipper. I've got Kenyatta Jackson Jr. in the 2nd round. And then I've got about 7 guys in the 3rd round that could all be guys who could vault themselves up into 2nd, 1st round territory, Koken. Because remember, the final year carries more weight than anything else. So these guys come out and a few of them ball out, easily could elevate themselves into 1st round status. Damon Wilson, Anthony Smith, Will Helt, Hanze Pierre, Tidum Tuiato, Princewell Umamilian, Adam Trick, Mattia Ugalele, Jordan Ross. A lot of guys in that kind of area. So edge would be one where I think Seattle will definitely address. Defensive tackle gets a little bit harder, and I haven't quite had a chance to really get on the interior line quite yet. Not in a major degree. I've looked at a couple of guys. I've looked at a couple of centers so far, and I've looked at a collection of tackles, but haven't really taken a look at the interior linemen yet. D-Law's retiring means another Super Bowl. I'll take it. Let's go. If Milroe has a similar performance to his first 2 games, do we trade him or cut him before the season starts? I think that a lot of that depends upon the performance of what he has been in OTAs and in training camp. So it just sort of depends. Mike spoke to this a couple weeks ago, where people asked him about preseason games carrying basically more weight than these practice reps. And Mike's answer on that is that no, they would not. That the practice reps will end up carrying more weight than the preseason games. So if he's showing improvement there, but not over here, you're not cutting him, you're not releasing him, you're going to keep rolling with him. And my instincts are that that's probably going to be the case. Yeah, poor Bud, man. I feel bad for Mr. Clark. Wasn't Matt Barkley like the most highly scouted, touted, recruited quarterback? That guy flamed out. Big time recruit, never a guy that really realized the potential in college of what kind of a big time recruit he was. What are the chances D-Law takes back his retirement? I think the only way that could happen is if you win another Super Bowl, I think. That's where the pressure would be on to be like, hey, how about a third? How about be the first team to go back to back to back? How about you could be a chance to do that? What about that cementing your legacy? I mean, and then if you did that D-Law, that you would cement yourself not only in your legacy, but as maybe a Hall of Famer at that point. Could there be some of that pressure there at stage? Maybe. Husky, do you think Mike Mack will be bulletproof on the road this year? He's been good through his first 2 years, but it's hard to continue to stay up to this standard. I'd say that. The thing that does stand out to me about the schedule, Husky, is that the hard games are kind of at home. The easier games are a little bit more lean to being on the road. So in general terms, I think it does kind of continue to hold strong on that. Pitt defensive tackle a third because I believe Big Cat gets extended. I think he does as well. Jaron Reed will probably retire, so there may be a little bit of an opening there. Yeah, I think he's probably done. You're right, JC. I don't understand how he fell off so fast after a broken finger. I'm not sure what you mean on that one. Yeah, I think you're right on it. We're going to take interior line and ledge. Those will be two positions you attack. And probably in the first 2 days, you're grabbing two of those positions. Corners always in play, man. And depending on what happens with Charbonnet, you might have running back also be on the table, to your point. Kogan, how much would a Sharp extension cost, assuming he comes back after 45 games and continues where he left off? I mean, for what he's done production-wise up until this point, I think that there's still a lot of potential there, especially considering he's always been the kind of the number 2 back in essentially the pecking order. It's going to be a bit of a discounted rate because he's got the torn ACL. It doesn't have the production. You're getting him on kind of a more of a blue-collar running back contract if you extend him at that point. And the team might, because now he's not as expensive. He's not in nowhere near the territory of a Walker. You're talking like a 2-year, $14 million deal or something. Kind of like the Tyler Algier contract that he signed with the Cardinals this offseason. That's manageable, especially if it then allows you to kind of set your running back stage to where the next draft, you don't have to even deal with a running back. You're just concentrating on every other position. You got Sharps, you got Price. Maybe you draft a running back into day 3 or something. Damn, I went to bed and got up to pee and Brandon's still going. You know how I roll, man. Baba Yaga, Breno, who's your dream trade prospect at the deadline? It's a good question. I'd love to give you one that's a real outside the boxer on this one if I could. Unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to really be able to. I mean, I'm kind of growing on the Budda Baker trade with the Cardinals, man, at this point. I don't know if Budda would be a great fit for this defensive scheme. It's really tough. I guess I'm going to lean back on the max deal with Crosby. He's a difference maker there in a way that you don't have. I think you're going to have to call upon the need to grab a guy like that because of some of the age you have there on the roster. Some of it also, though, comes down to, as I go through these teams, of just the teams you could kind of pick through. You take a Giants team that falls off, for instance. Let's say they have what we anticipate to be no less than ideal year. Like Thibodeau doesn't really do much to raise my needle. There's not a lot in their secondary you're going to really be picking from or looking at. They're not going to give you an offensive lineman. So you don't have a endless amount of because your team's so deep and stacked and you only have so many specific positions you'd even look to address, to improve, to upgrade, it does kind of narrow down the field at that point, Bubba. So Max would be probably the guy I would lean back into here. TJ Watt is a guy on board as well in here a little bit. Trying to go through these teams and just think in my head of who they'd have that we could maybe kind of pluck from them. Be kind of about it. I have a lot of guys. I have done a bit of an exercise looking at some of these teams, and there's not a ton of options as I've currently looked at it. But again, the problem comes back to me, Bubba. Just you don't have as many positions to really fill. Baker, speaking of generational quarterback drafts, the 2011 quarterback run after Cam, my God. Yeah, that was a tough one. That was a tough one, man. Blaine Gabbert, Jake Locker, Andy Dalton, Colin Kaepernick, Tyrod Taylor. Dalton ended up having the best career out of anybody on that outside of Cam. Too bad with Locker, man. Thrill House Brando, is the upcoming draft one of the biggest quarterback ones, but so many guys may stage for the NIL money. Can't underrate the NIL money for a quarterback, especially for guys that, could be looking at day 3 grades. And I think that there's going to be a variety of guys that are going to be looked at as being given those kind of grades. Julian Sain, for instance, he's not going to grow bigger. He ain't going to grow a stronger arm this year. He is what he is. He's a day 3 guy all day. And why shouldn't that guy just play out the fullness of his career through his senior season? So it will impact it. But the thing with that Thrill House is that this has kind of happened to where once you get that 1 year where everybody's kind of going back, now you have a little bit of a constant overflow year in and year out, right? Because like we get into next year and there's going to be plenty of guys like your Chamblises, your Mateer types, that are getting through the end of their college career that went back for that NIL money, and that's part of what's bumping up that draft class for quarterbacks. But there'll be a few of them that do go back as well. It kind of all just goes down to who could put that final college tape to solidify themselves as potentially a first round talent. And I think that if you get a guy that's a first round talent, absent a situation of like Dante Moore saying, I don't want to go to the New York Jets, so I'm going to go back to school, those guys will typically come out. Oh, Brando, we were talking about Russell. Oh, my bad. I kind of jumped in there midstream on your guys' combo. Do you think Fleury will implement 2 running backs like Kubiak? Did you hear about Genty? Heartbreaking. Yeah, it does sound like it's not a season-ending injury. Sprained ankle. So it does suck, but 4 to 6 weeks he'll be back, and still get something out of him. But it's why when you have a rebuilding team, you do not take a quarterback first thing. That's not your first move. Taking a running back, sorry. Yeah, Crosby would be the one you'd angle for. But it would be fun on this defense. You can't say that he wouldn't be fun. And the contract is in a movable place right now. The only problem with that, of course, is just interdivision teams don't like to trade with each other. He's a little long in the tooth. Coca B, you're a freaking stud, bro. I wish I could drop donations for these questions, but regardless, you still answer questions for free. You're the best Hawk creator out there. Glad to be a member of the channel. Well, thank you for being a member of the channel, man. You do plenty to support me. And I ain't here for the donations. I'm here for the love of the sport, baby. I'm here for the love of the chat. We'll probably be wrapping up here soon with that set. I could definitely feel the head starting to go a bit. Locker was nice, man. And it sucks because I've gotten to watch so many Washington quarterbacks through my life, and we've had some good Washington quarterbacks. We've had some Washington quarterbacks that have been good pros. We've had Washington quarterbacks that have even gotten and played in Super Bowls. Shout out to Chandler. But he was the one. You were the chosen one. What happened? I feel like you and McGregor in Star Wars. You were the chosen one. Damn it, Jake. But other than Crosby, what are some other big trades we can make? Guys who are not highly likely to be available, i.e. not poor. I admittedly have not been able to, I've perused the list and nobody have really been jumping out at me solidly so far, Koken, in some of my research. I could probably stand to dive a little bit more, even deeper into this, but it's been a little bit lean. And that's where I say to this answer, my answer on this has been, give me a little bit more closer to the trade deadline and the contender that believes he's a contender right now, that doesn't want to part with any of his players, that doesn't want to diminish himself in the least right now becomes willing to do so at the deadline because he's kind of out of it. Once I can kind of get to that territory of things, I'll be able to give you a little bit more of a solid answer. But right now, everybody kind of thinks they're in it, quasi, and thusly there's just harder to look at the opportunities out there that could exist for you to go pluck. We need a team like a Jacksonville Jaguars that everyone's deciding is going to get back for sure to the playoffs, probably going to take their division. Oh, they fell off. Oh, are they in more of a sell mode at that point? Kind of something like that. Mike Washington's looking really good, man. Boy, has he been impressive. That burst is legit on that kid. Daniel, Mike Washington Jr. is going to be good, and TBH, it was obvious to me in the draft. How do so many teams go brain dead in the draft? I don't know. That was a struggle for me too. I had him up on my board, and I felt guilty every time I did because every pundit that talked about him was like, right? So, I felt the same way. I couldn't quite understand it. You don't get guys that are this fast at the running back position with this kind of acceleration. I mean, everybody's looking for acceleration in running backs. And yet this guy just kind of, him and the Washington kid both, he's looked good too, Daniel. Like, everybody's like, oh, everybody hated this running back class a little bit. And it was like, what? These guys are, maybe they're not like elite, but they're not bad. The original Big Three generational was Namath, Terry Bradshaw, Jim Plunkett, and Archie Manning. There's that one guy too. Don't forget the guy that the Bill Walsh had back there with the Bengals that they drafted, where he had to develop the whole West Coast offense. He wasn't much of a pro, but Kaylee, Brando, how do you feel about the Rams fans still going on about how we didn't deserve to go to the Super Bowl because of that 1-2-pointer in December, laughing out loud? Well, unfortunately, they've been validated by a lot of the national perspective on this. I don't agree with it. I think it's silly. I think it's silly on their part. I think it didn't do them any favors getting caught up on that play. And I don't know that it's done them any favors throughout the offseason kind of staying on it, where McVay's trying to raise a rule change due to that single play. I think you could see that game upended them and they started to play less than their standard the next couple of games. And it kind of took all they could to get themselves back on the right track, to get themselves better to where they could, get back to standing toe to toe with us in the conference championship. You saw losses there to a couple teams, and then the playoffs, not the greatest of performances there against Carolina or the Chicago Bears, kind of just holding on for dear life, trying to find their way, looking a little bit discouraged. So it's one why you hear these players say you got to kick through, you have a bad play, kick that play past and get on to the next play. Don't sit there and stuck on that one play. And of course, we're one of the famous representations of this with the Super Bowl play with the Patriots, Kaylee, where we stuck on that for 10 years. There are people still nationally that were stuck on that up until us beating the Patriots. And so you don't want to do that. You want to move on to the next, get on to the next, kick it away. But they've had a hard time doing that. So I don't think it does them any favors by getting stuck on that thing. No NFL game ever comes down to a single play. I hate hearing that. I think that it's almost becoming a point for me of like an intelligence test. If you as an NFL fan is going to come to me and pick out one single play from a game where there was 130 plays executed, that's silly. Looking at less than 1% of the total plays and saying this determined the end result. No, it didn't. The other 129 plays determined the result, right? But that's the problem with getting stuck on that too much. Good for us, though. We want them stuck on it. The more they're stuck on it, the better for us, especially if their coaches are. I think you're right. Giants got S-load of talent. Probably these teams with a bunch of high and first round picks, but not in Super Bowl windows. Yeah. Giants are really one team you look at. You're kind of picking over a team like the Falcons at this point. What are you going to want to get from the Falcons? Who would you want to take from that team? Who are you trying to target? They're not giving you Drake London. You're not getting their offensive linemen. You're not going to look to try to target a Pitts. Bubba, Brando, who's a player we didn't draft you expected John to give a shot? Mine is Tyrann Mathieu. He's still one of my all-time favorites. Imagine him with another older LOB. Boy, that's a tough question, Bubba. I'm 7 hours in. That's a deep pull to try to grab. A guy that I thought John would have liked. It's a good question, man. I don't know if I've got a ready-made answer for you on that. I can kind of grab random drafts where I'm like, well, I thought this would have been a guy. I mean, like Cooper BB was a guy that they were in on the draft. He just got taken a little bit higher than they wanted. That would have been a guy that I definitely could have seen them go after. I'm really trying to tap my brain and I cannot come up with anything, man. I'm sorry. I'll try to see if I can, something rattles around free on it, but nothing's jumping out at me right now. Have a good one there, Megan. I still am thinking, Bubba. Any chance we get Thibodeau? Thibodeau's in play. Giants are going to move him at some point this year through a house. It's just getting what the hard part about that is he carries such a big base salary. They almost have to get halfway through the year just to make it a movable deal. Not to mention maybe they have to eat some of the salary in order to get a better draft pick in return for him. And then some of this also has to be him performing better than he did last year. It's kind of a combination of all three factors. Ken Anderson, Jeff Cook. Ken Anderson has my favorite nickname all time of any football player. Oh, the Titan. Candlestick is one blow and he's out. It's the meanest nickname of all time, too. It's so mean. What about that single play against the Patriots? I can Butler would like a word with you for that statement, Brenna. For sure he would. For sure he would. I think it's with it, though. That's a good shit. It's like, what's the bigger factor there? Was it that single play at the end that he broke great on and made a great play? Or was it that you gave up a 10-point lead with the Legion of Boom defense in the fourth quarter? Probably the giving up the lead of 10 points in the fourth quarter was, probably the bigger factor at play. Maybe if they didn't play us again, but since they did, they should stop talking about it. Amen. I think we closed the book on that play finally. Brando, I could maybe give them the coincidence thing, but we beat them twice. Yeah, it's why it's ridiculous for them to get stuck on it. It never made any sense to me. I mean, like even the 2-point conversion, as I've said, it's one thing when fans like the Saints, for instance, get up in arms about the end of Sean Payton and the Drew Brees era, essentially the last chance they had, the last cough, their last swing, their last punch, gets finished off by an absolute atrocious PI call at the end of that game, which gives the Rams basically a slip and slide approach to the Super Bowl at that point. Like, it's one thing when it's a major call that was wrong, that stopped your season dead in its tracks. It's another thing when there was all of the rest of that game to play, right? Or that 2-point conversion wasn't the end of that game. It's also another thing when it was the right call. You guys didn't get screwed. You didn't get owned. The refs didn't, Mike McDowell didn't slip him $100 bill. It's the right call. So it's like you guys are up in arms about the right call in a game that you had more time to come back with and do something in. There's a whole nother quarter left to be played, an overtime period left to be played. And then beyond that, like you say, you also had the 2 other games you played against them. So it's a silly concept all the way around. John would have liked to gotten Luke out. There's a good one. Bubba, I think you got the good one. I think Luke Kuechly could have been an awesome pick, and I think John loved him. I think he loved him quite a bit. That would have been a hell of a fit. Didn't do too bad with Bobby, though. Banker Brando, at what point did you think the 07 Patriots would go 20-0? They felt unstoppable. I mean, you gave Randy Moss to Tom Brady, and it just felt like you gave him a cheat button. A cheat code. And they felt in so many ways unstoppable at that point. Giants team pulling that off was just tremendous. And goes to show you that at the end of the season, no matter what you've done during the regular season, and no matter how hard you've gone, no matter how many games you've won, how much success you had in the playoffs, you got to be playing your best football at the end of the year. And if you're not, doesn't matter what you did during the regular season. And the smart coaches, the smart teams out there are in a building process to getting yourself to that stage. Kind of wonder a little bit of the Patriots if they got a little bit too much caught up in the undefeatedness and not enough in the building to be at your prime best by that Super Bowl point, which might have forced you to lose a game or two along the lines for that to be the way that played out. I had a top 10 grade on Geno Atkins 2010. He went third. Bengals. Good job, man. Very good job. He's a good player. The way Derwin James fell, I was shocked we didn't make a move, even though that isn't John's MO. He would have been fun, man. He's one of those guys you could see the tape with him, how good he was going to be. Hell of a player. That's a good one. You guys got better suggestions than I could come up with. Husky, I remember people being perpetually mad about Fail Mary, but that was game 2 or 3, still much season left. We got screwed in Super Bowl XL. No more games to undo that. Rams had games left. Again, we come back to like this situation there with the Packers, and look, there'll be people that will go to the mat on me with this, but I want to just put this out there. The Fail Mary was the right call. You can say that Golden Tate should have been called for pass interference. The problem with that becomes, how many times in NFL history on Hail Marys do we have offensive pass interference being called? They're typically just letting those guys play. The ball goes up into a pile of bodies. Who wants it more? Right? If you want to say call the penalty on Golden Tate there, I'll be okay with it. I'll be fine with it. But what Packer fans try to say is that it was actually an interception. This is a very easy, straightforward one. Take outside the offensive pass interference for a second. Let's just concentrate on the catch. Who makes the catch is not determined by who touches the ball first. That is irrelevant. Okay? If I am going up into the air and my feet are off the ground and I touch the ball first, that doesn't matter. I've not established possession. What matters is once you come down with your feet, who's got their hands on the ball? And if I as a defender have my hands on the ball and I as a receiver have my hands on the ball, and no matter if I jumped up and first touched the ball, if I both come down with my feet and we both have our hand on the ball, that's called the simultaneous catch, which goes to the offense. It was the correct call. It's the right one. There's so many guys I like. Derwin, I wish John would have traded up for, but can't question his 15 years mad science. Trading up for Emanwari truly shocked me. Emanwari was awesome. That was one of those ones you hope they would do, that there's like no way they will actually do it though, but then they did it. That was a really cool pick where it's like, it made sense to do it. Guys should do this. Great fit for Mike Dell's defense, but it just almost makes too much sense. Gogan B, show idea. A weekly show with Mookie Alexander, or at least every other week or something like that. Brandon would get jealous. It's a good idea, man. I am loaded up right now to the hill for this upcoming year. So I'm already probably biting off more than I can chew. But the intention here is always going to be to try to expand and do more shows, Koken. I think the hard part's going to always be when I run into this in the future is just how to maybe nail down, and today's not an example of that. Always game days are going to go long, but how to kind of get the shows tighter. I think you're going to find with Syndicate and B&B, I'm trying to tighten these shows up into more of the hour territory with the thinking that if I can get these to more of a manageable place and that it's not going to take 3 hours every show to go, that I can put more shows in there and implement more. But that takes kind of tightening up my process, which, I'm not very particularly good at. Efficiency's just not always been my best suited thing. Kaylee, Brando, it's like if we lose, it's because they deserve to beat us. But when they beat us, we bribe the refs or something. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. I called it stupid last year. I think it's absolutely dumb. And I think that I don't, for a team that's so smartly run and smartly constructed and smart mentality wise, it was such a weird thing for them to get caught up into. And it's been the strange way people have talked about this Rams team, 2-point conversion. They would have had Seattle. They were real close in. It's like, again, we were up big in the conference championship. So again, we go first game, missed field goal attempt, or we win that game. With Sam driving back with the 4 interceptions, missed field goal attempt, or we win the game. Second game, you come back and you do the 2-point conversion. You get the score. You have that 2-point play, but there's a whole game that goes on. Then the third game, you're up 33-18, and Woolen gets a pass breakup. That should be it. Game over at that point. You're just leaning on the clock through the rest of the game, and it's an easy win. What I'm saying is that with every game you played the Rams last year, you were separating. And that's not the trend line that they're paying attention to in the least. And it's again coming back to because they're starting out with a conclusion and then making their logic and rationale fit to the conclusion. They want to believe that last year with the Rams, it was really should have been their year, but a couple bounced balls, a bad 2-point conversion. That's the only reason that they didn't get to where they should have gotten. That's the only reason. It's like, no, there's a lot of other reasons other than that. But they don't want to think about that because they've kind of already, this is the crowning them. You want to crown them? Crown them. It's kind of what they're doing. Mo Barclay, didn't this just happen to the Bills in the playoffs with the defender taking it from the receiver? Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You're on it. It doesn't matter who touches it first. If I jump up in the air and I touch the ball, my feet have not established on the ground. I cannot establish possession as I'm flying through the air. I can grab a ball, but I can't establish possession. I've got to get the feet on the ground with secured possession to then actually say the ball is mine. So if I'm floating in the air and I grab that ball and I'm not coming down, and then the receiver comes over and grabs it before my feet get down on the ground, boom, boom, boom. Oh, I know what you meant. If we beat them, I know what you meant on that, Kaylee. Yeah, I got what you're saying. Yeah, if we beat them, it's some luck thing. It's like they really should have had it. This is the annoying part of hearing this. It's one thing if it's Rams fans doing it, and you're like, okay, it's some Ram fans. It's not all Ram fans. I mean, hell, we got Banker in here. He's not that way. So it's not all Ram fans. It would be one thing if it was just a smattering of Ram fans or even a majority of Ram fans doing it. I think you could be okay with that and you'd be like, okay, look, that's what fans do. But when it's the national perspective, when it's analysts, experts, pundits, and you're hearing it almost on a daily basis throughout the offseason, that's where it starts to get your ankles up and you're like, really? Really? JC, is the Brady Moss duo got the same vibes as the Rams this year, but on the defensive side? Kind of, yeah. You're putting Darnold with Garrett, yeah. And look, I know with Aaron Donald that he's 2 years removed, but like, I don't think this guy comes back to be some shell of himself. I think if he's not able to provide some similar, very close to impact that he brought last time, I think he wouldn't jump into this fray. And the way that guy's kept his body put together, I just can't help but think that he's going to be able to realize that if, as long as everything holds up through this training process he's going through. Banker says us Ram fans need to move on from the NFC championship game, like how we told the Saints to move on from the no call. I think, and I don't even want to say, Banker, that, again, I think that I can't even point this on to like a Ram fan problem. Like there are Ram fans out there that this is, and they're loud, those that think this way, but like, you and plenty of Ram fans have come in here and not been leaning on that. Jake doesn't lean on that, right? So it isn't even one thing that I can broad brush all of you. I'd love to do that, but I can't do that. It is, it has been something that sort of has grown to the national perspective on it though, a little bit. You got even guys to like Schefter bringing it up and stuff. And you're like, really? Like that's your guys' outlook on it? You guys are supposed to be, knowers of ball and all this. You're going to go down to that simplistic of an outlook of it. Okay. That's the part you go, that doesn't, come on guys. I mean, I don't have the greatest expectations for you, but at least clear the low bar. But I mean, you've been great about Baker. Plenty of Ram fans have come in here and been fine about it. There's plenty on those on the line that are in the other way of it. But again, I can understand it being Ram fans. That's fandom. That's being a fan, to a degree. I'd still push back, but I'd understand it. I don't understand the national outlook on this. They're paid to be smarter and know better. Thrillhouse, well, it took us so long to get over the Steelers Super Bowl game. Admittedly, people were salty. That's true. That's a different salty though. That's the fix was in. How are you going to fix a Super Bowl? Give me an effing break. Coconut, I feel like Brandon just saying I would love to see Mookie and you collab even 1 or 2 times more this season. I'll try to see if we can work something out, man. I'm definitely open to it. It's going to be a crazy, crazy schedule, man. Here's what you're looking at this year for me right now. Just this is what's set up on the schedule as it kind of stands here, where we're going to be live all day Sunday. Monday, I've got the play-by-play at 5. We got 2 shows on Tuesday, 2 shows on Wednesday, 2 shows on Thursday. I'll be doing film breakdowns with Bryce on Friday. We'll be doing once a month call-in shows on Saturday. So it will be quite a schedule we got rocking this year. But if I can find a way to fit some extra shows in there, if things can kind of tighten up in certain spots to kind of free me up in that way, I'm certainly open to doing it, man, for sure. I love working with Mookie over there on the syndicate. SVP did it too. It's like Tim Duncan and David Robinson, Twin Towers. Yeah. Got them a championship as well, didn't it? Yeah. Schefter's a low bar. It's just more of just that it got to a guy like Schefter saying this kind of stuff was weird. Like now the breaking news guy is saying this stuff, but he wasn't alone. And I'm spacing right now on the rest of the names I've heard. I've got receipts somewhere. Yeah. The fix was in. The fix. I will go to my grave. I will not be able to be not convinced of the fact that the NFL wanted the Steelers to win that game. Is what it is. I've never seen a more fixed football game or sporting event in my life. Kaylee, like I'm a diehard, but I'm not wearing rose-colored glasses. Rams are great, but that wasn't luck, like you said about Brando. Yeah. It's not luck, especially when you play a team 3 times. You play a team like once in the playoffs, you hadn't seen them all year, something happened as a bad bounced ball that dribbled weird in a strange direction. That's one thing. You had 3 opportunities. You had the chance to win this division. You had a chance to go get home field advantage. You had extra shots, so you can't go to that like single play thing then. Now we even come down to like, if it's a single play, a single game comes up to 120 plays, 3 games and 360 plays, and you're stuck on one particular play of the second game that occurred in week 15. Baker, so was Scott Foster playing ref that Super Bowl, Brando? The fixer got called? Whatever happened there did, yeah. It was a wild situation to watch, and someday I'm going to do this for the channel. It's kind of still like a painful thing for me because, it had me as close as I've been in my entire life to walking away from the NFL. If you could think about this, Banker, of going through your entire life with a team that, for the most part, wasn't particularly good for a large majority of your time and watching them as a fan, seeing the team get try to be stolen away in the middle of the night by your owner to LA. You save that, you finally get a new stadium built, taxpayer money. You finally get a local owner to buy it who is committed. You finally get a winning team that can finally get there, and they've got to fight and scratch and claw. Young team in 2000, 2001, still not ready. 2002, not ready. 2003, not ready. 2004, not ready. Okay, we finally got there in 2005. MVP, record-breaking year by Sean Alexander. We are the better team. Pittsburgh team 9-7, got a little bit hot at the end of the year. Barely just even got into the playoffs. We were the number 1 seed coming into the NFC. Yeah. Should have been ours, man. Should have been ours. But look, we've had two Super Bowl wins since then. We've had 3 Super Bowl appearances. That does a lot to salve the wounds, Banker, Like there's still a little scar line there, you know what I mean? But I've been putting a little bit of that vitamin D on it. You know what I mean? Been moisturizing, getting a little bit of the laser work done there, Maybe you can have Bryce. We're going to be doing more film session stuff, so it's going to be kind of geekier on Friday. Like we're getting into the film breakdown stuff. We're going to be getting into a lot of coaching talk and a lot of, a lot of technical side of that for the Bryce stuff. But we'll look to expand. I think what I want to look to do, Koken, is we could just as much expand with the syndicate, and the syndicate can just like the roundtable is this year, going to two days a week, and then maybe in the future going to 3, 4, 5 days a week. Similarly with the syndicate and being able to expand that with time too, 2-3 times a week. But I'll try to find if there's an opening to kind of do something like that. It is just going to be tough this year. We're so many shows loaded up. Yes, you're on a banker. That's another one. The Kings versus Laker game 6 is another one's absolute BS. I mean, it's that would be right there behind the Seahawks one, I would say, is the number 2. Yeah, Scott Van Pelt, there's another good one. He's another one that's like, really, Scott? Really, Scott? Really? Really? It became like a mind virus, man. Like one guy said it and then it infested 3 other dudes. Bubba B, the fix was that Pete got $50 million in an offshore account for that Super Bowl play call X. Might have been, man. Might have been. Kind of wild last year that G. Scott had Brandon Mabane on his show, and Brandon Mabane said that Russell told him the next day after the Super Bowl in the facility that he changed the play, and nobody paid attention in the least to that. It's kind of shocking to me. Like, there wasn't one news headline. Nobody took note of it. Everybody just kind of like tried to act like it just didn't. Brandon didn't just say that. That ball dribbling was me after my 21st birthday, Brandon. Thomas Brando, I left after the fumble. I feel like Seattle's loss was missed field goals and turnovers. The only positive, Seattle outmuscled the Titans early in the game, but now I'm starting to doubt Milroe. I get it, man. You're not alone. You're not alone. And obviously that's been a big dominant portion of the discussion here tonight, and rightfully so. This is one of the biggest parts that we were paying attention to here coming into this preseason period, and looks and hopes for development, steps forward. We haven't quite been able to feel that yet. And it's hard to know what to make of that. I think it's got a lot of people kind of ready to be about out on the Milroe experience. And hopefully in this third preseason game, he can give us something to kind of chew on. Nusky, Bettis showed the Super Bowl tape to his kids, and they said, what the F was that? Yeah, I hope they watched it, and then as soon as it was over with, they were like, Dad, you really didn't deserve to win. The NFL was trying to like give you a good send-off. You just got the best golden parachute, Dad, any player's ever been given. JC, what do you think of a conspiracy that the Hawks were scripted to win the Super Bowl to raise the value of the team for the sale for the owners? Don't buy it. And I would say that there's a couple of different reasons for this. Number one, does the value of the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl increase that much more versus Super Bowl loss? Like, let's say Seattle loses that game against New England, and now you're a team buying this team that's been to 3 Super Bowls over the last 13, 14 years. You've got a relatively newish stadium. You've got a virulent fan base. You've got a super young roster that just went the Super Bowl. You've got your coach and your general manager employed. Like, I think all of that added to the value on top. And winning the Super Bowl certainly didn't hurt, and certainly added to the value a little bit there. But would the NFL do that simply to increase value at that point? I'm not sure they would on that. And the thing with that is, I like with the Steelers game, I can go through the Steelers game and I can give you blow after blow after blow of poor calls, crap calls, the timing of the calls, and the way that it worked in that game to unfurl as it did. Seattle kind of won what they did straight up. I mean, nobody looked at that New England game and they were like, man, so many calls went against New England in that game. Nobody looked at the Rams game. I mean, the Rams and all the complaining in the Rams, some of the Ram fans out there that have complained about 2-point conversions, nobody's complained about the officiating in the conference championship. And that's the one thing, is if there's going to be scripting, there's going to be fixed plays. And if there's fixed plays, there's going to be evidence of the fixed plays. Not just that it sort of generally was, what they were trying to make happen. Bro Brandos, I'm so glad to see you grow the channel, and the Hawks Nest channel's been watching it for a bit over 2 years. Well deserved, man. Thank you, Koken. We're having a good run here. And the thought process, to your point, is to always see how we can expand. And if I can tighten down some of these shows and get things into more of that hour territory, that'll be more of the place that we'll be able to then add and expand, because then I know it's not going to be, it's tough when you got the 5 shows that, each show's going to go 2.5 hours, 3 hours, right? And you're like, okay, I love doing it, but it's going to be taxing. Like tomorrow after these kind of shows, my brain's just kind of mushy. So we'll always be looking to expand where we can, though. I'm always on it. Appreciate you, Koken. Throw us be off topic, but can you explain the resale of the Lakers is money laundering? The guys on the radio couldn't stop talking about it. I'm not really, I honestly have not stayed too much abreast to it. I know that there was some weird thing where Jenny Buss fired off the rest of her siblings, but then the siblings came back in and then kind of sold the team on her by sort of countering that. So there's some real like succession stuff going on straight out of the HBO show type of stuff happening here a little bit. So I don't quite understand the situation myself. This is a real unique one, but admittedly, I haven't really dived into kind of studying it. I'm kind of out on basketball with the Sonic sleeve, and I haven't been as connected to that process. But it sounds like Jenny got a little bit, she decided to get cute and run a power play, and she got bitten her happy ass for the power play. Baker, so should I ask the Seahawks fans if they'd rather have Simpson? The answer right now would probably be yes. Shadowbot, I had hopes for Milrow. My hopes are fading away. As I say, I don't think you're alone, man. And I think we're seeing a bit of a lack of progress on the field, which is tough for people as you're just saying, hey, we're not going to force you to start. We're not going to force you to play. You come out on the field for a couple plays last year to run kitschy specialized packages, and you fumble and turnovers and look lost and nervous, and the game's going by super fast for you and you look overwhelmed. Now we get a year later and it feels kind of similar. So it's discouraging. It is. Oh, Husky, thank you for the $2 donation. And we'll kind of finish up on the last few bits of notes here as we kind of wrap up here a little past 12:30 tonight. We're only a mere 8 hours of the stream, so probably a good time to call it. Husky, thank you for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you as always, Brandon and Pumpkin. Well, Pumpkin appreciates you guys allowing me to be pulled away from her and her pets that she normally would be getting at this time. So she's very appreciative. I will make sure she gets some. It's not going to be victory salmon, unfortunately. Salmon's not going to taste quite as sweet today after the stream, but she will get some salmon nonetheless. Thomas, that was the dumbest thing I heard. Why Seattle needed to win, especially if they lose the Rams in the NFC Championship or even the Super Bowl? It may lower the cost by $1 billion. Yeah, I don't see it myself there. And I think the reason that the Seahawks went for more than some of the recent other sales, look, Washington's got a very rich history, right? They do. They've got a lot of Super Bowl championships, but those Super Bowl championships are in the 80s and 90s. It's been a long time. And Dan Snyder, let's face it, if you have two different owners and Paul Allen's on one camp and Dan Snyder's on one camp, as far as doing damage or doing help to your franchise, Paul Allen's doing nothing but glow up his franchise. Meanwhile, you got Dan Snyder every day there in Washington practically taking a piss on his organization. Didn't they have like peepholes for the cheerleaders or something like that? Wasn't it something as ridiculous as that? So, you had that there. I know Denver didn't necessarily go for as much for the Walton family on that, but again, I think you just have a little bit more of that. This is an organization that's risen to more of a blue blood like status. It doesn't have the long history of a giant team. It doesn't go back to the 40s, but its history of winning, the fan base that's literally had a number retired to it. I think it held some sway on this one. These streams are so epic. Brandon's a legitimate go. Thank you, young Bido. I appreciate you, man. Covey even admitted that the King series was fixed. Videos on the YouTube of him admitting it. Yeah. It's again where we don't like to think about this in sports, and I don't think all sports are fixed. I don't think that gambling has come in and made things fixed more than ever before. Some people do. But I do think that we've got some times here, and let's face it, we had the mobbed up ref that got caught. The NBA is like, no, it was just him. It was just this Donaghy guy. That's it. It was just him. He was operating on his own, outside of everybody else. Nobody was connected. Nothing to see here. Pop it up, and you're like, yeah, okay. So it's dark. It's a little dark on that. And the King series, man, how bad do you feel about that too? It happens to a team like Sacramento. That was your one bite at the apple. For anybody living in Sacramento, that's your one chance in your lifetime you could see a potentially great Sacramento team. And the NBA steals it from you. And my heart really goes out to them because it's the exact feeling in my heart I had in watching the Steelers team like the Lakers. You guys have had plenty of championships. You don't need the help. One for the thumb, right? Like, come on. Make them win that legitimately. Same thing with Lakers. Gogan Brando and Trump's voice. Why should we be worried about the offense being 2 games preseason, laughing out loud? That's my best Trump 8 hours in. It's the best I got. Thomas, we'll finish us off here. Seattle has been one of the most successful NFL franchises since 2000 and now has a top flight head coach, a young roster, Jake had even said Seattle is a cockroach. You just can't kill it. But that's it. And all of that stuff's going to go into your value for your team. When you have a general manager, I would add on top of it, the young roster. Let's throw the general GM in there too, Thomas, and that you got one of the best, if not the best general managers in the sport. You put all that together and it's like added value, added value, added value, added value. And then it makes sense that you're going to be worth more than a couple billion than the team behind you. And let's also add into the fact that the NFL is the biggest, baddest, brightest sport in the game running right now. And that their increase of value continues to be more and more and more. And this is part of what's got them fat and hungry, looking now at the European market, looking at the Canadian market, looking at the South American market. How can we take advantage? How can we expand even more? But this is yearly thing. This is the way it goes, is that yearly value will continue to go up with these franchises every single year, regardless of whether another one sells or not. It's not going to be merely just the next one goes for merely 500 million more. And let's face it, a Cowboys team goes on the market tomorrow. They're probably going to sell for 15 to 20 billion. That'd probably be that'd be another, because they're another rung up in that kind of outlook of things. So just the way it kind of goes. Nailed it, Koken? Gonna need that early stream impression though. Nailed the hand movement. It's good. It's tough right now. Working it. It's gonna go good. It's gonna be the best season ever. Miller will be the best quarterback ever. It's gonna be a win. I'm telling you now. Look close. It's due to happen. Definitely can't get the voice right 8 hours in. I'll tell you that. Can't get it right 8 hours in. But look, you guys are right and good. And thank you for rolling with me for almost 8 hours today. Again, if you can for me at the end of the stream, hit that like button for me. Hit that sub button for me. Doesn't cost you anything. It's free. And it does help out this channel tremendously. The like thing really does help out when you guys hit it. It makes me show up on the algorithm for YouTube for other people looking for hot content. And a lot of people are looking for hot content right now. So please do, if you can, click on that. I would really, really appreciate it. I want to thank all the folks here. So many donations and support today as ever on the channel. You guys are just kind and generous. And you allow me to chase my dream here on this channel every single day. My head pops off the pillow and I just think about what I can do to provide you guys better, greater Seahawks content. And you guys allow me to do that. It's a great job that I have. It's the best job ever. In fact, I am living the dream. And I really want to thank you guys for rocking with me. We're going to have a quick week this week here. A bunch of different shows, 2 different roundtable shows set up. We're going to be doing the weekly roundup on Wednesday, the B&B Syndicate on Thursday, and then Friday, we're right back around to the Chiefs. And then we're kicking our way around to the New England Patriots in the opening game of the season. So rock with me throughout the course of this year. It's going to be a fun year. We are going to have another great season, and this Seahawks team, despite it being a little bit of a floundering preseason period so far, is ready to roll. They are ready to kick this into gear. They're ready to repeat. The stage is set as brightly as we could ask for a team coming off a championship that they have. It's going to be a hell of a year. I hope you roll with me all the way through. I really appreciate you watching. Thank you for all the kind comments. Thank you for all of the amazing support, all the new members, all the folks that gifted out memberships. You guys are tremendously kind in all you do for me in this channel. I really, really thank you. You humble me and all of your support. Let's get after it this week. Let's kick this loss out. Let's get to this damn regular season. This preseason's annoying me. Ready for the regular season. I'm ready to start winning. I'm ready to start defending this title. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, I know you're down the dumps a little bit. Not the results you wanted. Not what you wanted to see from Milroe as far as the progression, but I hope that doesn't have you lost, forgetting the fact that this team is so good. We haven't even been playing the starters. We haven't been playing the backups. We are fine, and we're going to do very well once we get to the regular season. So keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks faithful, and always remember, and don't you ever forget, don't you dare ever forget. I see a few in the back out there worrying. Don't you worry. Don't you forget. We got this. Always remember, go Hawks.